Season 1 was just a slow start for all of the teams. Maybe ROC Esports did have a good start, a good head start. Them and Anubis and GG, if I'm not mistaken. And other teams were just not competing as good as ROC and Anubis. And then within the second or the third week, it gets more and more intense and more close to the other teams. But here, it's the vice versa. It's in contrast.
Yeah.
Every team is just giving us a close game to the other team. Every team is just competing, and we did see 9 games yesterday, as you said before. So I'm expecting every game to be going maybe 3 games, maybe close. Not like the first season. First season did start full on stomps, man.
Yeah, 100%. But like from what we are predicting so far, our predicts are going way off the table. Like yesterday, Penguin predicted some games to go to 0, some games to be close.
A classic Penguin.
Yeah, a classic Penguin indeed. And for the first game, we have like we saw on the screen, we have ROC and 999. ROC had an incredible series against GG yesterday.
As always.
The Classico. It went 2-1 for ROC. 999 can't find their win yet. So what do you think about this matchup? Would it be close or not?
So the thing is about this matchup, this specific matchup, is you need to go back to previous matches, not only in the season 1, but in the previous matches between 999 and ROC Esports. It's always a good season and a good matchup, a good warm-up matchup for ROC Esports, because 999 did not have the best performance, did not have their best shape, format, chemistry, you name it. I mean, thing is with 999, I thought they would have a good pre-season, off-season time to, you know, practice, get in shape, find their momentum, find their tempo, but no, they didn't. And me and Koshiri wished that within the season 2, they would find their rhythm and start competing and start winning. But they did play 1 match, they did lose it, and now they're playing against the champions of Season 1. So I don't expect a close match, honestly. Even if you did practice in the off-season, the period and the time, the duration between one season and another is not that long to beat a team like ROC Esports.
100%. And we have the head-to-head in front of us. Like, what do you think of these stats? Like, ROC has 100% win ratio.
As always, man, as always. Thing is with ROC Esports, if I'm not mistaken, on the league, 8 teams, they are the most consistent and the most team with the highest chemistry. If I'm not mistaken, the 5 names, the 5 members of ROC Esports did play together for the longest time. Vice versa for 999, who's still trying to get their chemistry up, although they do have some nice players that we are going to highlight and note, and they do have some of the key players and clutch players, but it's a team game at the end of the day, no? So if one player is not feeling it, the rest are not feeling it as well. But the thing is with ROC Esports, every player can carry his own weight, so the head-to-head is understandable. It's 100% win rate, while there's 0% win rate for 999. Every game they did play, they lost against the other teams.
Yeah, and let's look at the roster from 999, CRS, BYK, Mention, QGK, Creeds. You told me like there are some interesting names on this roster, so tell me more about
Man, QGK and BYK, these 2 legends are just unstoppable. Every time we see them, and I'm speaking about Season 1, most of the games, even though 999 did lose a lot of games in Season 9, but it's always QGK or BYK shining. CRS is the sniper of the team, and he's always there showing us some unstoppable gameplay. So you can tell from the kill ratio, it's Mention, CRS, and BYK, then QGK. Thing is with 999, they are not the most consistent team. They can get 1 round, 2 rounds, but if they get 2 rounds, they would lose 5. They lose 6 against these 2 rounds. So I think they need to be more consistent, and they might make it to the top 5.
Yeah, and it's completely understandable, right? Because experience matters, you know.
True.
Like, for example, ROC Esports, the roster in front of us, like you said, they played together for a very, very long time.
The longest time.
It makes sense 100% that they're more consistent. We have the roster in front of us: Totten, Snare, Snake, Horus, and Slayer. And like from yesterday's games, maybe Todzin was the one that might be underperforming, but the rest of the guys were very, very much in shape.
I mean, a roster that does not need any more analysis and any more discussion about how the players do play and how the players do perform. Tutson, yeah, he might underperform here and there, but it's always, you can find Snake, you can find Slayer, you can find Horus playing with the M4. Of course, the one and only Snare with the sniper. Man, this guy is one of the main reasons that ROC Esports did win the season 1. His sniper is just unstoppable, and he was compared and was seen as top 3 snipers worldwide. I'm not speaking only in the West League. I'm not speaking on NA only. This guy is on another level. It just feels like illegal when you watch him, and you just start to compare him with other snipers, and there's levels to this game, man. And Snare at the final level for sure.
100%. And let's talk about the maps. Let's talk about the predictions. You know, like which team will play which map. Because yesterday we saw ROC. They chose Compound, but they lost on it, and they won on Sub Base, the map that GG picked it. So what do you think about the map predictions? Because it was pretty chaotic yesterday.
Yeah, I think as with ROC Esports, when they do choose the map, they try to play more on the bans and not the picks. So they try to focus on what we can ban rather than focus what we can pick. So we did see them in every Classico and every derby, I'd say, against Anubis, against GG, they would ban, if I'm not mistaken, Ankara and go for Subbase as the first map for them. And they do manage to win on Subbase. But you mentioned a good point that they did pick Compound and lost on it, which does not make sense for me, because Compound is such a comfort map, and it looked as a default map for most of the teams, Compound. So if I pick Compound against TBI or Anubis, I might win, and as well as you can win on it, because it's just this default map. It's not like Port, it's not like Subbase or Mexico or any of the other maps. I think we would see Compound still from Team ROC Esports. I mean, if they are comfortable in it, so why not, pick it one more time to, test the water.
Yeah, and interestingly though, both teams, ROC and 999, they won on Subbase. So it's. Do you think they are very comfortable in the map that maybe both these teams will put high prior on it? And if they both won on these maps, what do you think? Okay, we have Subbase.
Yeah.
We have Subbase.
Not picked by ROC Esports though. Yeah, it's picked by 999. Thing is, Subbase though. I mean, if I'm in 999 position, I'd look at previous games for ROC Esports, and I'd be like, okay, they did win Subbase yesterday. Why would I pick it against them again? But I think they are the players at the end of the day. They are more experienced than us for sure. So picking Subbase is a bold yet risky choice for the 999. And New Mexico's coming from ROC Esports side. So that's a first from ROC Esports. And I thought I'd never seen ROC picking Mexico rather being a decider map.
Yeah, it's very interesting. And what's more interesting is Penguin yesterday told me that Subbase might be more blacklist sided in a way, and since 999 picked the map, ROC picked the blacklist side. So this is a confirmation that this map might be relying more into the blacklist. And from what we saw yesterday from ROC Esports, they had some inconsistency in the blacklist side, but they were really good on the global risk. So do you think we will see the same performance today from these teams on this map?
I mean, I want to be that guy, honestly, Julio, but I think ROC Esports would just destroy 999 on the first map. But I don't want to give this bold. I know viewers do love this bold assumptions that just, gives them the initial vibes and where the head start will be. But I think seeing ROC Esports do play on Subbase yesterday, and now they are playing against one of the weaker teams. I'm judging only from Season 1, which is 999, would give ROC Esports a high chance of winning the first map. I wouldn't call it a stomp, but I don't think 999 would exceed the 4 or 5 rounds within the first map.
What's really good for ROC Esports that there is Port as a decider, right?
True.
And yesterday versus GG, they
Will
had
we reach
Port,
the decider?
for the decider. I'm just saying, just in case, they reached the third game. They won in this third game in the same map yesterday against GG. So we'll see if this will be the case. I'm not sure if the casters are ready, like the production. I'm not hearing them pretty well, but we will know soon. Okay, I think the casters are ready.
They are.
So Bandogs and Ilfish, you have the mic.
Thank you very much, fellas. Yes, indeed. Ready for match number 1. And we were having a bit of a chat there just in the background, Pando, about how we thought this matchup was going to go. You were sort of questioning me, do I think it is going to be a clean one for ROC, or is there maybe some element of something in here for 999? And I kind of said I think it's probably a pretty straightforward 2-0 here for ROC. That is not to say, though, that 999 is a bad team and could potentially push them, but taking a whole map, I think that is going to be, for me, if they can do that, quite a good result.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I didn't see all of the games yesterday, but I checked the scores, and to be honest, ROC had a very close game on Subbase against the Gaimin Gladiators, and I think 999, they watched the entire game, they studied it, and they tried to figure out, okay, how can we beat ROC on this map? But to be honest, ROC is such a strong powerhouse when it comes to the lineup, right? So I'm very excited to see how this one pans out, though.
Yeah. Look, at the end of the day, obviously, there's a bit of a... Ooh, nice shot, actually, in there from QJK. I was going to say there's a bit more of a mismatch in this one for ROC up against 999 than what there was between ROC and Gaimin. I think most people would probably put ROC and Gaimin in that sort of same tier around, the top end of CFWL, but going into a matchup like this one, 999 first season, last season, wasn't exactly a particularly standout event, I guess, for them, but they did start to get better towards the back end, and hopefully that experience can shine through today against ROC. It's actually not a bad start for 999 as they do open the account nicely, and this round looks like it might go their way. Impressively, especially considering it was a 4v5. They had a player DC at the start of this round, and unless Snare pulls off a miracle, it should be 999 to take the first round here on Subbase.
Very convincing start here from 999. You wouldn't see that coming, but yeah, it is the way it is, and seems like we have one player disconnected. He will come back pretty soon. But yeah, I like what I'm seeing. ROC a little bit slow on the start here. 999 gets the better hands, and like I said, I think 999 did their homework. They kind of went through the map. Okay, what can we do here and there? And so far, it looks good. I mean, it's only the first round, but 999 with the addition of Creeds this time around, I think. I mean, let's be real. 999, like you said, is probably a little bit lower when it comes to all the tiers, right? But I would still give them a good chance here.
Yeah, no, I would say that I think the addition of Creeds is going to be a pretty solid one for 999. I don't know if you know this, but obviously they had Dane last season, and he's Turkish.
Yeah.
I assume that would have meant that then they're coming in English last season, but now that Creeds comes back into the mix, obviously being German, I assume that they're now being able to come in German again.
Yes.
So that's not a bad shout at all. Be happy with that. It probably helps with some of the comms.
Yeah, it does, absolutely. I mean, we talked about it on Friday, I think. Obviously, communicating in your mother language is a lot easier, right? I mean, of course, English isn't like really hard to them, but they still have a better communication when it comes to German, right? Because they don't have to think about it. They just say what they see, right? And obviously, everyone in that roster speaks German pretty well. So, yeah, I think that's actually something very important to mention, right? Because whenever you have these international rosters, everyone has let's call it a little bit difficulties to speak English here and there, but again, when it comes to the German roster here, I don't think they will have any issues whatsoever.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess it's an interesting point, obviously, for 999 in a positive sense, but for TBI, for example, in a bit more of a negative sense, that FaZe comes into that roster as the sole German among a group of Egyptian players. So again, I presume they would have been largely coming in Arabic, or they'd prefer to do so. But unfortunately, unless FaZe is able to speak that language, I don't think they're going to be able to do that. So they'll have to go back over to English over there on TBI. But either way, make it work. What do you think about the addition of Creeds, though, here for 999, just in general? I look at that as a pretty positive addition to that roster. He's obviously someone who has been around pretty much since day dot when it comes to CFS. You go back and have a look at his history on something like Liquipedia, and he's been competing in CFS all the way back since 2013. But more importantly, on the kind of international stage since 2015, and has been a fairly frequent appearer at things like CrossFire Stars. throughout their various iterations. And so he brings with him quite a bit of experience, which, I think for a team like 999 should be a really positive addition, given that, again, they're one of the newer teams in here. So quite some learnings to be done for 999 as they kind of try and make that jump from the Open League into CFWL again. And obviously they came through last season. They do have that little bit of experience to work with, but had to go back down, play the relegation. They were able to win that, and they secured themselves a spot back here in CFWL for Season 2. But it's by no means a guarantee. They're not necessarily like one of the top dogs here in CFWL. So still kind of trying to find their feet at this level, and I think Creeds will really help them to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the addition of Creeds is a major plus in their team. Like you said, Creeds, when it comes to his experience, this guy has been all over the place when it comes to the CrossFire competition, right? I mean, yeah, what can you say? I mean, he played in every single major tournament you can think of. He's been around for years. He's played pretty much with every single team that you know in CrossFire. So him coming into 999, I would say, is pretty strong, but obviously in comparison I would still favor the GV roster, because I think, with FaZe in it and everything, I think GV was a little bit stronger. But to be honest, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 999 has something in store that I don't know about. And look at this push from Horus. He's so ready to go. Actually, look at this. Now it's only CRS on A. He has to defend the bombs that he is hiding. Can he get Horus? Maybe with a little bit of time he gets it done. But look at all of these trades. Totson and Slayer clean these players up one by one. Now Minchin left alone in the clutch. What can he do? Can he get one? Doesn't. Totson takes him out.
Yeah, not a bad shout from CRS. Good effort from him, just biding his time. Well, it was largely sort of overlooked, I guess. Bought his position quite nicely and got that first one, but probably needed more than just the one to pull that round back. ROC, once they get the ball rolling, they're a difficult team to put away, and obviously they go pretty quickly into A there and knock it over. Straight on into round 3 here as well. No pause this time as ROC look to take control of Wood. They will largely be able to do so. They've got that deep smoke in toward Jail. A lot of map territory taken here by ROC, and they're going to continue to search for some more as they start to think about working their way into Machine Room now.
Look at this. The timing is good. Horus picks Minch, but QJK trades him out, and it's going back and forth. But ROC still in the upper hand. One-man advantage, but they don't seem to push right instantly after it. And I want to go back on one thing that you asked me. You were asking if... oh, hold on a second. Maybe I'm too quick here. Creeds takes out Totson. Actually, ROC decides to continue the aggression here. And look towards Woods. You can see CRS crossing, but Snare is not aware of it. Gets taken out. Now 2v2 and quickly back. FaZe and TBI... the communication is still in English, yes, but Penguin told me yesterday that all the calls, even in Arabic, they're still English, so it shouldn't be a big change there.
Okay, well that makes sense. Well, that helps out a little bit. Either way, down into the 2-on-1 here, by Kate. We'll see what he's going to be able to do, trying to work his way down from stairs. His position well and truly known. That flash is going to give it away. Snake set up close underneath the stairs. That smoke obviously going to be a bit of a cause for concern, and it is buying quite a bit of time here for ROC. He isn't sure where he wants to go, but hasn't been given really much of an opener, and with the Orm in hand, it's going to be hard to multi-frag if he could even get one, which is not going to happen in the end. So ROC will take themselves the second round. Up 2-1 now after the first 3, and look, round 1, okay, we can look at that and say, yeah, 999, pretty nice round out from them, but since that point, it has looked pretty comfortable for ROC, and I think once you let them wake up, it's going to start to accelerate pretty substantially.
Yeah, I mean, yet another good round from ROC, and like you mentioned, the first round was a little bit too fast for ROC, but they got it back 2 in a row, and 999 now in a need of a response, and so far it's been quite slow, I would say, because no one really pushes too much. I mean, yeah, you have some fights towards Woods here. The trade is good. Slayer goes down. Good start for 999, but still so early in this round. Look at the snipe here. BYK through the smoke as well, but there's so much more to come. QJK good for 2. No Snake Left alone, 1 versus 5, surely not. He gets 1, but there's 4 more to go. What can he do? He's in such a tough position. He has the bump though, and a lot of time to play with, but there comes Creeds to close down on him, and this is a round for 999.
Yeah, pretty good round out from them as well. Does have to be said. So no doubt that 999 can contest against ROC at the moment. Maybe ROC still trying to find their feet. Barclays side, though, you expect them to come away with the lead out of this first half on sub-base. It is a slightly Blacklist favoured map. So you want to be seeing sort of that 5-4 or maybe even 6-3 here for ROC. If 999 can continue to kind of just play tit for tat at this point, they should be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, a 6-3 is pretty much what you would expect, but so far it looks quite even. I mean, ROC is doing a good job, but 999, they show respect. I mean, they don't give up too soon. And look at this position here. BYK, the arm invents. I've seen this on Friday already. Not sure if it worked out so good, but maybe here in this matchup, let's see. Hudson slowly but surely creeps up towards a top. He gets flashed though, but Sierra's taken out. Or does he check the vents though? BYK in the back. Does he check him? He quick scopes in, legs him, takes him out with the pistol afterwards. Creed's now looking for snakes, finds him as well. ROC slowly but surely trying to fall back, but now in a big disadvantage.
Yeah, 4-on-3. But in saying that, some damage done to Minshen, BYK and QJK, so slightly easier fights across the board here for the most part for ROC, and now QJK down to pretty much a one-shot. Slayer going to try and capitalize on that. It's just going to keep on pushing his way forward. Knows Creeds is close by. That trade unavoidable, but Horus is in there for one more as well, and Creed's unable to survive. Snare waiting patiently for this rotate to come across. Quick scope in onto Minshen.
Wow.
And a beautiful setup from ROC. Gets it done. You can see just how well they played off each other in that 3-on-4 deficit.
Hey, honestly, ROC made it look easy. I mean, 999 with the upper hand, they were not able to, hold at all. I mean, they went in one by one. ROC had an easy time picking up these players, and this is why they ended up winning this round. I mean, again, 999 with the upper hand, they didn't really use it to their advantage, and this kind of bite them in the end. And now ROC, you can tell they're ready to go. I mean, there's some util being thrown here and there. They're moving all over the map. They don't make it easy, but they need to be careful because BYK is already scoping across here, and he has found one player through the smoke already in the last round. So they know they have to be careful over there. But again, this is quite normal, I would say, so far. Just a standard build-up, everyone is looking for something here, but 999, they play pretty defensive right now.
That's actually allowed ROC to just pretty much take the whole map. Look at this setup that they've got for an A take. They still haven't cleared out the window room, but that's not going to matter too much as BYK, yes, he gets one, but he'll be traded down by Todson for his second kill of the round, and this one looks pretty well wrapped up for ROC. A 3v1 for QJK with his position known. Snare going to be locking him in toward that A bomb site, and ROC knows exactly where he's coming from, so it'll be an easy cleanup. And slowly but surely, ROC taking control of this matchup one round at a time.
Yeah, and again, the dominance. I mean, all of a sudden, it was so quiet for such a long time, and then ROC continues with their push, and all of a sudden, all these 999 members drop to the floor, not even given a good chance. I mean, it looks so good, so well executed by Playbook, so you can really tell ROC, they came prepared. I mean, they showed a lot of their strats yesterday against the Gaimin Gladiators, and of course, 999, they watched the game, they wrote something down, right? But it still looks so good, and even though maybe 999 knows what's going on, they can't stop them, the aggression is just too good, the aiming is too much. But look at this now, 999, the response is good, one by one, all these players drop to the floor. Snare, no, last man standing, can't be stopped either. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is very winnable at this point. ROC, he finds one, he finds 2 horrors! He makes it very winnable now. Creeds, last man standing, the experienced player now in the clutch. Creeds from a top, sneaks up. Is he going to go through the smoke? He waits it out, it seems. Snare and Horus both tag pretty well. So Creeds, if he gets a good lineup, could be going very well for him. But look at this. I like this decision here from ROC. Let's play together. Let's go back. But is the bomb planted for them? I'm not quite sure, but it doesn't even matter. So, I mean, again, they make it look easy. And you know what? 999 had the right idea. They were kind of favoring A, as you can see here on the map. But look at München. They didn't even check him. He gets a triple kill and the round is still lost. How devastating is that? Yeah, ROC definitely a tough nut to crack. And to be honest, if we talk about the game that 999 had before against Swamp, you would, to be honest, me personally, I expected 999 to win against Swamp, but honestly, it didn't really go that way. I mean, they played Subbase 10-7, 999 won that. Compound 10-5, then Swamp won it, and Swamp won 10-8 on Black Widow. And honestly, yeah, it was a very close matchup, but 999, I really expected them to win, and they surely didn't. I mean, yeah, everyone had their moments, especially Creeds. I gotta shout out him because he was really playing to his best, but it wasn't enough, and now they have 999 have to play against ROC, which is even tougher to win against, right? So 999 in a very difficult position right now. Yep. It's almost 5. Yeah.
Well, back into the second half here. And 6-3 being the scoreline is looking pretty grim for 999.
Oh, look at this positioning here. Very classic one for ROC. And you know, we saw it a couple of times with Anubis, and to be fair, I see it a lot of times with these Egyptian rosters. The others don't really do it. I don't know, weird, but I love to see it. I mean, it's a very, very interesting position. It's not easy to get up there. I mean, you have to practice it quite a lot, but for them, again, they make it look easy. But now let's focus on the match in general. 6-3, ROC is leading right now. Look at this Horus. Oh, he's not wasting any time. The aggression pays out so much. The confidence. This guy, he doesn't even blink. Look at him staring at the screen, right? I mean, he's so ready to go. And right now, 999 is in huge trouble. I mean, they take him out eventually, but QJK is so low. Only Creed's there to make things maybe a little bit more winnable, but it's just a matter of time. And look at this. Oh, Creed's. He finds Snare, but Snare is too fast for him. And now Snake, he finished the job, and yet another round for ROC.
Yeah, solid looking one. Horus is taking matters into his own hands in this game, isn't he? First round that we saw, that he really got it going in the first half, and now it really seems like that has kind of followed suit here in the second. And it's gone from being what has felt like initially a reasonably competitive game. You know, we were like at a 3-3, 4-3 kind of a scoreline favoring ROC, and we're like, you know, 999, they're doing pretty well for themselves, and it all of a sudden has just ballooned out into a 7-3 scoreline, with ROC looking utterly dominant in a lot of those rounds as well. I suppose that is typically the ROC way. They just accelerate somewhere in the middle stages of any given map and ultimately end up winning a pretty comfortable one. But we'll see if 999 have anything more to say here on the BL side. If they try to push their way into the B bomb site, they try and filter into B and jail at the same time, and it hasn't necessarily worked out until Creeds has found himself the double there and brought it back into a 1-on-2, though. With the form that Horus is in, you might just back him to win this one himself. Swings for the fight against Creeds. A lot of damage there, but a headshot through, and Creeds will save it the day. A big 3k out from Creeds in that round. That honestly looked like it should probably be a round for ROC, but some heroics keep 999 in the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to be fair, the execution from 999 wasn't that great. You could really tell how ROC was able to respond that way, but Creeds, of course, the old man in the roster, let me say like that. He's very experienced, he knows how to play, and obviously, yeah, the clutch was great, but there's so much more in need to do here. Look at this Snake. He's able to find BYK here. Now they have to fall back eventually, but what can they do from here on? I mean, it seems like they still want to continue to go towards A here. Slayer not able to stop Minchin here. He will come through. But there's the trade, so look at this, it's all falling apart. CRS and QJK now left in the clutch, but Totson and Snare, they also need to do something here. I mean, they are still in the favor here, more HP, but the bomb will get planted. Clutch will begin now, and it seems like they're not wasting any time. Oh, they're going for it, QJK. Now it's good for one. Can he find the second as well? Totson takes him out. CRS, low HP, but he has a good position. If he plays this right, he will just take it home. But CRS, what can you do from this position? He spots him! Ooh. And Totson takes him out. Again, make it look easy.
Yeah, nice clutch from Totson. The 2v1 confirmed in favor of ROC. And not a huge celebration necessarily from ROC. Again, pretty standard day at the office for them when they're competing in CFWL. So up to 8-4 now, and homing in on a victory on map 1. So something has to change here, and it has to happen quickly. 999, they've definitely had their moments. It's been some decent rounds here and there, but has not been enough to withstand the pressure from ROC.
Oh. Quite interesting, to be fair. I mean, sometimes you're able to spot names through the smoke, but I think you have to look a very specific way, and seems like it wasn't really the case here. And, well, ROC so far is looking very clean. 999, obviously, they have their moments as well, but let's be honest, right now it just looks too hard for 999. I mean, again, they try their very best here, but so far it's just a very, very tough matchup, and they need to bring this one home. They need to, I don't know, at least get something done here. Otherwise, on Mexico, I feel like, first of all, I'm very excited to see Mexico. Hell yeah, but I think ROC, they are coming prepared. And look at this now, Snare, good for one. Not able to find a second here. The trade is there. But no, Horus, the clutch master, gets one, but is taken out as well. Totson and Slayer now left alone, but look at the Slayer! Slayer is just running and gunning and takes out BYK. This guy is unstoppable. Now Creeds with a tap onto Slayer's head here now. Totson left alone. 2 versus 1 in a clutch. He's been spotted. CRS knows it. He waits for Creeds. He knows the cross is being spotted, and it's a little bit weird, but CRS is there to take him out. Yet another round for 999.
Yeah, 999 definitely making ROC work for these rounds, that's for sure, but 5-8 deficit, it's not quite into any exciting territory just yet for 999. It looks like Horus wants to get aggressive again. Swing on to QJK, who's just out in no man's land, goes a little over eager though, and ends up giving up the 1-for-1. The trade, I don't think 999 will be too disappointed with.
No. I mean, can you blame him? Horus. He's just so confident. This guy, he knows he's just the better aimer. Takes one out, goes down. Yeah, maybe not worth, but you know, you gotta give him that. The benefit of a doubt, I give him this. You know, it's always funny to see him push. But yeah, now we are in a pretty much, let's say, almost equal situation. It's 1 minute and 30 remaining. So far, I feel like 999, their execution, they haven't been that clean in comparison to ROC. I mean, for me, it looks like 999 goes towards A down, then they decide to go back, and then they kind of stall a little bit like they do right now. Now they decide to go towards Wood, find the entry there, but there's Snare in the A top position, and of course he has some support as well from Slayer, but let's see what they can do. He takes out one, München, returns the favorite, goes back and forth. Now, once again, we have a little bit of a clutch situation, but it's already looking very bad. BYK now last man standing with the arm. Not gonna happen.
Not done yet, but getting closer. And again, look back at that replay, Horus. It's the 1-for-1, but importantly, getting the information. Now waiting forward, ROC, they want to get aggressive indeed as they push their way straight on into Machine Room. Horus for a double, Snake gets himself one, and ROC, in typical fashion, just want to speed things up and finish this map off, and it looks like they will be doing just that. C4 dropped out in no man's land. BYK, the last one standing here for 999, and you would think this is perhaps one that's already done for ROC. It just needs to be confirmed.
Yeah, once again, BYK, the last man standing. It's just so much work to do. 1 versus 3. You are down in numbers. You are down in rounds. It's just not very likely to go his way. I always give him a chance. Like this, he takes out Snare, but 2 more to go. The positioning from ROC is good, but they shouldn't go 1 by 1, obviously. You don't want to give him these fights. They're not going to peek him at all. They have the bomb too. So, BYK now. He needs to put something in. Oh, like this. Yeah, he needs to do something like this. He takes out Totson. This, not all of a sudden, is a very winnable situation. But Horus, he makes sure they bring this one home. First map, the first set goes for ROC.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about a 3v1, you know, because, look, a 2v1, if you get the opening pick, you're sort of able to isolate a 1v1, for example. It makes it, you know, even at that point. But even in the case that you're in a 3v1, you get the opening kill, you still got 2 more guys to find. It's just hard to kind of keep track of where everyone could potentially be. And ultimately, you know, he just didn't know where Horus was coming from. So perfectly timed from Horus in the end. And well done for ROC as they pick up that first map of Subbase in pretty convincing fashion. Nothing really to write home about necessarily for them. But at this point, obviously, feeling pretty good for ROC as they are going to move into their own map choice. And we'll get to see New Mexico for the first time in CFWL Season 2 2025. We'll take a short break before we get there. And we'll be jumping into map 2 right after that.
manages to get the map 1
Told
against
you.
Triple Nine on their map pick.
I mean, it was pretty obvious since, I don't know, man, since Season 1, ROC just better on sub-base, better on compound. I don't know why they did lose compound yesterday, though, but whatever, man. They did win on their favorite map, which is sub-base. But when we go to Mexico, though, New Mexico, that's a big question for both teams. But first, we need to talk about what happened in the first map. I mean, they did not exceed 5 rounds. I'm speaking about 999. It was a disaster for them, and they need to look in more and more. Thing is, I loved how Snake did play. Same goes for Snare. Sniper from Snare is just amazing, man.
Yeah.
He's everywhere, you know. That player, because the thing is with Crossfire, it's a fast-paced game.
Yeah.
So you can find Snare on A, and at the same time you can find him on B, lurking on mid, flanking. He's just everywhere with 2.0 KDA. Same goes with the Snake. Not a single player underperforming from Team ROC Esports. And the thing with 999, you can't just blame one player. So you can't just say CRS was underperforming, is 0.64, or mention, or BYK. No, it's a team thing at the end of the day. So if the sniper isn't there, the sniper isn't there. If there's no lurker, there's no flanker. Honestly, the attack side and the BL side from Team 999 wasn't it, man. I felt that they weren't attacking, and the default strat from Team ROC Esports, which is the bare minimum, was just doing its best performance. It's just covering every angle and covering every corner.
100%. And speaking of Snare, like this player is like the amount of pressure he brings into the game, the consistency. Like yesterday, he was single-handedly carrying the team in map 1. And like now he has like 2 KD as well. So like this player is incredibly consistent and it's very impressive.
True.
And like you said, it was a slow start from ROC, kind of on the blacklist side.
I mean, it was kind of a back and forth game at the start. It started with 1-1, then the small technical issue that happened, and then it was going back and forth until it was 3-2 for Team ROC Esports. And after this 3-2, 999 did not manage to get a single round throughout the BL side. And once the switch did happen, there was only 2 rounds from the 999 side.
Yeah, and the amount of frustration that maybe come from 999 because like sub-base is the only map they won.
Exactly.
So we will know how they will do on the New Mexico. That
excited, man.
Yeah, it's a pretty exciting map. It's a pretty exciting game as well. So let's toss it over to the casters, Bandux and Elfish. You have the cast.
Yeah, indeed, New Mexico, this is going to be something different. So, I mean, first of all, I guess we have to talk about some of those changes to the map and how that's going to impact how teams are looking towards it. But first of all, I actually think it's quite interesting that ROC have decided to go for this as a pick. I wonder if that means they're trying to sort of integrate it into their map pool. I think it's always a good, positive thing to do if a map is changing or maybe a new map is coming in, for example, to try to be one of those first teams to try to integrate it into your pool, particularly when you're one of the stronger teams. I think this is a good choice for ROC.
Yeah, I mean, like we talked about it earlier, I think ROC, they are very prepared on Mexico. I mean, obviously it's a new map with a lot of changes, but this map is very common in the ranked area. Let's call it that. And yeah, oh yeah, look at this, Creeds. Oh yeah, I like what I'm seeing. He gets 2. Actually, he gets Snare and Slayer as well. Oh, he's super aggressive too. He goes for more. He can't quite find anything yet, but look at this aggression here. 999. They are ready to go, not wasting any time. Horus now last man standing, looking for any kind of redemption here. And Horus, what can you do? The 1v5 clutch. This would be the play of your career, but let's be honest, it's probably a little bit too tough, too big for an ask, but can you find at least 2 or 3? Horus is super low already. Creeds takes him out, and I love what I'm seeing. So, one thing I want to mention right instantly, right? So, whenever you go into the tunnel section, you have to press a button to open that door, right? And ROC, they opened that door for Creeds, and Creeds was so ready with that shotgun.
Yeah, you're going to see that a lot, I'm sure. Creeds has always been one of those guys that's like to go towards the auto shotty. Now, this is an area of the map that's looking a little bit more familiar for ROC as they work their way through alley in toward A. Looks like it'll just be a set execute of some sort here. And a pop into the A site, though. The A site has changed a little bit, so we'll see how this works out. Into more of an avenue of attack on the way in. Just in the back of the site there, still holding on with that position in window. A little bit more viable than the forklift position of old. Back to the 2-on-2 though, and bomb site taken by ROC. They'll need to get that plant down soon.
Oh boy, look at CRS now swinging in, looking for anything but ROC. They are taking some time, but they will eventually group together like this. Oh, nice one tap here. Can he get the second as well? Snare already tagged up low, and CRS, he gets both of them. Pretty well done by him. I mean, he made it look easy at some point. I was kind of expecting ROC to sit together and trade, but the trade wasn't really there though.
No, certainly not. So, look, obviously a lot of changes to this map. You can see them as we're going through these rounds. One of the biggest things is that it feels like the sites have been really opened up quite substantially. You know, there's a lot more room to work with, more options on both attack and defense. But still feels as though this is a map that should be leaning to the GR side, and that's a decent start from 999 to go up 2-0. What's your read on that situation? Do you think it's a map that, you know, has obviously stayed true to, I guess, its style, in that it was previously a very heavily GR-sided map? Are we expecting the same now that we're on to New Mexico?
That's actually a good question. I mean, on both sides you have another connector, or like, let's say, another path to go through, but for example, here you have to press the button and everyone can hear it, right? So as soon as the door opens, everyone knows, okay, this path is now open for everyone, right? So I think it's still GR-sided.
Nice flash.
Yeah, I think it's still GR-sided, but it's, you know, maybe it's a little bit more tactical now for the BL side because you have more ways to go, more things to cover or whatever, but overall, it's still a GR-sided map. And by the way, Creeds, this guy, I'm telling you, this guy is so ready to go 5-0 so far.
Yeah, what a start from Creeds. And kind of take advantage of that connector that you're talking about, starting to move his way through the map. I mean, it's a 5-on-3 already, but he still wants more. This is a very aggressive GR round from Creeds in particular. Not resting on his laurels, looking to still have an impact on the round. UJK gets a perfectly timed fight in onto Snake. Totsu will be able to trade down for a double, and Chris will go down as well, but you still have to be aware and prepared for Creeds on this fast flank, and I'm sure they're not going to be. This is just way too quick of a rotation coming through from Creeds. Horus now finds himself in that 1v2 as that kill does come through from Creeds, and of course he'll get the double. 7-0 start from Creeds. And maybe this pick of New Mexico blowing up in the face of ROC a little bit.
Now Creeds can't even hold back his little smile there. I mean, I love to see it. This guy is hyped up, but man, someone has to stop him as soon as possible, really. I mean, 7-0. This guy looking for some more frags and CRS. Ooh, I mean, yeah, he's a little bit too defensive, I think. Oh, he gets two, actually. Never mind. The shotgun out too. What is happening? ROC being stomped right now. I mean, the shotgun all over the place. It wasn't even Creeds this time.
Might have to get a timeout here pretty soon for ROC if things continue in this capacity. Whether you want to consider this still a GR-sided map or not, 5-0 start is going to be problematic. So are we going to get that tack time out here already for ROC to try to prevent that? Definitely having a bit of a chat here. Someone's probably saying, why the hell did we pick this map? It's not working for us at all.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, hey, I love seeing Mexico, especially with all these changes now. But honestly, I expected ROC to be like fully prepared, fully ready to go. I mean, yeah, they start on the different side, but I don't know. The timeout here is definitely a much needed one, right? They have to talk. They have to figure it out. Okay, what's going on? The coach jumps in. He's probably coming with some nice ideas as well. And on the other side, of course, 999, they have to be really happy with how things are going so far, right? So definitely a very good start for them.
Yeah, I haven't really seen too much mid presence at all from ROC either. So I know previously that was an area of the map that was quite comfortably GR territory, and it probably still is. There hasn't been major changes to that area of the map, but maybe it's something that ROC can look at if they're going to try to sort of slow these rounds down, try and take a little bit more map control earlier on, rather than taking like a set execute onto A, for example, through from alley and just hoping that their entries and their duels work out. You know, try and play a bit more of a methodical style on this BL side. But in that instance, you kind of have to raise the question of, are they going to be able to do that? Do they have the depth on this map yet? You said they've obviously been working hard in the background, and I'd imagine that that is the case, but it's still a pretty fresh map, and you can put in all the hard work in the background and in the scrims and whatnot, but you don't really know how good you are on it until you start playing it in officials, and this is the first official that they are going to play it on. So I wonder if this is just something that ROC are trying. They know they're against 999, which is I would say, I guess, a weaker opponent here in CFWL. They can try it against that weaker opponent. If it doesn't work, they back themselves, obviously, to close things out here on map 3, get the series win anyway. But it does give them some pretty important match fitness on the map of New Mexico, which so far, yeah, like I said, is proving not to go too well for them. But we'll see how things change up here after this TAC timeout comes through.
If there's a chance that, 999 wins New Mexico, we will go to part which ROC played yesterday against the Gaimin Gladiators, 13-10, so definitely a very close matchup. Yet they won it, so the question is, do they want to go to port? Obviously not, right? They want to have a 2 clean-0 sweep, but for that, they need to step it up big time, and I'm very excited to jump back into the game. Let's see what ROC has talked about, what they're going to do. There's the button, by the way, I was talking about. You need to press that to open the connector, though.
Well, I haven't pressed it yet.
Nope.
A little bit more presence in toward mid this time from ROC. CRS wait for that. Horror's going to go in for the swing. Doesn't land his shots. It just seems that something is off at the moment for ROC. Slayer flashed out, has to back away. BYK waiting patiently. Auto shotty in alley. But ROC have been able to bring it back to 4-on-4 courtesy of Slayer, and they do take that mid control. This is the adaptation that I was talking about during that TAC timeout, where now they've got their options really open to them. They can sort of split into B, they can split into A. Once you take mid, there's so much more available to you on that BL side.
A lot more room to play with. Yep, definitely agree with you here. I like the setup from 909, by the way. Creeds with the arm, just very, very tight angle there. Difficult to hit if you ask me, but yeah, that's what I was saying, right? It's difficult, so difficult, but let's see what ROC came to do here, and it's very clear they came to win, and 999 now in a clutch. BYK and QJK now in a lot of pressure here. Let's see if they can do anything from their position. I like to see that they decided to go through alley here, which can be very difficult, but let's see. Slayer just too quick with the swing, peak advantage, 2 quick headshots, and finally a very good round from ROC here after the pause.
Yep, it took a little while to get going. But again, we don't really know necessarily exactly what the swing on this map should end up being. I think, previously back on old Mexico, you would have said, if you get 2 on the BL side, you're okay. If you get 3, you've done really well. So if that's still the same, if that's the same case here with New Mexico, ROC are actually not in a terrible position. But it's, again, kind of hard to obviously guarantee at this stage. And I guess if you're ROC, you kind of just want to be getting as much as possible is the argument to be made. So they've still got some real amends to be making for this first half so far.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why usually everyone is banning Mexico, right? But look at this now. The angle is good. Snare not ready for that AK spray down. Slayer now trying to trade out. He is actually going to trade out, but another trade. A Minion there from the back. Nice aggression here. Goes back. Right decision to do here. And now, let's see what ROC is going to do. It seems like once again they will take mid control here, but Minion, he has a good position here. Can he get anything done here from this position? Not quite yet. Horus gets some damage done, takes him out eventually as well. Now Creeds once again, same position, different gun. Gets the better of Horus. But Snake and Totson now left in the clutch. What are they going to do? They're under so much pressure here. I mean, yeah, they have so much map control to work with, but they have to clear so many spots here. Look at Totson. Doesn't even check his back. He's so confident though. Gets CRS. Now, UIK and Creeds. Creeds Now it's actually going to be BYK with the shotgun once again. Love to see it, man. The shotgun on this map is underappreciated, I'm telling you. This shotgun or this play is so difficult to counter. I mean, the range is so close. Once again, look at this snake. Not even a chance.
I don't know about you, but I kind of get the feeling that ROC are maybe not communicating super well on this map. I'm just looking at kind of like the spacing and the trading that has to come through here from ROC, and I think they're just a little bit off in that sense. The spacing in particular, you're seeing a lot of individual angles being taken, and that's a really unfortunate one. Again, ROC just absolutely punished by 999, who are playing a super aggressive GR style at the moment, and it's really working out, but I don't think ROC are really doing themselves too many favors at the moment. They are not playing to their strengths. So that one trade, BYK though, difficult to deal with, gets the pistol out, and another clean round for 999. Man, is this just an extremely GR-sided map still, or is this ROC being brought undone quite masterfully by 999?
Honestly, a very good question. I can't really tell what's going on, but 999, they look super dominant right now. I mean, 6-1. ROC, shell-shocked, left behind. Not even close right now. I mean, these rounds, they're absolutely massive here from 999. But let's see what they can do to, you know, come back from this a little bit. I mean, again, I like the shotgun play from BYK here. 4-1, by the way. He's being spotted. But if he jumps in, I mean, who's going to stop this guy? I mean, only himself if he jumps in like that. Okay, Totson takes him out. First kill here. Horse a little bit low here, but it wasn't enough to take him down. But ROC now, let's see what they're going to do. It seems like they're actually going to stall an alley here. The flash comes out, the push will continue through. Let's see, Minchin in a very good position, takes out one. Can he find a second? There's ZRS from the back, but the trades are good. Snake now left alone a little bit here. Where's the support Snare? He needs to jump in as well, but the smoke is in his way. What can he do? Can he find ZRS? It's going to be a little bit difficult here, but the swing is going to come through. He takes ZRS out now. Only one more player to go. He's being spotted as well. What can he do from his position? He has a little bit of time. Bomb hasn't really been planted yet. Well, now it is. It's a Snare now. Has a good angle. But obviously, yep, there's the other doors. Well, this is what I meant, right? So this connector here makes it a little bit more easy for Giarno to retake. But obviously, it's still a little bit tough. 1 versus 2 situation. You don't really like to see it. But Snare, finally, some redemption. A second round.
Yeah, thank God for that as well for ROC. That was a really touch and go round for a little bit there. They get themselves up to 2, which conventional wisdom previously would say is enough to work with on Mexico, but we're on New Mexico now, so I kind of want to see that third come through for ROC, and at that point we can say they've done okay, at least on their BL side. This has been looking really tough for them, though. They've been made to work for every single one of these rounds that they're getting. Whereas 999 have had pretty easy pickings.
Look at this. Once again, BYK in a very good position with the shotgun. Let's see if he is more patient this time around. Obviously, you don't want to get peeked because of all this peek advantage. Look at this nade stack. Love to see it, but it's not enough to stop him. But eventually he goes down. Now Horus takes out CRS, and this looks so much cleaner. But Minchin and QJK have something to say as well. 2 frags by themselves. They look at Creeds. Who else but Creeds takes out 2 as well. Horus now in a big clutch. He gets 2. Can he find a third? No, not this time around.
Well, now it's time to find the answer to our question. How GR-sided is this map? Can ROC replicate what 999 have been able to do? Horus nearly bailing them out of trouble in this one, but just one too many asked of him. So it will remain at 2 rounds for ROC on their map pick, the BL side of New Mexico. I don't think it's enough. I gotta say, I don't think it's enough, but we'll see.
Do you think that ROC has something to work with on the GR side? Because I think it's going to be quite difficult. I mean, they only have 2 rounds. Obviously, yeah, it doesn't really matter on the GR side, right? But still, it has to be something that comes into your minds whenever, you know, something is happening, like a quick push from 999, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume that ROC have got something to sort of show us here on the GR side. Like, you don't pick a map without having something up your sleeve. It's just a question of whether or not they're going to be able to now get, I mean, in theory, 8 rounds on their GR side, almost unanswered in a sense. First couple of rounds are going to be big, important tells for us. Like, if we get 2, you know, off the bat that go really comfortably the way of ROC, and they look decisive and they look comfortable on that GR side, maybe that shifts the narrative a little bit. But right now, it's all 999 momentum. And again, still leaning onto this auto shotty, even on the BL side. Very different approach from ROC, who've opted to go for a double orb setup. So 2 different philosophies on the GR side. That is very evident.
Honestly, I think it's a bit weird too. I mean, the shotgun I understand, but the double sniper, I think one sniper sometimes could be too much, but the double sniper, let's see how that pans out. And the aggression here, yeah, I mean, maybe, but BYK too deep. You know, you could have, you know, backed up at some point, but gotta give him the benefit of a doubt. I mean, obviously he had some very great kills in the first half, so obviously he's gonna be a little bit confident here and there. So far, looks like ROC has an idea. They're not too over-aggressive. I mean, yeah, they double pushed Ellie, which I think can work out here and there, and it did work out this time around, but so far I would say ROC decided to play a little bit slower. I think Todson spotted the gun barrel here. Yes, indeed. Takes him out. Now München, last man standing. And so far, I gotta tell you, it looks so much cleaner from ROC. I mean, yeah, some mistakes have been done here from 999, but still, gotta give him the credit.
Well, that's a good start for ROC, definitely. Is it enough to convince us? Maybe not yet. It's only 1 round. There was a disconnection there from 999 once again, so we'll have to get another reset through here. Gives everyone a little bit of time to take some respite. But I don't know that I would want that necessarily as ROC. I think at this point I'd probably just want to get stuck into this second half and really get the ball rolling, particularly after that first round, which looked really quite solid from them.
You think there's a way for ROC to come back from a 7-2? Let's say
7-3 now.
Yes, 7-3 now. But do you think in general it would be possible for them? Obviously, yeah, it's a GR-sided map, but obviously with such a lead, 999, they have to get it done, right?
I mean, I would say never when it comes to a team like ROC. So yes is my answer. I think there is definitely a possibility. But I need to see more of the map before I can really sort of lock that in. I think the thing with CrossFire is, you know, we've seen so many rounds on every single map. You know, like you and I and everyone that watches CrossFire have been watching the same maps for forever and ever, basically.
Yeah.
It doesn't change up that often, right? So you have these preconceived notions about how things should play out and what should happen in this circumstance or that circumstance. We don't really have that necessarily yet for New Mexico. That's kind of all thrown out the window a little bit here. So if this was 7-4 scoreline right now on Old Mexico, I would say, yeah, I think ROC can probably win it from here. Right now, though, can I guarantee and say, yeah, GR side is a little bit more beneficial still on New Mexico in the same way that it was on Old Mexico? I can't say that. I haven't watched enough New Mexico to really make that judgment. So I'm really just making that judgment based on what I've seen from ROC in the past, and that, of course, means, yeah, I think they're good enough to do this, but how heavy is the bias on the map? That will determine quite a lot as well.
Right now, QJK, very aggressive towards Snake here, looking for the frag. He gets one, though, but it's not even Snake. The trade is good. Look at Snare. Snare go for 2, maybe a 3rd, not this time around. It's taken out. Now Creed's in a good position. Gets taken out as well. Oh, he was the key player in this round right now. Now BYK once again. Always this guy in a clutch. Takes out Snare, which is a good start. But there's so much more to do. 50 seconds on the board. C4 is dropped. His position is known. Let's see what can he do. Oh, the timing. Timing was off though.
Don't know if I am a huge fan of that from Slayer, honestly. He puts himself in the 1v1, but wins it, so you can't be too critical. 7-4 the scoreline now. So it's starting to look okay for ROC, but still a bit of a ways to go. And we'll see what tricks 999 have got up their sleeves. You know, all it takes is one nice, good, quick round out here. Good opening kill, entry frag somewhere. Bit of a snowball in a round, and 999 will be up to 8-4, and they'll be within striking distance. Minchen might be the guy to do it. Again, they're persisting with this XM. They're kind of just tossing it around. It's been in various different players' hands. BYK, Creeds, now it's Minchen's turn. They really valued the weapon.
Yeah, I mean, on Mexico, for sure. I always would play that somewhere. But I like how they change up the strats here and there. And obviously, yeah, the shotgun is always in play, but by different players in different positions, right? I mean, it's definitely something you wouldn't really expect. And so far, it has worked pretty well against ROC. But ROC now on the JR side of things start to come back. And you know what? It's only, what, like 3 rounds? So it's definitely, at this point, definitely winnable for ROC. But again, so much work to do. 999 so far looking great. Horus not really able to save this round a little bit, but Totson is taken out as well. Now Slayer left alone, and look at this CRS, good for 2. Crazy.
It's honestly just a lot of aim duels being won by 999 across the map. I think ROC got a little bit antsy, tried to look for a little bit of information, and lost that initial aim duel, and then one by one they just kept peeking into separate fights, and they kind of just lost them across the board. So not ideal from ROC to be dropping around this early on. If they want to make the comeback happen, they want to try to start putting some scoreboard pressure back onto 999. I don't think they've done that so far in this second half, so it pretty much needs to be perfection from here on out for ROC. Otherwise, we are going to map 3.
Very possible scenario, to be fair. Minchen with the shotgun out. I mean, come on, man. Impossible. You cannot let that happen again. Snake takes him out eventually, but the damage has been done. What can he do from this point on? I mean, disadvantage after disadvantage. What is this? It's so unnecessary, I think, because obviously they can do it once or twice, sure, but it has happened so many times now, and they just have to be prepared for this. And now Snake, is he able to find anyone? I mean, I love to see how 999 is just stalling this push, waiting for some more backup. Oh, the sound cue has been made. Snake, gotta be careful. But it's still super quiet. I mean, eventually the players join up together. He's been spotted too. The info is given. What is 999 going to do now? Slayer in a good position. Doesn't really matter. Snake gets taken out regardless. And again, the bomb will go down. And Snare and Slayer in the clutch. Both with arms. I don't like to see 2 arms still. I mean, yes, there's the first kill on Creeds. Maybe a second would be huge. There's the second now. Snare in the clutch. BYK and QJK. Oh, look at this angle. He gets taken out either way. No, it's a very winnable situation. 20 seconds on the bomb. BYK doesn't have to be that aggressive. He doesn't hit any shots so far. Look at the damage. He's literally 1 HP, and he almost gets it done. BYK saves the day here.
Yeah, man. Again, close round, obviously, for ROC, but that was certainly 999's round to lose, and it's now their map to lose as well. 9-4. Got to raise some serious questions about why on earth did ROC pick this map, because this has just not looked good from them at all. 999 opening the account yet again with another couple of kills into middle. He's being traded back pretty quickly there by Slayer and Snake. Now down to the 2-on-2. A-site wide open. You've got Snare moving in and Slayer rotating across as well. They've just decided to link up over toward A to try to hold this site. But yeah, I mean, I can't look at this and say ROC have been the better team on this map, or that they have a great understanding of New Mexico, or that they've been putting in, you know, hard practice, because it doesn't look like they're super prepared for it, right? I think 999 have kind of brought a bit of a looser style. They've gone, you know, with a little bit more of a chaotic energy, I guess, into this map, and it's really worked out. It doesn't seem like ROC have the fundamentals on this map yet to kind of like default back to it, and that's that. That's the map done and dusted. 10-4. 999 pick it up. They have, I think, given ROC a really rude awakening there on New Mexico.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, I want to get Julius and Hazem's opinion on this later on the double sniper setup, because I feel like this wasn't it, and they kept doing it over and over again, and eventually 999, they took over. They won set 2, very surprisingly, in my opinion. Obviously, I think you think the same way as I do, but we're going to port, man. I'm very surprised, really.
No, me too. I mean, look, I just think fundamentally ROC didn't have as good of that map as what they should have. You look at how much work was being done by the auto shotgun, and you look at, you know, the fact that they were still kind of like playing these close range angles, trying to take fights around alley, as opposed to trying to play more long range angles and stuff like that. It just feels like 999 brought their own game. ROC brought theirs. Scissors, paper, rock actually went the way of 999. They never adapted, and then they lost as a result of that. So, yeah, look, that's our thoughts. We'll obviously have to hear from the analyst desk as well. Before that, we'll go to a quick break, and then we'll be jumping into map 3 as well. So stay tuned.
once again, we have a tie in the series.
Wow.
999 managed to win in New Mexico.
Honestly, man, I'm fascinated by how 999 can surprise us again, man. They did it in the first season. They did win a map against ROC Esports before, and now doing it once more time, winning New Mexico. Honestly, I'd blame ROC Esports more on this decision because on this loss, because picking New Mexico, I mean, let's be honest, who does that, man?
Exactly.
I thought they would pick sub-base, compound, maybe go a bit for port. Of course, we do have port as a decider, but I'm speaking from the second map side. Not picking Mexico. We always do see Mexico coming as a decider map and port as the second map, but change of the rhythm from team ROC Esports, and they did deserve the loss, honestly.
I mean, true, but maybe in ROC's heads, we want to practice in the map in the officials, right? And against 999, and maybe ROC thought it's an easy match. Maybe we can try a new map, but 999 showed us that they probably should have picked New Mexico in the first place, right? It felt like their map inside the game.
I mean, yeah, that's why I said. They fascinated us with their gameplay. Honestly, it's like their favorite map. They play it as they know it, as if they play it every day, man. They are everywhere. In every corner, a good read on the map from 999 side, which raises the question: is 999 a very solid team? But it's the map, option that gets them a bit slow within the games. I'm not entirely sure, but the game to end the game with the score 10-4 is a big gap between both teams.
100%, and as you can see in the KD, like it's mostly going down from most of the ROC Esports side, and inside the game it felt like when the map started, they were rushing everywhere, and it felt like 999 were ready on every corner, were ready on every second in the game. The reads to the ROC Esports aggressive style and their answers as well, it was very impressive. But coming to the port on map 3, especially that ROC are starting on the global risk side on this map, and we know it's a global risk map in a way. Plus, they won yesterday against GG on this map in the decider, like we said.
I mean, I'd usually say it's a two-side way thing that might go for both teams. Maybe 999 do surprise us with another win on this series, but in this specific scenario and in this specific theme, I'd say no. ROC Esports, they did lose at Mexico, but I think just like you said, Mexico was just a test warm-up to test new maps for the boys, because moving forward in the season, they would meet some of the stronger teams like 3P or GG or other teams that are with us in this season. So they need to be prepared with wildcards such as the Mexico map. But port for them, winning yesterday and being one of their favorite map, I think the game would go to ROC Esports. Now, it will not be like the first map, sub-base. I think it's going to be a back and forth game between both teams.
Yeah, and like this would be the first time we see 999 on the port map as well.
True.
They didn't play it before, and ROC played it yesterday against GG, so maybe they are more warmed up on this behalf. And like speaking of the mental side, the mental game. Now you lost the New Mexico map and it was completely one-sided. So how does this affect you as ROC going into map 3? Will it be negatively impacting you inside the game, or do you think ROC Esports, they tried the map, it didn't go well, we'll just go port and finish the game?
I think we should focus more on the 999 side, how it's going to affect them mentally. It's going to affect them in a positive way. Getting a good head start on the second map, it's going to be so good for them. So best of luck for both teams, man. I'm honestly cheering for the underdog, which is 999.
Yeah, the underdog winning is always that pleased to see. And we have another map 3. Like it's the trend now, It's the meta for the CrossFire West League. Bandox and Elfish, you have the mic.
Yeah, welcome back, everybody. I mean, map 3 it is. It is going to be port. I mean, no one ever would have expected it, but it is what it is. We are here now. ROC has to prove who's boss, to be fair. I mean, no joke. Obviously, I like the underdog story here from 999, but ROC has to step it up big time.
Yeah, no, I agree. Look, I think for me, I'm still kind of going through the reasons why ROC might have picked that map and then failed so dramatically on it. End of the day, I kind of feel ROC look at that and go, this is maybe a bit of a opportunity to practice the map against a weaker opponent, and we can still win the series if we lose it, because we know we're going to be the better team on 2 out of the 3 maps, more than likely. Subbase and Port comfortable enough to get the double. And so I tend to agree with the analysis desk that they say that they think that ROC should still win this series. I would lean in that direction as well. And I'll echo your thoughts. I think ROC really have to sort of come in here and slap down the gauntlet, basically, and say, yeah, we are the better team here, and we're going to show it here on Port.
Yeah, I mean, it's, to be fair, this is a must-have situation. I don't know what's going on. I mean, right now, ROC already looks so strong. I mean, 2-man down already, CRS and München. Creed's half HP already, so definitely a very good start from ROC. But like you said, Mexico, they picked it, they kind of threw it away, but map 3 Port should be theirs all day, all night. No offense to 999, of course. I give him a chance as well, just to be fair, but ROC, they won 13-10 against the Gaimin Gladiators, right? So in comparison, I would say the Gaimin Gladiators, they are a higher tier team when it comes to the competition, right? So let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's banger of a start, really, from ROC. BYK is now solo here in the 1v4. Should be the first round on the board for ROC. I mean, the other beneficial news, I guess, for ROC is that they're going to get to start on the GR side of Port. We know it's a GR-sided map, and they're already looking pretty comfortable there. So they're just going to shake off that loss. Doesn't look like a big concern for them at all. And in theory, still sweep away this series. I mean, I guess at the end of the day for ROC, it's like, it doesn't really matter how you win the series as long as you do win the series, particularly if you're going to be able to win the ones against Gaimin Gladiators, which they were able to do yesterday. They obviously have to play them once more this season, but if they can win the 2 games against Gaimin, there isn't really anybody else that you'd say that should be able to topple ROC. So it's just a case of making sure that you don't drop a series against another team. And at the moment, I guess it's a possibility against 999, but quite a ways before we really start to believe.
999 going for that B execution. München a little bit too fast, but the rest of the squad goes down. Slayer takes him out. Good grenade there. Takes off a little bit of HP from Creeds. Now 999 decides to stall the push. Let's reset. Let's go towards mid. Execute from there. Let's see what's gonna happen. We only have Snake holding that angle. It's gonna be quite tough, but CRS gets through. Has all the information he needs, gets taken out, and look at this, it's all falling apart. Creeds, what can he do from his position? Not even a single kill. BYK, again, this guy always last man standing. I don't know what it is, but this guy, he has been in all of these clutches, literally like every single one, I would say. Nonetheless, he gets taken out. ROC takes yet another very strong round.
Yeah, 2-0. It's early days, of course. It's another opening kill for 999. They got an opener in the last round. They weren't able to convert it. They get an opener here as well. You're not going to get too many easy rounds on the BL side of Port. So when you do have the 4-on-5 advantage, you really want to be making sure you are converting that into a round win. So already missed the trick once. Can't afford to twice.
I love this position here from Totson. It's very good. Good angle. Very common 1-2. Takes out 2. Takes out almost CRS as well. CRS takes him out either way. Now, the damage has been done. The push will not come through. Back to the drawing board from here on. QJK. Is he going to go for the Harvey jump? This is the case. Let's see. Good position here. Did he get spotted by Horus? I don't know. Horus looks very, very suspicious. Gets taken out. Probably didn't even see him. So, 999. This time around, they look a little bit better in this round. Good opener, of course, in the very start. They always get the entry. So they usually start with an advantage, but they haven't really been able to convert the rounds after that. Snake Yet another good off angle. Usually I see this angle by Awesome a lot, but, well, Snake, not even a challenge for this guy.
I mean, that could have been straight out of an awesome round as well. Just a couple of quick headshots through there with the AK. That's exactly what you expect out of Awesome as well. Looks like we'll get a reset through here. Tough going at the moment for 999 though. So even though they're able to get a couple of opening kills, they've not really had any success.
Not a lot of talking going on here.
No, I mean, I suppose there's not much to say for ROC, is there? They're kind of just winning.
Yeah. Right now, everything is going according to plan, I guess. On the other hand, 999, some conversation could be happening. It's not the case here. Everyone is just chilling, vibing. You know, it's set free on port. So far, it's not looking too good, but things could still go either way.
Yeah. Seems like we're back in. And ROC will be happy about that because they've got all the momentum going their way. They won't want to be slowing things down at all. 3-0 lead. I think this is the kind of game where this could actually just end up really blowing out. You know, be a super strong first half. Something, you know, 8-1, 7-2. And that'll be the map kind of just wrapped up at that point for ROC. And that's kind of where they're headed. Slowly but surely.
Yeah, ROC hasn't been too aggressive so far. I mean, yeah, they get a peekaboo here and there, of course, yeah, but overall, they stay back. They stay very safe. They don't really want to risk too much. And 999 so far, they have issues converting these early frags. I mean, Totson, once again, very tagged up, but they weren't really able to get it done. Oh, Horus. This is what I mean, right? So they go for a check, but they don't really overcommit. I mean, well, thank you, Horus, for proving me wrong. Thank you. Is he going to go for a quick peek? He actually gets it done, but... Oh, what? He takes out Minion. How has he done that?
Well, somehow. And again, another player advantage for ROC. In fact, I shouldn't even say another, because largely it's actually been player advantage for 999. Now, though, with that player advantage, certainly expecting ROC to be able to close this round out. Horus getting a lot of information, even though he is low on HP. He's still having an impact on this round. Catches Creeds, overstays his welcome, will lose his life, but he spots the transition over toward the B bomb site, and he's able to call that over to his team. They have the stack. 2 players on B. Slayer confirming that information. Totson locked in, waiting for the push. Still waiting. Having to be very, very patient. As 999 are not pulling the trigger, and they've only got 20 seconds left to go here. Flash is going to bloom in their face. BYK now having a bit of a look, but with 15 seconds, they have to go, and they have to get into this site. Totson's still trying to fight for control of it. We'll get the backup of Snake, and Creeds will fall as well. Snake is looking absolutely insane on this map so far. His headshots have been on point, and it's another round for ROC.
This kill right here. I don't know how he did it, but he got it done. And honestly, I keep repeating myself, but ROC looks a lot better. And one thing I noticed is that they don't show a lot of emotions, which is quite the unusual, I would say. Usually you see Horus like chanting and being happy and, you know, throw his arms up and whatever, but I think they're not too happy with how New Mexico went. So this is a definitely must-win situation for them, and they know it. They are absolutely locked in right now. Good positioning from Snake. Could just, you know, put some bullets through the wall and get some damage done. Very common spot too. Usually you see teams, you know, nade that spot, but 999 So far, they're just stalling a bit, you know, getting some map control is important early on. Yeah, and this is what I meant, right? So Snake with the M4, a very good position from him, just, you know, spams the box, gets the kill, uncontested too, and this is just not something you want to see. And look at this, the angle is good, and he gets the kill as well. I mean, Slayer, so ready to go.
4v3 again is going to be pretty tough to bring back here for 999. You can get the feeling that their chances of winning this BO3 are diminishing pretty quickly as we scurry through these rounds on port. Horus waiting for any offensive in middle. Not going to receive anything as 999 slow the pace down a little. Smoke now fading though. Opens up the door for Horus, and to be honest, QJK lucky he didn't have an M4 there. The AK not quite the stopping power to get through that wall, but QJK still tagged down quite low. Snare watching for it. Sees Creeds. Nice quick scope. And it's just QJK left now.
Yeah, 20 seconds on the board. Not gonna happen. Horus takes him out. Very good round here from ROC. A couple of kills that I think were unnecessary. Like this one right here. I mean, the aggression out of box room, yes, it can work, but it's so unnecessary and so risky too. I'm missing some more coordination, some more team play, some more crazy stuff, right? I mean, how about a quick rush towards A? How about, you know, something else but this, you know? Taking mid control is very important, don't get me wrong, yes, but I don't feel like it's gonna work, you know? 5-0, it's not the right way right now for 999, and maybe, just maybe this round, seems like we finally get some more action towards A. But is it going to be enough is the question. I mean, you have a lot of players from ROC on A as well. Minchin already dropped out of AC. Creeds as well. It's a good start. Utility comes through. Minchin now clearing up every corner that he can. Snare not able to find anything just yet. Minchin takes out Horus. The trade is there from Snake. He gets 2. And look at this. It's just a disaster from behind. Snare gets it done.
They were not expecting that at all. It's, to be fair, a fairly unorthodox thing to do as that sniper player playing up on the A site to sort of drop down the ladder and play in this corner position. It typically is a one-and-done position, but that late in the round, kind of in the mid-round, making that move is wholly unexpected, and this is going to be a faster play out from ROC straight through the B bomb site into Warehouse, making an aggro push. Hasn't been spotted out yet by 999. CRS will be getting a rude awakening as he rounds this corner. That'll be an easy kill for Slayer. He looks for some more information into the BL spawn. Doesn't see too much, but this 6-0 scoreline for ROC is, I'd imagine, very quickly going to be going into a 7-0 in just a minute or so.
Yeah, you see the same thing, same idea happening here this time around. A little bit of an, well, rushed aggression, I would say. Let's see how this one pans out. I mean, Horus goes down is a good start. Snake still dancing, goes down eventually as well. But the trades once again, I mean, Totson, good for 2, and like you said, just a quick another round for ROC, and you know, we are pushing to the limit here, pushing to the end. And honestly, this is what I expected, highly expected on Mexico as well. But honestly, you know, 999, they proved us wrong. They got a map, but to be fair, I don't think they will come back from this one.
No, it seems wishful thinking, and to be honest, the way things are going, it might be leaning towards the first 10-0 of the season. I don't recall if we had a 10-0 last season, actually, now that I think about it. Most of the matches were pretty close. Having a quick look across the scoreboards, and I don't think we had one last season.
Oh, look at this.
The way things are going right now, it's possible. Horus! Again, wow. A great start for ROC, and they are just super locked in here on port.
I mean, come on. What else is there to say? ROC is so ready to go. BYK, again, last man standing. I don't know, did Horus do that jump solo? I didn't even really pay attention too much, but wow, this guy and the ROC, the entire ROC roster is just so ready to go. Look at every single one. It's only Slayer that isn't like super positive, right? But yeah, nonetheless, Snake, again, good position here. 999 just rushing at this point. Maybe it's gonna work. Maybe they catch ROC by surprise. You can see the gun barrel there through the wall. Totson, good for 2. Snare left in the clutch. Maybe 999 is about to get their first round, but you know, Snare is a clutch master. He might just pull it off. 6-0. He's gonna do it. He gets 1. Can he get 2? He gets it done. He actually prevents 999 to get their first round. And look at that smile. I love to see it.
Yeah. And I was just checking it in the background there that we did not have a 10-0 last season. We have obviously not had one this season either. So this would be, if ROC were to secure it, the first 10-0 of the year in CFWL. And that was about as close as it was going to get for 999. That was probably the round that they should have won, unable to do so. So it is really now teetering on the precipice of that 10-0 scoreline. But ROC moving on to the BL side. See if that changes anything up in some significant way.
Yep. Do you think
have to be a massive change up?
Do you think it's time for a timeout? Or is that just way too late now?
Nah, it's too late for that. What are you really even going to say? Like, you have to hold your sights. Individuals have to pop off. And you kind of have to hope that ROC is going to cool off as well.
Well, right now everyone seems very chill, very collected, almost bored. I wish we could see 999 right now. Probably the opposite. I mean, not gonna hate, but still, I think, yeah, this is quite tough for them. I mean, you know, Mädchen doesn't look too upset. Still smiling, still dancing. It's all good, you know. Obviously, they are pretty happy with New Mexico, but I don't think they are too surprised about, you know, the outcome of this match. Obviously, they probably don't want to get 10 out. No one wants that. No one. But the way I look at this right now, it's a very, very possible outcome.
Yeah, taking a little while to sort of get this halftime swap sorted. But right back into it. What's going on here? Replays. Off we go.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go. Second half. Let's see if ROC can close it out 10-0 here. I, for one, don't mind seeing a 10-0 every now and then. It's a little bit of fun to say you've been able to cast a 10-0.
Yep.
Not if you're on the receiving end, though, in the way that 999 are at the moment.
10-0 would be quite funny. Obviously, also quite upsetting. But let's see. I mean, it's not done yet. ROC. Can they pull off the dream, the 10-0? Just a matter of seconds here. QJK goes down. Good start. Now CRS. Is he able to trade back a frag? Don't think this is the case. There's a smoke in his way. Snake not really able to find him either. We see a very classic setup towards mid. This is basically what 999 did a lot of times. Creeps. I like this peek here, very aggressive, gets a lot of info. But what is the info worth in the end here? I mean, we are pushing seconds on the score. Let's see, slowly but surely, ROC preparing a B push.
Yeah, you don't want to be seeing a swing through here from 999. Angle being held by the Orm of Snare, likely to net another kill for ROC. But 4 players set up. CRS has spotted a lot of this information. He should be calling for the attention from his team to come over towards that B bomb site. Horus, though, getting out in front of that 1-for-1 on the entry. Again, Creed's trying to be the hero here for his team, but he'll be brought down by that M4A1S of Slayer. And it is just BYK left alive. 10-0 is looming. It's looking real.
Oh yeah, very real. BYK once again. Who else but this guy in a clutch? Not gonna happen. It is going to be ROC taking this one home. 10-0, guys. Let that sink in. 10-0. What can you say? I mean, this is an absolutely upsetting match right now, but it's very deserved for ROC. I am very happy for them. They take this one home.
Yeah, indeed. That definitely makes amends for the bit of a drubbing that they actually received on map 2 of Mexico, or New Mexico as it were. 10-4 there, but 10-0 in response from ROC. You know, again, they kind of just proved that they are the big dogs here in this matchup. Bit of a speed bump there on New Mexico. I have to imagine we're probably not going to be seeing New Mexico as a pick from ROC going forward, but maybe still something that they're trying to integrate into their map pool. They didn't look super good on it, I will have to say. But sub-base and port, no problems at all from them. So another win from ROC, no concerns necessarily for them. And we'll see them obviously going forward throughout the rest of this season and how they're going to continue to perform. But we'll jump back over to the desk here to bring us that post-match analysis, and then we'll be back for our second match of the day.
A 10-0 finish from ROC
Wow.
Esports. New Mexico was maybe a test. Right?
Definitely, they got us super excited, man, when they did win against ROC Esports on New Mexico. And that raises a question, why was New Mexico there from the start if you can finish it off in port? And this actually strongs your point and gives it more validation that maybe New Mexico is just, test game from ROC Esports side. 10-0, man. 10-0.
Yeah, true.
That's a big score.
And like Bandok said, we probably, or Elfish, I can't remember, someone said from the casters that New Mexico will not be seen for ROC.
Oh, that's for sure.
And that's 100% a fact, because if you cannot play New Mexico, with all due respect to 999, but if you can't play New Mexico against 999, you probably won't pick it against one of the stronger teams, right?
Yeah, 100%. And I think New Mexico, for all teams, not only for ROC Esports, they do need to put more time on it. But I really respect how ROC Esports do think that they know they are, okay, we are against one of the weaker teams in the season. Let's try a new map. So once we reach this area, this parameter that we need to play against some of these stronger teams, we have this wildcard that we can use whenever and however, which is called New Mexico, at a map that is not mostly studied by most teams, but it's written and ready to be executed from ROC Esports side. So picking a map like New Mexico against GG is such a good head start for a team like ROC Esports, but they did fail in a mission against 999, so imagine they would have done this against a bigger team and one of the stronger teams like GG.
Yeah, true. And if you are like in 999's position now, you lost 10-0 in map 3 after winning map 2 as a 10-4 in absolute domination in New Mexico. Does this affect you mentally? That this have an impact moving forward throughout the league?
Honestly, we've seen the best of 3 and we've seen how it went. Now winning the second game and with a 10-4 score, that actually makes me more confident of my individual skills, makes me more confident of CRS, QGK. I know that Creeds can get himself some kills, BYK the same. So if anything, it makes me more and more have trust in this team and know it's just a matter of strategy and a matter of plans, strats that I do put before the game. If anything, the coach needs to put more and more effort within the map and how we execute our strategies, but individual-wise, because when you enter a map that neither team know how to play on it 100%, it's just a matter of individuality, right? It's a matter of individual skills and what you can do in a 1v1 scenario. And honestly, 999 did surprise us with a lot of individual skills. I mean, look at BYK on Mexico. He was just going, swinging his AK left, right, and center, killing them one after another. Crease the same. So I would not be disappointed at all. But vice versa, I'd be super confident and super happy about the win on Mexico.
True, and it feels like ROC on board, they are very, very comfortable on the global risk side, because the double OM setup from Snare and Snare, these two guys are just very consistent. They always land their shots, and it feels like it's very, very hard to navigate the sides while these two are just holding it. And like it's a really good sign for ROC. And like you said, on the other hand, for 999, going 2-1 twice, it means that you can get there. You have what it takes.
Exactly.
Maybe you just need a little bit more time because you are a new team, like a new roster. So
Yeah.
100%, it's completely understandable to take your time, and maybe after some practice you can actually get your first win.
And that's what we saw in season one. Season one it just was hectic for Anubis at first. They didn't get a single win, man. A single win Anubis did not see. And then within the weeks and the mid-season to the late season, Anubis was just shining, man. They were just a win after win after win after another. And they just proved me wrong and proved the whole world wrong watching the West League, which is super happy to see. That okay, the underdogs and the weaker teams are just going slowly but surely up there, and that's what I hope for Triple Nine, because they didn't achieve this within the first season.
I mean, 100%. And like from the Triple Nine roster, and like from the games we saw, like what name or like what specific
CRS.
Okay.
The guy is just insane, man. Look, BYK and BGK mentioned they can play. They do know how to play the game. But what I like more, and I do believe that every team, when you have 5 players in the team, there is always this one single player. So let's get ROC Esports is Snare. Who else? Every team has this one player that's just a bit, he has a small edge on the other 10 players, the other 9 players, and for me it's CRS and how he plays with the sniper. It's just everywhere, man. And you love yourself a flank, man, a flanker, someone who lurks, someone who's able to, transform from AK to sniper, to move on from A side to B side, moving to the middle. And that's what CRS can bring to the table for Team 999. And that makes 999 in a stronger position. So extra practice, extra, go back to the drawing board, change your strats. We've already seen the individual skills in Mexico. Yeah. So just have this tiny work that they need to do to just put themselves within the top 4 position.
Yeah, 100%. And like for ROC Esports side, do you think we still have the same consistency, the same strength of ROC, the champions
season
of season 1? Yes.
Man, first 3 games for ROC Esports in season 1, I think it was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Yeah. They were just unstoppable. And for not Crossfire, for a non-Crossfire fan, someone who's not from the OGs, didn't used to watch the game and he's just new to the game, he'd be like, wow, this team, I like this team. This team is just on another level from all of the other teams, and that's what you love to see. But the consistency is there from the side and from the judging from a point of view of winning, but the scores itself to 1-1. Maybe if you get a stronger team, you would lose against them, and that's where it gets intense for ROC Esports.
Yeah, 100%. And let's look at the set summary. I mean, it's a 10-0, but look at Snare KD, 10.0. Insanely one-sided game from.
Thank you. He didn't die a single time, did he?
I think he didn't. Maybe he didn't. Yeah, he did not. Okay, it's a confirmation from the production team. He did not die a single time throughout this.
Wow, you love to see it, honestly, from Snare's side. That's what I was saying, that there's this 1 or 2 players from each and every team that's just shining, and that's Snare, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's the first within my Crossfire career, honestly, to see a player with 10 kills, 0 deaths, and Snake 5, Slayer 1.60. It's just overly positive and overwhelming, if anything. And for 999, well, not much to be said, honestly, but to put more and more time, go back to the drawing board, as I said, and maybe we'd see them shining and maybe one day outshining ROC Esports.
Yeah, 100%. And Snare is like he's a machine.
A Terminator,
literally, yes. And I want to talk more about, like, I'm not trying to attack anyone, but I feel like Todzin is maybe underperforming a bit right now, and maybe this is the missing piece. Like Snare and Slayer and Snake, mainly these 3 guys are shining in every game, but maybe because of Todzin and Horus being a bit inconsistent, maybe ROC are dropping some maps throughout the league right now.
I mean, I'd agree with you, Julio, but at the same time, I think we have to focus more about what's upcoming from ROC Esports. Losing a map which is New Mexico, and so they're losing another map. The big question is when you play against GG or when you play against, let's say, any other team from the league, TP or some gaming, will you be able to be consistent with 2-1, or will we see ROC Esports losing their very first map?
Yeah, and like as you can see in front of us, of course, Nair is playing with the
Most of the highlights. I mean, the guy was 10 KDA, man.
Yeah, I mean, 10.0 KD in the third map. He's just a machine, and the level of consistency he brings to the table is just impressive for me. Because like from the 6 maps that I saw, I can't remember a single map that Snare was underperforming. And
Never.
Yeah, this guy is just like he's on another level. It feels like
he's known for being, and that's not me. That's most of the fans. He's known about being top 3 snipers worldwide, man. Imagine this. This Egyptian legend is considered one of the best, if not the best sniper worldwide within the CrossFire world.
100%. The flicks, everything. I mean, it was a good game for ROC Esports in general.
True.
Maybe a little speed bump, like mentioned before, on the New Mexico. But that brings us to the next game of tonight, Swamp Gaming versus Gaimin Gladiators. It's a very interesting matchup. I mean, GG lost to ROC yesterday, 2-1. Swamp Gaming won against 999 that we just saw as well right now, 2-1. So what do you think about this matchup? Do you think it's gonna be close? Do you think GG might have an edge?
Okay, GG and Swamp Gaming. That's a good matchup, to be honest. Yeah. Okay, first of all, let's look at GG with a 0% win rate, but hey, we're just on day 3, man. The thing is with GG, they were one of the contenders, one of the biggest struggles for Team ROC Esports. Their existence was just painful to see against ROC Esports. They did fight for their last breath against ROC, and now on another challenge from a new season 2 on the West League, playing against a new champion, which is Swamp Gaming. I think GG might get the win here just to achieve their first win and just to write their name at least within the league.
Yeah, and as we can see the roster in front of us. Swamp Gaming, Josh, Snox, Famous, HZZ, and Kaze. Who catches your eye from this roster?
Snox.
Okay.
Snox, man. How can it not be Snox? I mean, we did see Snox playing in season 1 and shining, honestly. Yes, Swamp Gaming is a new organization, but Snox used to play within the season 1. Anyways, man, they already got their first win.
Yeah.
With 100% win rate with now their only match.
Yeah, their only match.
Yeah, and for Famous and Snox and HZZ, the thing is with HZZ, by the way, with the 1.14 KDA, he's super flexible. When I saw the match, he can play sniper and he can only go also go for AK and M4. That means the guy, we might see an aggressive gameplay coming from him on GG side, and that scares me. I think this specific game going for the third map, man.
Yeah, and on the other side, GG, they bring very, very high individual skill, like we saw against ROC yesterday. As we can see in front of us, the roster, Design, Lion Claw, Flex, Spoxy, and RFF. And to be honest, yesterday, Spoxy was just he was just insane in the map.
Man, thing is with Spoxy.
Yeah.
He's a sniper, yes. Spoxy with the sniper is super scary.
Yeah.
So for me, it's Snare, then Spoxy. So if Spoxy, and we did see a point that I need to mention. GG used to play a 3-game, or was it? Yeah, it was a single game without Spoxy. Spoxy was absent, and they had to get a substitute in, and the team just got destroyed.
Yeah.
Now I don't mean that all of they do is playing on Spoxy, but he does hold a big impact and he puts a big effort when it comes to team like GG. He's super important because he's the sniper and he can, get the first blood or counter the first entry from the other side. Meaning that if Spoxy is not there, you've missed the anchor. You don't have the anchor on the GL side, and on the other side, when you're attacking, you don't have on the BL side, you don't have someone who gets the first blood for you. So that's big impact on you guys.
100%. And let's talk about the map selection, because yesterday Penguin, like I said, on the GG side, they are really, really good on the blacklist side. So maybe in this matter, you think of picking some maps that favor the blacklist side more from GG?
I don't have a single idea, man. I mean, we do have to wait and see. But if you ask me to predict and assume the maps, judging from season 1, I think GG, we would see them picking sub-base, such as we did from ROC Esports, and I hope so, because I love to see GG playing on a sub-base. Now, I don't expect seeing Mexico, that's for sure. And for a decider map, I think we would say something like Eagle Eye or even Port. I'm super excited to see who's going to win this map.
Yeah, 100%. And you talking about sub-base, yesterday they picked it against ROC as well. I mean, they lost, but it was their map pick. So let's see the map, veto.
Sub-base.
Okay, we have
sub-base.
Compound, Ankara, and Black Widow. Sub-base is banned by Swamp.
Yeah, I mean, not sure if they would pick it anyways, since they did lose on it yesterday, as you said. But Compound being the first map, you know, one of the most default map is Compound. We are going to see it a lot this season, a lot in the CrossFire world. Ankara being picked by GG, and the decider Black Widow. Now the question is, do you think we will see a decider map? I mean,
will it go 2-1? I mean, the meta, the trend right now is the 2-1, right?
Yeah,
it's going 2-1 every single map. So it's a high chance it goes 2-1.
And that's so weird, because in the first season, especially in the first week, there's not a single 2-1 was coming. It was 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. No matter the team, no matter the name, no matter the players, it was just going 2-0 back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
I personally, seeing GG how they play in the season 1 and seeing Swamp Gaming's boys playing yesterday, I'd say it's going 3 maps.
Okay, we will see. And like yesterday, we got to ask Alucard as well, why is it so close right now? Why is every game 2-1? And he said because like new teams, the teams didn't have enough time to practice yet. So we'll see if it go 2-1 as well. This game, the game is ready. Elfish and Bandex, take it there.
The Gaimin Gladiators versus Swamp Gaming. I'm so excited to see this one. I'm not sure where we are going, but I'm not surprised that Mexico is being banned from GG, because obviously, you know, Swamp Gaming had some success on, you know, at CFS with Mexico. So no surprises there. Other than that, you know, pretty basic map picks in my opinion.
Yeah, look, I think there's a lot to sort of break down with regard to this one. Analyst Death says maybe we're going to 3. I would say I think we should not be going to 3 if everything goes the way it should. It's just in terms of if sanity prevails, Gaimin should be a team that should be able to find themselves a 2-0 in this matchup. But that has not been how things have played out this season. So when you read into it, with the results so far this season going every single series to a 2-1 thus far, maybe there's another spanner in the works for us again here today. And look, Swamp is a team that I think they're quite an explosive roster is probably the way that I would describe them. You have to talk about Famous. Yeah, he's probably the most talented individual that has ever come out of the Americas region, or the North American region, certainly. When it comes to Crossfire, he is just an absolute machine, and he can hard carry games on his own. We've seen that, and you know the success that you're talking about at CFS on Mexico was largely down to Famous and his AK. So he's definitely someone to keep an eye on. Kai's as well, I think, is actually someone that I've really been quite impressed with over the sort of, I would say, like last maybe 12 to 18 months since he kind of started to pop his head up a little bit here in CFWL. I kind of thought that the North American region in general was not producing any more talent. But then Kai's came along, and I was thinking, okay, you know what? Maybe there's something still to be said for these guys, and hopefully Swamp are going to be able to fly that flag nicely for them in this season of CFWL. So, you know, you've got a couple of win cons there for Swamp. If they both come online at the right time, at the same time, maybe they can take a map off of Gaimin. But just looking at this roster, I think, generally speaking across the board, you would have to say Gaimin are by far the favorites in this matchup for a reason.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I mean, to be honest, Snox joining Swamp Gaming is a huge improvement, honestly. Like, Snox has been, or is, one of the most talented players of all time when it comes to AU region. So I would definitely say Snox is a very good addition to the team. And honestly, we are playing Compound, which historically is a very strong map for Swamp. They even won against, I think, it was 999, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it was 999. So they definitely played very well on that against them. So I expect them to play very good against GG here as well. But overall, I still give GG the upper hand overall, yeah.
But good start, of course, for Swamp as they get the opening kill. Famous will go down in response. We have the double sniper set up there from Flex and Spoxy. Kais was able to dislodge Spoxy, and that'll be an important duel that we'll see play out over the course of this matchup. But well brought back, at least by Flex, to maintain that 4-on-4. Mid has more or less been completely given over to Swamp should they choose to take it. And Gaimin a bit more interested in the extremities of the map at this stage.
So far, it's been very quiet. We only have one exchange on either side. Famous is down, so is Boxy. But we can see a slight shift towards B from the Gaimin Gladiators, while Swamp is focusing towards A, which right now is the better decision. You only have Raffen and Flex covering a main. But it seems like Somba's only clearing some spots before regrouping towards mid. Probably going for that A hit later on anyway. Flex, spotting Snox, is not able to hit it. Snox gets to live a little bit longer. 30 seconds on the board. The push has to come through eventually. Flex might eventually have good timing here. Picks up Josh, but the trades are good. Snox takes out Design. Raffen takes out HCZ. Now, who's gonna be the upper hand here? Snox takes out Raffen as well. Now only Lion Claw and Flex in the clutch. Kais, you mentioned him very early on. 10 seconds on the board. Is he able to clutch? Not this time around.
Yeah, that's a pretty impossible clutch, frankly. He's kind of like a fish in a barrel there, walking in into two players looking in his direction. Decent effort from Swamp, but Raffen gets a lot of damage done onto Snox. That'll be an easy cleanup there for Flex. Great round out from Flex, by the way. He gets 4 in the round. Zane has started this one off onto Josh early on in the piece, so we're immediately in a 5-on-4 favoring Gaming.
Well, Famous does famous things, right? Very interesting to see this guy play. I mean, I've seen him play in real life, right? I was right behind him when they were practicing. Hey, I'm telling you, this guy, he's from another planet or something. I can't tell, but whenever they practiced, hey, it's just such a nice aura in this room or whatever, right? So right now, GG still in the upper hand thanks to Flex 4-0 with his arm in hand. And I wonder how much of an impact Loons has to the team since he is the coach for them again. Loons has also coached Swamp Gaming for a while, so that's kind of interesting.
It's not a massive scene, I suppose, so you do have people sort of bouncing around the place. Kai's spotted out there by Raffen. Both players walking away from that engagement unscathed. And again, for Swamp, just a push in through from mid and then a decision to be made whether they divert towards A or B. Last round, it was toward A. This round, back over toward B. So Dezane is going to be tested. He's on a bit of an off angle, but that'll be cleared out by Kais. Raffen, happy to take the fight, pushing off of that information, gets himself 2 and keeps it well in check for Gaimin. But Famous in the 2-on-1 is the kind of guy that could get this one done. He's been spotted out by Flex, and Spoxy in there from behind will finish it off. Gaimin off to a decent start here, a 2-0 lead.
And since some people were asking, we are playing on the NA server for the first game here. So you would give Swamp Gaming a little bit of a favor, at least for the NA players. Obviously, so far, GG seems not to have a major problem with that, since they are 2 rounds up. Look at this aggression from Flex. I mean, this is a statement right here. They are saying, look, we are a much better team. And they are proving it right now as Spoxy takes out Famous. The leader goes down. Question is, what is Swamp Gaming going to do in response? I mean, they start with a man down now, the disadvantage given. But it doesn't seem like they're too shook about it. I mean, they're still dancing, still running around. And look at this aggression. I mean, GG. They're just holding that room right there. Not even phased at all.
Yeah, Gaimin playing with a bit of swagger at the moment on the GR side of Compound. Feeling confident about this matchup. Started a little bit awkward, but that first round ended up being a clean one. Second round also clean enough. And another opening kill in round number 3. So far it's kind of been all the way of Gaimin. It hasn't really felt like at any point Swamp have been in control of any of these rounds. And Raffen has been an absolute demon. He's got himself a 4K in round 3. He is choosing his timings perfectly, and that's another round out from him that has just been utterly dictated. He's basically won round 2 and round 3 for Gaimin Gladiators with his well-timed pushes. So that's something that Swamp are going to have to be prepared for going deeper into this half, but Gaimin are looking good.
Yeah, they're looking very good right now. I mean, Raffen's 7-2. This guy is ready to go, and he might not even be done as he takes out Famous once again, but he's quickly traded out by Josh, who has been quite right now, but still dancing, still alive, not dropped dead to the floor just yet. And again, I have to mention it, this aggression from Flex. You wouldn't expect it, but I don't think the Gaimin Gladiators are too respectful towards Swamp, because they know they are the better roster, they are the better team. At least for now, at least historically. I mean, at CFS, if I'm not mistaken, when GG was still LCK, they were beating them. Close, but still. In a matter of seconds. But right now, everything is cooled down again.
Zane waiting for this push into A. Gaimin are definitely hoping that this will be an A offensive. That's where they've got their players stacked. Lionclaw almost playing for the retake over on B. And that may actually end up having to come into play. Swamp are keeping an eye in that direction. C4 starting to work its way forward. Flash over the top of B. It's going to draw out a bit of a rotation here from Dezane. He's going to go looking for info, but Lionclaw and Spoxy have struck over toward A. And it seems Swamp have made the wrong decision. They've gone to the stacked site. HCZ, a nice double kill for him. Does keep him in the conversation for this round, but he's still got to find a couple more in what would be a 4v1. Has retrieved the C4. Dezane and Lionclaw taking their time about things, clearing out the A site. Plant now going down. And Dezane and Lionclaw will begin the retake in earnest. Lionclaw has spotted him on the cross there, and will deal with him comfortably. Another one for Gaimin as they pick up a 4th, and it's a 4-0 lead.
Yeah. And seems like they are pretty happy with it too. I mean, why wouldn't they, right? I mean, 4-0 on a difficult server for them is definitely a very good statement. And Swamp looking for an answer. Grenade doesn't do too much damage, but look at Spoxy. Once again, the aggression. He's still there. He waits for anyone to cross the scope. It's gonna be Snox. He's dead. Down, out of the game. 2 and 5. Snox right now not having the best performance, but the rest of his team not really there either, just yet. Swamp still a bit sleepy, maybe. Maybe not just ready. Not sure what's going on, but hey, when it comes to, you know, their playstyle right now, I would say they play very slow. They rush really early on into mid, then they die, they fall back, they stall a bit, they check out A long. Haven't really touched B long too much, or I'm not even sure if they did at all. And I think that's the mistake right here. I'm not sure what's going on.
Raffen, Danger Man, over on this A site right now. Watching that A-long push. It is just Spoxy out there as well. There's a lot of movement happening on the outskirts here. C4 spotted in middle there by Landclaw. The last flank coming through from Dezane could still be a factor here, even if the A site is lost. Spoxy changing up his position. This looks rough, awkward for him as the timing does not work out, and it's on to Raffin, who probably needs to double down here. Can't do so. And Dezane is, way too late on this flank. It's no longer a fast flank. It's actually a late flank. C4 in onto the site, and this might be the first one for Swamp. The site hold didn't go well. The flank didn't go well. Everything kind of falling apart for Gaimin in this one. But they've still got Flex and Dezane, who will try and conjure something. And maybe if Dezane can push his way in through long unspotted, he can get something done. Flash will bloom. It's not going to slow him down too much. Flex, that initial contact, and Dezane to swing, catch Kai's. It's doable as Flex gets himself one as well. It's on to Dezane. He knows where Josh is, and he'll hit that shot as well. Another round for Gaimin. 2v3 retake goes their way, and it just seems Swamp are not up to the task today.
What is going on? Never ever would I expect them to come out as the winners, but hey, yet another round for GG. I mean, Swamp, come on, man. You're better than that. For sure you are. Oh, look at this grenade. Oh, the damage is being done so early on. Just not working out for Swamp right now. And yeah, Kais goes on, loses the sniper battle against Flex. It's not looking too great, but finally we see some movement towards B, and GG. They're not taking too much caution over there. It's only Landclaw. Oh, he spots him. He gets all the information. You can already tell Flex is coming back, helping out his buddy here. Let's see, well, Swamp already going back since they were spotted. Good decision here. Not too over-aggress. Not really necessary, I would say. I'm not sure. I don't want to jinx it at all, please. But listen to me. Is this a potential 10-0 or what? I don't think so, but do you think so or not? I am not sure.
It's pretty early days. Not prepared to lock that one in just yet. I think if you get to like 7-0, 8-0, that's where it can start to become a conversation. But 5-0 right now, there's still a lot of legs in this series and this map. So hold that conversation back. Put it back on the shelf for another couple of rounds, I'd say. But 4v5 here, we're probably leaning in the direction of a 6-0. So it is definitely getting there. Another default back over toward the A site for Swamp. That has pretty much been their go-to. I don't think they've really tried to hit B at all so far in this half. And they just keep trying to hammer down the door on A, and it just kind of isn't working.
No, not at all. And you can tell GG is ready for it. Heavily stacked towards A. Mid is kind of open, but not really necessarily either. You have Raffin there. Raffin is just unstoppable. As Spoxy takes out Snox, Dezane takes out Famous, and it's just falling apart. But Josh has the answer. Maybe takes out 2. But it's now all alone. 20 seconds. Needs to recover the bomb. Gets it. Eventually. There you go. Now the push from GG will come through. Oh, it's just not a chance. Not even close. And so far, so clean. Raffin, I gotta say, this guy is ready to go today. And hey, what is there left to say? Swamp Gaming right now, a little bit shocked, to be fair. I would still give them a good chance, because I know they are so good on compound, even against these international teams, right? So, not sure what's going on.
Yeah, it's just not their day. I mean, look, even the fact that we're playing on the NA server right now, you'd think there should be a lot of positives to note for Swamp, but none of them appearing. Not sure if this is a tech or attack. The fact that we don't have a timer right now on the top right would probably indicate that this is a tech pause.
Yeah, I mean, nonetheless, get some time to talk through what's going on. Let's see. See some smiles here and there. GG so far happy with the outcome of this match. Obviously, not done yet, but at this point you have to be very confident, right? I mean, you're leading by a lot, and you can tell on the other side of things, not too much smiling going on.
Well, they don't deserve to smile, actually, at this point. 6-0 deficit. Maybe a bit insane to be smiling at this stage. Everyone looking pretty connected, so I don't know what's going on, but we'll get back into the game fairly shortly. Yeah, it's an interesting roster, this Swamp roster. You kind of have like that core of Kai's, Josh, and Famous that has sort of been together for a little while. Snox joining, and then HCZ in there as well. I heard some conversations around what this Swamp roster was going to look like coming into this season, and there was a few players that were kind of mentioned, some of which didn't actually end up in the team. So there's always options, I guess, available to a team like this one.
Okay. Well, I know what you're talking about. I heard some things as well. Not worth mentioning it. But, in the beginning of the season, always, who's going to play with who, what changes are we going to get, and it's just, to be honest, it's always the same. In the beginning of the season, or like shortly before that, you always have, a lot of talking going on, a lot of, rumors here and there. But in the end, most of them don't become true. And again, Flex, so aggressive, surely gonna punish him for that. Look at this Foxy and D-Zane, not even challenged at all. Josh takes out D-Zane, much needed frag to stay into this round here. And even though we had a little pause, GG did not hesitate to jump straight back into it. Not gonna waste any time any soon. And look how spread they are. You have one guy towards Belong, one in middle, one just covering A. They could just, stack together and gamble either A or B, right? But they don't need to. They don't really want to either.
Changed anything up just yet. Still squarely on the shoulders of Gaimin, but 3-on-3 is probably a better position to be in than what we have seen for Swamp so far throughout this map. Raffen, again, on the push. Got a read on where Kai's is, and that Orm shot is going to miss, so Kai's will fall, and Raffen, once again, with a mid-round push, putting that pressure back onto Swamp.
Yeah.
I guess it's another one.
And Raffen style, look at this. I mean, this guy. I can't mention him enough. He just hits every single shot. Obviously, he gets taken out eventually, but the damage has been done once again. Josh, last man standing, 25 seconds on the board. He has the bomb, though. He has a good position, too, but GG, they have a clue, they have an idea, they stack together, and they know what to do, and yeah, not even close. Yet another round, and so, I don't want to be mean or anything, really, I don't, but maybe we should take that, the thing you put in the shelf, maybe you should put it back out and talk about it, huh?
You want to be that guy, huh? You want to be that guy. Take it out. All right, 7-0. Yeah, it is getting about time. It's definitely getting there. There's been winnable rounds here for Swamp, but I'd say maybe like only one or two of them. Line court. Free kill onto Famous there, but does get traded back straight away. Fast flank in here from D-Zane. Not quite capitalizing on that timing that he was able to get, but he's got the info that there's more players set up in Pillar, dropping his flash out just to try and back it up into middle and move back to the relative safety behind that smoke. You do have a forward hold here from Raffen over toward A, and he's waiting for HCZ. This timing again from Raffen has just been so good, and it might be once again if he chooses to push his way further forward. HCZ watching for it for the moment. The longer Raffen waits, you dare say, the better this will be for him. HCZ going to wander his way forward, check the corner. Raffen will win that duel. He makes no mistake. Once again, in the mid-round, Raffen is the difference maker, and he's got to be the MVP for this map so far.
Yeah, well, D-Zane is also a contender for that spot, I guess. But yeah, Snox last man standing takes out D-Zane, but he's quickly traded out as well. And to be honest, I like this. I like the approach from Swamp. Much more aggressive, much more decisive. They got it done a little bit. Then the trades come through. They went back, and then of course Raffen. He should never ever get a kill there. I mean, it's just not. It's not the way it's supposed to happen. Let me put it like that. But it happens. 8-0. Good grenade damage. Famous goes down. It's just a matter of time. Flex picks up yet another kill, and this is falling apart. I mean, the aggression, it was again a good idea, but the execution wasn't that great. GG is just too good on the other side, and Swamp, they need an answer. They have a 2-man disadvantage and nothing left in the playbook right now.
Yeah, 5v3, again, a tough one to negotiate. There's a good shot, though. If they're going to be able to find their way back into this round, it will be presumably through the arm of Kai's. And he's got himself a good shot in there. HCZ also helping out. Spoxy going to go down to Zane, trying to hold the fort here. He'll fall. Hang on a minute. Swamp might just be able to stave off that 10-0 with a round win right here. Lionclaw and Raffen finding themselves from a 5v3 into a 2-on-2. Some work needing to be done, and Raffen definitely taking his time about making this rotate. There's going to be a flash through that allows Raffen to continue to take space there on long. But Lionclaw biding his time. Raffen needs to be the one to strike first. He won't be. Lionclaw will go down. Raffen needs to win a 1-on-2. It's impossible now with the time available. And Swamp will avoid the 10-0.
Well, you see some laughing. Yeah, much needed one, right? Okay, so listen. At CFS, I remember last year, whenever Swamp was facing, I don't know which team it was exactly, but there were also 10-1s, and I remember Famous telling me, "Yo, listen, hey, I'm never ever getting 10-1, 10-0, all right? I get at least one round." And obviously, it's a joke. It's a little bit of a, you know what it is. But it's the same thing here, right? They're not getting 10-0 for sure, and this is the case here. They get a round done. Obviously, not optimal at all. Very, 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 let's say, poor performance so far. GG is just looking too strong, too prepared. They're so ready to go. And remember, this is the NA server, right? So whenever we go to the AU server, this might even get worse. But let's not go there too quickly, right? I mean, we gotta give Swamp a chance to come back from this, to recover their thoughts, to recover their strength. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to do a whole lot, for sure. It's going to take some coming back, that is for real. Gaimin Gladiators, I'm sure, not going to let that one happen. We've just got the singular orb to start things off on the blacklist side here. And it's going to be Kai's opening the proceedings with Lionclaw down early on in the piece. Second half starts with a bit more of a difficult round for Gaimin.
Oops. Hello, Spoxy. Be careful. This guy just jumping around like it's nothing, really. Well, yet again, we switch sides. Let's see what they can do on the other side of things. Already we see some more aggression towards mid here. Famous swings around, finds Raffen. Good kill. Falls back. Recovers. GG, a little bit stalling here. Just waiting for whatever they can do. They don't even have the bomb, so they don't even want to go for either side just yet. But Famous, whenever there's a time to step up, he steps up, but eventually he's taken out by Spoxy. Flex tries to recover this round, and this is a very winnable situation. But again, no bomb just yet. Time is good. They have enough time, but stack. Not really looking for anything. But Snox, he finds Spoxy, big kill, leaves Flex alone now. Flex recovers the bomb. 1 versus 3 clutch. A very tough ask, but Flex, he has been so strong in the first half, and he's surely looking for a quick victory here. As the timing, look at this timing, it's so good. Takes out HCZ, but of course Kai's not letting it happen.
Yeah, Flex is one of those kind of X-Factor players that you always feel like something might be possible. And he nearly puts it together there again. Good attempt, good effort Kai is able to hold on to that spray, get the headshot through very quickly now into round number 11. Not wasting any time. Gaimin Gladiators, again, want to clean this map up, and they want to do it pretty quick, smart, so that they can get rolling onto Ankara, their map choice. But they have been stalled up a little now by Swamp.
Eight and 2. So far, so good. GG. Not ready to push just yet. I mean, we get to see a little bit of a response from Swamp, which is good. Love to see it. Maybe they can, you know, recover from this huge upset so far, but it's not really an upset for most people, I would say. And so far, yeah, you can tell, you know, hey, GG is so collected. They don't really over push anything. Imagine they pushed so much more on their GR side, right? And now they're just so slow. Look at this. This setup is great. I mean, whoever peeks that is dead for sure, right?
Well, nobody's going to peek at it, would seem. Just leaving Flex up to his own devices, working around the map. The rest of the Gaimin players now starting to work their way in toward B. Still getting tossed into the site. HCZ, first point of contact, has got Famous here to help him out as well. Nade through. Not sure that's really fooling anybody, though, to be honest. If that's going to be a fake from Gaimin, you probably need to be firing a shot or two. I mean, there's no movement necessarily coming through here for Swamp. Playing their sights, backing themselves to hold on. Kai's maybe could have been caught in transition there. You've got a fast wrap in from Flex, though, on the long angle, and Kai is completely neglecting that line. He will fall, and that is Gaimin Gladiators getting themselves to map point.
Yeah, this round is over, let's be real. HCZ, clutch master, maybe. The damage has been done. It's just so unlikely for him to get anything done here, and I don't think he's even going for it, maybe. I'm not sure. He's going back and forth a little bit now towards a main. Spoxy's gonna be... Oh, well, it's actually gonna be D-Zane taking him out, and... Yeah, I mean, like I said, it was a little bit too obvious, but it seems like it kind of worked, maybe. I'm not sure, but I love to see how fast GG is rotating, right? I mean, they fake towards speed, they move towards BC, mid, and then to A, and they catch Swamp by surprise, really. I mean, they just weren't ready for it, really.
Right back into another round. This might be the last one of the map. Bit of a slow start again in this one. But a forward hold from Swamp in pillars, and it kind of looks like Gaimin are going to be working in that direction. They've got two players to do it here. HCC will survive the opening shot. And Famous get through to Raffin, who was looking for the trade. Now it's on to D-Zane, who will get all three himself. Just numbers in the right position for Gaimin Gladiators, even though they probably come off worse for wear in that engagement. It still ends up being a 2-on-2, and Flex has, again, lurked his way onto that A site. Snox pushing his way out already, but Flex is in such a key position here. D-Zane should just try to slow things down and give Flex some time to work. Oh, never mind. Snox has gotten onto that possibility, and so that will probably be the round here unless D-Zane finds the ace.
Yeah, I mean, Snox super experienced, of course. He knows what's going on. Yeah, a little bit of luck always, you know, needs to be given as well. But this round basically saved by Snox here, unless D-Zane pulls off an insane clutch, and it doesn't seem like Snox is aware of his position. Oh, he takes him out. D-Zane makes things very interesting all of a sudden. Let's see, Josh has been very good for Swamp this game. I mean, as good as he can be, I guess, but he's down to 1 HP, but so's D-Zane. One shot, one kill. Who's it gonna be? Oh, it's intense. 25 seconds. D-Zane has no idea, needs to check everything, but he knows the timer is ticking. No room for error, and it seems like he will be free to plant. But Josh has to, you know, move towards B because there's no other way. Bomb gets planted. D-Zane in the clutch. It's gonna be quite interesting. Josh, He needs to hit one bullet anywhere, but so does Design. Who gets the first shot done? It's gonna be interesting, Josh. Being spotted by Design. Design has a clue. Oh, it's so difficult. Oh, Design goes for a clean headshot.
What an insane round from Desain, and it'll be enough to get Gaimin Gladiators over the line on map 1. It was maybe not quite a decent effort from Swamp, unfortunately. You'd have to look at that and say they needed to do a lot better, especially if that's going to be their map pick. Raffen, right there on the far right of the screen. Absolute standout, particularly in the first half. Nice clutch, of course, by Desain there to close it out. But I think Raffen, for me, was the key difference maker. He just won so many rounds for Gaimin Gladiators in that first half. And yeah, they're looking good today. That's no question about that.
No, not at all. I mean, everyone in the team was really stepping it up. On the other side on Swamp, of course, it wasn't really the greatest performance in their, life, I guess. But still, it happens. Not the end of the world, guys. We still have another map to go, so see you soon.
What a statement from GG, right? Like such a clean map and on compound that was picked by Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, and they needed this because when you lose the first match and when you lose in your first appearance, you need a second good appearance, and that's what they did. When you win a game with such good and a big gap within the score, that's what you need to show the other teams and what you need to show for your fans that, okay, we're still there. Yeah, we did show them an instant performance within the season 1, and now just let's climb back and let's, continue on our winning streak starting from today. And for a first map, another pick. It's such a good win for GG boys.
Yeah, 100%. And what went wrong for Swamp Gaming? Because it felt they were not there in the first.
I mean, it felt like they were a bit disconnected from each other. I mean, individual-wise, they are there. Let's be honest, Nux was there, but at the end of the day, GG was much, much better within the micro and the macro gameplay. We did see Design and we see Flex Raffen. Speaking about Raffen, the amount of clutches that he was able to get, and Elfish Guy did mention this, and the amount of highlights that we would see from a Raffen side, and same for Design, just uncountable, man. And it's as if they know the map, they know every corner, and when to lurk, when to flank, how to stop them, whether it was GL or GR or PL side. What I like the most from GG is they can adapt, man. Okay, so what started from 5-0, Swamp Gaming just slowly but surely they climbed, like they got themselves 1 or 2 rounds and then got stomped back again. They adapted GG automatically and managed to, get enough rounds at the game for them.
100%. And like as you can see, like in the highlights, it feels like GG are just landing their shots. On the other hand, Swamp are missing a lot of shots. Like every 1v1 or most of the fights are going towards GG. And we were talking that GG are really good on the blacklist side, and they had like an 8 rounds on the global risk side, which is very scary, right? If you know that the team is really good on blacklist and they get 8 rounds on the global risk as well, it's very, very scary.
I mean, Swamp Gaming being the new team in the season and the team that did not, have a lot of time to show in the season 1, in the first season. Yeah. So they have this big mission to, make a statement and say, okay, yes, we are new and yes, we are in season 2, but we have a lot to show. That adds a lot of pressure and stress on them, that's for sure. But, there's always room to adapt and come back on the second map and maybe get us to a decider map.
Yeah, and maybe Swamp Gaming are more comfortable toward the global risk side,
hopefully,
right? Because they started as blacklist because, like on the other side, GG chose the global risk side, and it seemed like they were not on the same page as blacklist. As you can see, like from the numbers, it's completely one-sided.
10-2 is a big gap, man. I mean, we didn't see much from Swamp side, honestly. Yeah, we seen Josh a bit with almost 1 KDA getting himself some kills, but at the end of the day, GG did pull the better game, and they did surprise. I wouldn't say surprise, honestly. If anything, they surprised us only with the map being backed by Swamp Gaming, but Compound at the end of the day, and I keep saying this, it's the most default map that anyone can play on, spec'd by most of the teams, and the better team do win on it, and the better team here, and is GG, obviously.
Yeah, and for the second map, we're going to Ankara, right? And it was picked by GG. And
Should be an easy mission. Should be a quick
yeah.
2-0 for them.
Yeah, interestingly, we can see like the first 2-0 so far in this season, right?
I mean,
yeah.
you already said, man, the turn is 2-1, 2-1, 2-1, 3 games all the way. But I think that curse will end tonight, man, with the GG and Swamp Gamings. I mean, I hope for 3 games, especially with the Swamp Gaming, because I want to see more of the new teams, 3P, Swamp Gamings. I want to say InnerCircle is the new teams, they were nice, but I want to see more of Swamp, man. I feel this game should move the same way as 999 and ROC Esports, where, okay, there's this second map that we will surprise them, and then at the end game, okay, they can take it, but let's show them what we have from performance, what we practiced, and what we put effort in.
Yeah, 100%. And if you are Swamp Gaming, maybe game 1 or maybe map 1, you were not warmed up, right? You were not in the mood to lock in, but now you're in map 2. But what's scary is, as Swamp Gaming, you are starting as blacklist again. Right. So what's the mindset going into map 2, knowing that it's like the map that was picked by GG, and you're starting on the same side that you like struggled a lot in the
I mean, if it was me playing at Bannock and just surrender, but it's not me. These guys are professional at another level of professionalism. So I'd say there's just, once they lose the game, clear mindset, just reset the mental and just enter with a clear mind that, okay, we did lose first map. Let's just forget that it happened. We're now playing a best of 1 series where if we do win, we get another chance to, you know, make up for the first map that we lost. But for the boys from Swamp, I think it's as if the first map didn't happen. Motivated, confident, and ready to enter. I think the only thing that would impact them being the second map is not theirs, but it's GG's map. I think that's the only element that's going to surprise them, because you don't know what's GG prepared. And within the first week, we don't have a lot of information about how the teams are going to play on certain maps, whether it was compound, whether sub-base, port, you name it, because every team did change their strats and did change the way they play, and you can't take VODs or watch previous games from season 1, because everything did change, whether it was the strats, the coaches, etc.
Yeah, let's see if we will have the first 2-0 of the season, or is it going to map 3 again? Bandungs and Elfish, you have the mic.
Yeah, let's find out. Pano, what's your thoughts? Is it a 2-0? I think it's a 2-0.
Maybe. I mean, we weren't too far away from a 10-0, right? So maybe. To be fair, I want to see Swamp Gaming step it up big time, right? So I don't know about you, but I expect nothing but the best from them. But to be honest, we are now on the AU server, which of course favors GG, right? So let's lean back, enjoy the show, and see what happens.
Yeah, for sure. But look, I would have predicted ROC to get themselves a 2-0 over 999. I think there was even more of an argument, actually, that could go to 3, though, just because of the fact that New Mexico was in there, and that's a bit of a wildcard pick. But here, Gaimin are just going back to the tried and true. They know they're a great team on Ankara. They love that double orm setup when they opt for it on the GR side. They haven't incidentally actually gone for it in this round to start things off here. But, I mean, I think this one has a 2-0 written all over it. But we'll find out whether or not Swamp can pull off a little bit of magic here and force a third. Flex just having a bit of an eye on mid at the moment. Hasn't seen too much, so it's a slow start to Ankara for map 2.
Yep. Seems like Swamp doesn't want to over-aggress just yet. Just want to, you know, gain some map control, gain some information, see where they can work from. And yeah, as you can see, the bomb is dropped all the way in the back, so they don't seem to, you know, push anything just yet. And same for GG. I mean, they have a triple stack towards A, which is a very common strategy in the, you know, first few rounds, because what happens very often is, yo, let's go towards A and, you know, throw our over and what happens. But not this time around, at least for now. Seems like Swamp Gaming has another idea, clearing out hotel at the moment, but there's no one to be seen just yet. And seems like Spoxy is going to be one of the key. Continue to go through, but Famous takes out Flex. This is a big start for Swamp Gaming.
It's going to prompt a bit of a response here from Spoxy, and that will be the end of Kai's. He now has to try to get himself out to safety. Finds 2. The real problem there was actually Lion Claw not being able to get the trade. That was actually really well done by Spoxy, but shots not coming through from the rifles in this instance. Famous low. Snox as well also down well below half. So not an impossible retake here for Gaimin, but they're going to have to get a wriggle on. Time ticking away from them. Dezane will be the point man. Raffen unable to do too much beyond that. Great 2-man spray down by Snox, and first round on the board for Swamp. So much quicker here to kick off map 2 than what they were for map 1.
Yeah, seems like Snox feels much more comfortable on the AU side of things. Starts off the first round with 4 kills, all by himself. Famous with the opener, of course. Good start. I mean, this is what I was looking forward to. I mean, this already looks 10 times, at least 10 times better than we, saw on the first map. But, of course, GG, they will look for an answer. They will just, see what happens next because, one round is not the end of the world. So they will just go back to, their default. And this is their default, being super aggressive. Flex, my guy, calm down, come back. But yeah, I like what I'm seeing so far. Swamp grouping up in mid once again. Flex is going to take a risky peek, but of course, Flex, also a very experienced player, knows something might be lurking in AC here, and he's smart enough not to peek too deep into it, but he will also not gain any information.
Oh, Spoxy being a bit more patient this time around. Not opting to take the fight. He's waiting for it instead. It seems to be the modus operandi generally of Swamp as well on this BL side, is to take things pretty slow and then explode later on in the round. Util getting tossed across. It's going to be a flash and a smoke to go forward, but Spoxy will make no mistake. He wasn't caught by any of that Util. And Josh caught out in no man's land. Lion Claw, the pincer strike there with Spoxy. They don't quite make it too clean, though. It's still a 3-on-3. Flex, as of yet, not spotted on the site. How have they disregarded that position? He'll deny the bomb plant. Raffen coming in to trade Flex down. Gaimin, should be winning this round, but Famous is as Famous does. Headshot onto the jumping Dezane. Put it back into the 1v1, and this is a very winnable round for Famous. Raffen waiting, biding his time, and Famous is going to walk right into Raffen. So, in the end, Famous can't get it done. It's a round on the board for Gaimin.
Yeah. I mean, obviously a major mistake here by Swamp not to check, in between the side here, but somehow Famous made it interesting. And you know what? I don't even blame Famous for being more confident on the AU server because, whenever he is playing, gambling, whatever, he is always playing on the AU server, and I'm not really surprised that he is more confident or more used to the lag from his side, right? So 4-1 for Famous, obviously a good start. Spoxy not quite able to find Josh there, a little bit of a miss shot here, but still briefing both of them actually. Still alive, but obviously Spoxy with the information. They know, okay, something is cooking in front of A, but nothing too scary just yet. The bomb is dropped again in the back. This is what Swamp likes to do, they just drop the bomb and see what they can see, go back, group together, and then push something. I mean, again, very, very default, but, Swamp Gaming, they are not very looking forward to, quick pushes at all. I mean, they haven't done it in the last map, they haven't done it just yet, so I'm just waiting for it, to be honest.
Patience a virtue if you're on the Gaimin side of the field at the moment. And again, Spoxy holding a similar position. It's the same position, a different angle. He's been really good on this B bomb site so far. And again, same smoke coming out from Swamp. The toss it from middle, flash over the top again. And it will be the go signal for Swamp by the looks of things as they again group themselves. This time, Kai's just deletes Spoxy. Flex there on the other angle will get himself the 1-for-1, but both the Orms needing to connect there for Gaimin Gladiators. There's only one doing so. So it now comes down to the Riflers. And Lion Claw will fall, but Zane has dropped the C4. There's 20 seconds left on the clock here. Swamp need to move quickly. Raffin's on the other side of the map. Tasked with the clutch, but bomb plant going down late. HCZ almost isolates himself in a fight there against Raffin as the bomb is being planted. But now that Famous is in the picture, he's got the headshot locked in and ready to go. It'll be another one for Swamp, and it's pretty obvious that map 2 will not be nearly as easy as map 1 was for Gaimin.
Yeah, definitely a very good comeback from Swamp. They make it look interesting. They make it look very competitive, which obviously is a much needed change from them, and I'm glad they, eventually found out what to do. It's mainly, Snox and Famous hitting their shots, but I don't really care how they do it, but they're doing it. On the other side, of course, GG. They are, they're not really doing any mistakes. It's just, they're not hitting their shots like they did on map 1. And to my surprise, because again, they play on the EU server now, they should be more comfortable, but they're not. So let's see, Swamp Gaming preparing an A push. Like to see it very early on this time. Flex from completely blinded by the light, so is Raffin. Snox takes him out. Snox looking for a second, but it's actually going to be Famous. Zane trying to return a favor with HCZ, but the damage has been done. A lot of util being thrown all over the map. Now we are going for a retake. Bomb's been planted. And you can tell, look at Kais. Kais is just sitting in the back, waiting for anything. But look at this. GG not even stalling at all. Josh, good for free. I mean, how quick can it be? And Josh is like, yes, I got it, guys.
Yeah, I just wonder if we're going to be, once again, having another upset or another surprising result. It's kind of starting to feel like Swamp is the better team right now, and Ankara and Gaimin have kind of gone to sleep a little bit. Josh waiting behind Pillar. Flex, I think he might have spotted a sliver, but locked in on that position as Kais comes around the corner. Flex for 2. Looking for more. Not aware that Josh has fully crossed, and so he will end up losing his life, but Flex has done enough work. Zane's in there to get the trade as well, and Gaimin putting together a bit more of a stable looking round this time.
Yeah. A lot of aggression towards Swamp Gaming here, but seems like it worked out. Snox trying to bring back this round, but it's a lot to do. He doesn't even need to fight this though. Like, you have HCZ with the bomb in mid. Obviously, you don't know that it's completely clear, but Snox now going for it. Can't really find the Zane. So sharp with his AK, takes him out. Now HCZ left alone. What can he do from his position? I mean, if he gets one, it would be huge, but Raffin, once again, so sharp, doesn't even flinch. And yeah, right now, GG looks a little bit better now. Swamp still holding on. 1 round ahead. Let's see.
Let's see indeed. Double arms out again for Gaimin. Flex looking to have that impact. Has to duck back into safety. Doesn't want to concede too much territory at all. He sticks around for more, and he's going to get it. Spoxy, meanwhile, with the Colt in hand, is going to get the better of Kai's. Now it's Flex's turn. He gets one more before he does end up falling. There's going to be an ass flood into middle here from Gaimin Gladiators. They've kind of locked in the last couple of rounds and looked a lot better. C4 now in their possession. And HCZ with a difficult 1v3 to try and pull back.
HCZ in the clutch right now. I mean, again, how winnable is this? It's not impossible, but with Raffin is just, hey, this guy. I'm just so surprised how good a guy can be. I mean, he wasn't even like that on at the international stage at CFS. I mean, this guy is just so good, and he puts GG at a break even again. And something went wrong with Swamp in that last round. I mean, they were, they were pretty aggressive towards the lower tunnel section there, but again, I want to see them play more aggressively, but then on the other hand, it doesn't work out, right? So the question is it really the way to go? And it seems like it's not, even though I think it should be, but maybe not. I'm not sure, but this time around, we have Swamp Gaming around the hotel area there, just clearing it up. Everything's clear. They even have the bomb with them this time, so they might even go for it later on.
Solid said he wins the race again for Swamp. It's Spoxy watching the rotates in middle. Just going to fall off the line as Snox comes back across. There we go. There's some info. No kill, but information at least. And he spots the rotate over toward A, which is going to be information that will be relayed quickly over to the team. And Gaimin send their forces in the direction of A. 2 players already now across. Flex in behind. And he gets a collab, which he'll finish off on the kill of Kai's. It's going to be a nice 2K there from Flex. Spoxy in for one more as well. You could see Swamp were thinking about kind of using that rotate over to A as a fake, but it was just completely figured out by Flex on that fast flank. And now it's on to Snox, who will be brought down by Raf, and 3-on-3 is starting to fall by the wayside as Gaimin pick up one more. And they're looking better and better on this GR side, now up to 4.
Yeah, Flex just so smart, wraps around them, gets a quick double. The rest of the squad finish the job. What can you say? I mean, huge improvement all of a sudden from GG. Spoxy takes out Snox very early on too. I'm a little bit not sure what happened last round. Like I'm just so surprised because they know they got spotted in mid. They still decided to run towards A and, stall a little bit from there. But however, this round, you finally see some more frags coming out from Swamp. Josh and Famous take out 2 players. Now in an almost even situation. It's only Josh with a little bit of damage. Kai's a little bit quiet, 1-6 with the arm. Mostly the arm, a very important role, especially on compounds. Don't really want to fall back like that. Maybe it's time to switch. Not sure. HZ is also a little bit quiet, 2-7. So, not sure what's going on, but this round is far from over. I mean, this mid push will come through eventually. Spoxy in the key position. Oh, a little bit confused by the smoke, but he picks up Kai's anyway. Still gets away with his life. He's not even done yet. Picks the fight with Josh, but the trades are there. Dzane. Good for 1. Can he find Famous? Oh, this is a tough fight. Think about it twice if you want to take it or not. Famous. He knows what's going on. He just plays the time a bit. Takes out Dzane. What a headshot. Can he find Lion Claw as well? Lion Claw. The respect. But this time around, he wraps around, takes him out.
Yeah, another good effort from Famous, but unfortunately not quite being able to put these ones together, and Gaimin might be on for 6 in this half, which would be a pretty stellar first half here on the GR side, especially considering the way things did end up starting out. Faster approach this time from Swamp, but Dzane locking it down on the Snox. He won't get too much more. Lion Claw will also fall, but there's the peek up from Spoxy. He's dropped the C4 for all the space that Swamp have taken. It will not matter if they don't take the C4 with them, and Flex in a powerful position to control that C4 even if Spoxy goes down.
Yeah, well, yet another round from Swamp where they go down super quickly. I mean, the aggression, it's just not their thing, I guess, but Josh, maybe he has something in store. I mean, Josh, gotta talk about him. He's been pretty consistent. I mean, yeah, obviously it's not enough, but he's really trying. I mean, you gotta give him that, but again, in this round, it's just not enough in general, but I would still give him a huge shout out, Josh. He's not like one of the star players, but still, he's up there, puts the frags on the board, but it's just not enough.
All right, run it back into the second half as Gaimin Gladiators take control of outside of A. But we know Gaimin Gladiators are not one of those teams that tends to play super quickly, so I'm not going to be imagining we'll get a particularly fast resolution to this round.
No. But, as you can see, yet another stack on A. This is pretty typical, right? In the first few rounds, everyone is just heavily stacking A because that's very common, right? But it's not going to work out this time either, but GG. Oh, I like this. This is slowly but surely becoming a B push. They're just clearing out as much as they can. Raffen. Oh, look at this angle. Snux. He's gonna peek it. Yes, he takes out Spoxy. He takes out Raffen. Doesn't take out Design though. Trade is good. But the damage has been done as well.
I mean, 3-on-4, it's favorable enough here for Swamp. But Gaimin could certainly win it if Famous is picked off at a wrong timing. I mean, solo hold on A is never going to be easy. Flex is looking for that pick. Famous into the vent. It's being held right now by Lionclaw. He's seen him. He's seen Famous. Josh has come across to try to bolster the A defense. And now with that information, Gaimin Gladiators are going elsewhere. The timing into middle. HCZ just floating around in no man's land is going to go down. There is a nice kill in there from Kai's. So it's starting to become a pretty messy round as Gaimin try to scramble to get control of either of the bomb sites. They are going to commit to B by the looks of it, but Kai's with that kill might have just saved this round here for Swamp. Going to look for some more two-man swing out from Gaimin. The timing pretty good on that, but Lionclaw now alone will fall and Swamp get their fourth.
Yeah, good round here from Swamp. I mean, it was a little bit too close for comfort, but they get it done. It's all that matters in the end. Kai's still very quiet. So is HGZ. If these two would step up a little bit, just a bit, this would already be a huge change, right? So hope they can change whatever is going wrong with them. By the way, good grenade onto Flex. It's already down to half HP. Very favorable for Swamp. It is another A stack. But it will eventually be a normal hold. But yeah, so far so good, Swamp. They make this second set very competitive. I love to see it, Swamp. They were kinda rolled over in the first map. I even, gave them a chance of a 10-0. But, or 0-10, I guess. But not this time. Not this time. I think this time they might even have a very good chance to bring this one home. But before we go there, there's some rounds left to go. GG. About to push towards A. The utility comes out now. Who's gonna be the better player? Look at this, Famous and Josh. Josh good for 2. Lionclaw also picks up 2 all by himself. But again, the disadvantage now for GG, not favorable. Smoke comes out. They stall a bit longer. They need to get the bomb down eventually, but seems like Swamp Gaming is going to wait for that initial plant. Not wasting it, not rushing it. But there's the plant. Not gonna wait too long. Waiting for the smoke to fade. Spock's in a good position there. Let's see. Lionclaw. Just waiting for his food. But let's see, Snox is gonna be the entry for this. Bad flash. Let's see, Snox taken out instantly. HCZ left alone. Ooh. What a headshot.
Yeah, big clutch out there for Gaimin Gladiators. It gets them right back on track. It's looking decent for a moment there for Swamp. 2v4 from Lionclaw and Spoxy. And that's the X factor, the star power that Gaimin Gladiator brings. You can hear in the background a lot happening at the start of round number 12. Snox fighting Raffen will get that duel over the line. It might actually just be a faster play in toward A as a result here for Gaimin Gladiators. They are certainly set up in vents, but Famous and HCZ winning a duel apiece, and this round is over already for Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, this time we had a very fast approach. Didn't work out at all. I mean, you gotta give him that. The aggression was great, but Snox taking out Raffen Hotel and obviously Famous in the connector there. he didn't really give him a good chance.
Yeah, well, 2v4 in the last round. I don't know that a 2v5 is really on the cards here. Bomb plan is being given to Gaimin if they want it, which at some point they will. Spoxy try to isolate some duels, just oversteps his welcome there, walks right into the crosshair of Kai's, and Dezane, in the meanwhile, also kind of doing the same. Hasn't actually got the bomb plant down, so there's no time pressure on Swamp. Dezane just going to go lurking around to see if he can find anything, but pretty wishful thinking at this stage.
Yeah. He's not really gonna be able to get anything done from here. I mean, 30 seconds on the board. He has the bomb though, but... Oh, well, wait. No, never mind. HSC takes him out, and Swamp Gaming pushing these numbers closer together. Love to see it. It's about time. And to be honest, I think it's... For GG, it's time for a quick break, right? Let's call it timeout. Let's talk about it, what's going on. How can we close this game? But doesn't seem to be in their minds right now. They want to continue as they take out Snox again very early on, but the trade comes through. Reflex looking for that fight. He takes him out too, and this is looking good for GG so far. Swamp, they need an answer, and they need to find it fast. And look at this, Raffen takes out Famous. A huge mistake to go hunt for one of these GG players, and now Josh and Kai is left alone in a clutch. Kai is not really able to perform so far. I mean, this guy, we talked about him earlier on. He's so good, but right now, he's not really feeling it, and he's taken out as well. Dezane finds him quickly, and Josh in the clutch, looking for anything, but GG already on site, about to plant the bomb, but Josh, if the timing is right, maybe he's gonna be able to find at least one for free. Ugh. Not really able to. He misses some crucial shots. Now he's being spotted. The damage is done, and oh, he's just about to die.
Yeah, it's getting ever closer, slowly but surely for Gaimin Gladiators. 8-5 now, and they are looking to lock in the 2-0. It will be the first 2-0 of the season. Hasn't been a super decisive second map at this stage, but they're doing enough to make it look comfortable. Push in through mid quickly for Gaimin Gladiators. And there's a flash right into Snox's position. He'll spray away through it and get himself one, which is about as good as you can hope for. It's not enough to keep Gaimin Gladiators at bay. Flex looking for a re-engagement. He knows Kai's is stuck on the side at the moment, but might have just won that one a little bit too early. His teammates Dezane and Lionclaw weren't in position to trade just yet. So an overreach, and that has given Kai's a chance to hold on to the side. It's Dezane now solo against two, and the high-low setup from Famous and Josh will be enough to get it done. Swamp for another.
Yeah, they keep it close. Good dance around by Flex, by the way, jumping in and out of the window. Not really able to get more than that, but finally we see some more performance from Kai's. A much needed one in the end. 2 more rounds to break even, but if Kai's continues to get some frags on the board, this might get very close, but let's see. It's still far away, GG. Oh, look at this aggression once again. Love to see it. HSE takes out Raffen, but now needs to hold on for steer alive. He's already blinded by the light. Snox gets another one, but the side is lost whatsoever, and Swamp now in a retake situation. They need to group together first. They're all over the map, but it's a very winnable situation for them if they play their cards right, and seems like they are waiting a bit longer for, I think it's Josh, to go around towards mids. It's just a matter of seconds before Dezane is being tested. He gets Snox, he gets Famous. Actually, it's Lionclaw. Good cleanup by both of them. Josh now in the clutch. Not gonna happen. Spoxy takes him out.
Yeah, that was one which felt like it could potentially go the way of Swamp. Probably needed to go the way of Swamp if they were to keep anything happening in this series. But now with a 9-6 scoreline, you'd definitely be feeling as though Gaimin are going to be able to close this one out and do it pretty comfortably. This map has been a decent fight, a much better attempt from Swamp, but Gaimin teetering on the precipice now of the first 2-0 of the season. Flex is going to go lurking through that smoke, walks right into the line that Snox is holding, so that one's not going to work out.
Oh, look at this. If timing is right, Freffen, he might just find 2, or it goes the other way around. Oh, look how close that is. Josh, does he have the answer? He does not. Spoxy takes him out. A huge kill, but Famous there to return the favor. Can he get a second? He will get a second. Maybe the third. Oh, he's hungry. But he can't find the Zane, and this is the open A spot. They don't know it yet, but they will soon. But there comes Snox. So Snox is angry. He wants to get that revenge as soon as possible, but is he going to be able to? The Zane falls to him. Snox, only one more guy to go. Land Claw. Bomb hasn't even been planted yet. They don't need to go inside, and this is what they're gonna do. They're just gonna chill, just calm down, collect themselves. Kai is trying to find what he can find, but already crossed Land Claw. Oh, look at this. Gonna clear every single corner. No one to be seen. Does a little sound cue. Did you see Kais? Yes, he did. Kais with a little bit of a mistake here. And this, all of a sudden, becomes a very winnable situation if Land Claw doesn't do that.
Well, Line Claw's out of there. Off to the races. Ooh, we'll catch Snox in the side. HCZ up in the sniper's nest. Not able to find that trade. And all of a sudden, we're back down to a 1v1. Lion Claw could do it right here and now. He can't win the duel. So we'll be left wanting yet another round. Swamp surviving, and it is a close enough scoreline that this could be doable to push into OT. 9-7, 2 rounds the gap, and Gaimin Gladiators still not quite able to put this one over the line yet.
Not yet, but we are pushing to overtime. Swamp Gaming, Famous 14, Josh 13, and of course Snox also 15. It's only HCZ and Kais. I'm telling you, I said it before, if these two step it up, this is a very, very winnable situation, but it's just a matter of time. Spoxy not able to find Josh, it's just so close, but not done yet. And GG decide to group up in front of A for another A hit, but Swamp, they have an answer. They have 3 people towards A. If HEZ doesn't decide to go back, look at this. Oh, it's a little bit awkward, but the damage is done. Lionfall takes out Josh. Famous trying to do everything in his power to survive a bit longer. Snox, oh, put your gun out, my mate.
Nah,
what are
Flex,
you doing?
Nah, Flex. Oh, he's the type of guy that would go for a knife in this circumstance for sure. Was just gonna get it done in the end, and finally it is over and done with. Swamp. It was a good effort from them. Look, they made Gaimin Gladiators work for it. There's no doubt about that. But end of the day, Gaimin, they do secure the first 2-0 of the season. Took a little bit of work on map 2, but map 1 was a super decisive one in the end from them, and their season has started okay. You know, they took the map off of ROC yesterday. They probably could have won that series. They lost, you know, 13-9, 13-10 in the 2 maps that they did go down in. So all things considered, a loss, but a very, very close loss against the other team that would be considered top dogs here in the West League. And then actually the most convincing win of the season that we've had so far, in that it was a 2-0. So yeah, not the perfect start to the season, but a decent start nonetheless in week 1 for Gaimin. Let's hear what the analysts have to say about that one, and we'll head it over to the desk before match number 3.
Thank you, Alfish. Thank you, Bandox. And it was a very, very convincing win. The first 2-0 of the season.
Yeah, honestly, not so surprised after all. I mean, we did see the first match and how did it go. And honestly, after seeing the first map, I thought going into the second map, it won't be a long map. I wouldn't say it wasn't stomp. It was more of a going back and forth game. Well, when you have someone like Zane, it just he gives you this sense of comfort, yeah. Whether it was BL or GR, it just you have this one player that he's always going to watch your flank, whether you're playing on the GR side, and when you're playing on the blacklist side, you have this entry taker, the first blood taker. You know that you have someone that you can depend on, and at the same time, you have Spoxy with you who will cover most of the angles, whether it was main, mid, short, long. You have the sniper and just he's ready to take some shots. Now, Swamp Gaming did show us some good rounds, reaching the 7th round, and we have to focus more on Famous and Josh. Famous being the IGL and controlling the players, yet managing to get good kills to, you know, save his team a bit. Honestly, I thought Swamp Gaming would take us to a 3rd game, and that's what we discussed off stream. I mean, reaching 6 rounds with them, the game was going back and forth, and in the early game, Swamp Gaming did have the lead on GG. Now, when you look at the late game, you see them losing control, as if they started so good, and slowly what's typical and what's common, I don't want to say what's normal, is that when you get more into the game, you get better and better. But that was the opposite, sort of the opposite for some gamings. When we reach more of the rounds, they just lose it. They lose the tempo, they lose the hype that they tried to build within the first couple of rounds.
Indeed, it showcased the strength of GG on the blacklist side, right? Like it was a bit close, rough at the beginning for them, but once they swapped to the blacklist side, it was very, very aggressive.
Exactly.
They were very, very much organized, and for Swamp Gaming, that's where it felt like they lost control, right?
And this is one thing I don't like about certain teams, man. When you have, when you choose the map, or you're good at a certain map, let's take Subways for an example. If you're playing on GR and you're so good defending the side, when you go blacklist and your decision and your mission and objective is to attack the site, plant the bomb, and then post-plant and wait for it to explode, you can't be good at one side and be bad at the other, or be not as good as the other side. Now, that adds, besides that adds so much of inconsistency to the game, it adds, you can't embrace the amount of rounds of GR and just wait to lose, or wait that the other team choke or play on their faults. You have to be as good or as close as you are in the BL side or GR side, whether it was the situation for team for both teams, actually, not only the GG side. Now, Swamp Gaming did surprise us, reaching the 7th round, but it wasn't enough for them to give us a 3rd map.
100%. I felt like Swamp Gaming, they reached the 6 rounds, or like they were really good at the very beginning because of individual level that's coming from Josh, Snox, and Famous specifically. Like when I was looking at the scoreboard, these guys kept doing a lot of clutches left and right, and that's where we felt like Swamp Gaming may actually be in the game. But it's really hard to rely only on individual plays from your team, right?
And yes, and it's so hard to rely on one side, as I said. You can't only rely on GR, or you can't only rely on PL, and you can't only rely having this player to be consistent round by round. You can't only rely on Famous, that the start of the round he will get 1 kill on the A side, and then he will rotate. If he loses this, or if he dies as the first individual, then the round goes for you. And at the end of the day, CF is a momentum game. When you build this momentum, you're in the zone. That's it. You can't lose. Maybe you lose 1 round at max. And that's what GG is good at. Thing is with the GG, every individual that they have is just to have his own strength. He can carry his own weight. And that's not happening with the Swamp Gaming. Swamp Gaming's, you don't feel this chemistry, but you feel that they are a bit disconnected from each other. It's not the same chemistry, it's not the same vibe, it's not the same momentum or rhythm. They are not on the same tempo, if you can say that. So thing is with Team GG, I think they are just continue on the same win streak for them, finishing it off with a quick 2-0 and leaving Swamp Gaming with another loss.
Yeah, and Swamp Gaming, they are in a bit of a decent state. Like they're not that much behind as a team.
Yeah,
Let's say they are facing GG, which is one of the strongest
one
team
of the
that we
best
have.
teams.
They had a very close series against ROC. I mean, they only lost with a difference of very minimum rounds. And for GG, this is a very good start for
Mm.
them. They took their first win. They played the strongest team and they showed a really good performance. So where can they take it from there and build up on it to show us like a promising performance that can be one of the contenders of the league?
I think losing to the boys from Team GG, I think one important factor from losing is that the score wasn't as big. It's 9-7, then 9-5 if I'm not mistaken, 10-7, then 10-5 if I'm not mistaken. So it's not as big, and they did show us that they have what it takes. Just bit of a time on the drawing board, change of some strats, focus more on the individuality side, and then who knows, maybe Team Swam would surprise us in the next battle between GG and them.
Yeah, 100%. And we have an interview with Lion Claw, one of GG stars, after a very convincing
Hey, man.
win
Hello.
against. Hello. Congratulations on the win. It was the first 2-0 of season 2. How do you feel after this one?
We feel good. I mean, it's a win, so we are closer to get to the playoffs. I mean, we have to. I mean, these type of matches are matches that you always want to win.
Yeah.
Like you want to qualify to playoffs as fast as possible. So I'm glad that we got our first win.
100%. And after a very close series against ROC yesterday, you guys entertained us. It was a very close series. I want to speak about New Mexico, the map. We saw ROC play it in the last game, and it was a bit of hesitant play style from them because like they picked the New Mexico map and they lost 10-4 against 999. What do you think of New Mexico as a map in general coming to the pool?
Well, talking about the ROC match, I'm sure if they left Mexico open, they should have an idea of what to play it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I think playing against 999 is probably the worst team where you want to test New Mexico out. Like, they are going to force the game to be a bit random. They will force some duels. And in this case, I don't believe any team still reached the maturity level on this map to be like really dominant. It's brand new.
Okay.
And about the map, I don't know, like, I don't like it that much. I don't know if it's a map where you can really be consistent on. But, I mean, I only played it like a few times, so I still don't have an idea. I don't think anyone has.
Yeah, it shows. It's a new map, but it's very early to judge. And I want to talk about the next matchup for you as a GG against PingPongPals. This new team, this new roster. It's a very like a good roster. They won against Anubis yesterday 2-1. So what do you think about this matchup, and what do you think about PingPongPals?
Well, I think PingPongPals is proving to be a decent team. They can for sure upset some of the top teams. Like against us, obviously, like if you will ask InnerCircle or Anubis the same question, they will say that they are favorites in the matchup. I think we are
100%.
favorites, but I don't know. You just have to respect them, win, and that's it. Like they will also come for the win, but in theory, you should think that you are favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, 100%. Once again, Lion Claw, thank you for the
Thank you,
interview.
man.
GG on the game, and best of
Thank
luck
you.
in your next match.
He's always humble, man, and you love to see him on the interviews. He's always confident, yet humble when he speaks about it. I mean, congratulations for Team GG. They did show us some insane performance. And one thing that most of the teams do have in common is they know that 3P, PingPongPals, are just one of the teams that you should look out for.
Exactly.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised looking at the individuals that they have and ready to surprise us. And that takes us to the third game of our night.
Yes, the third game of our day. It's TPI versus PingPongPals, the team that managed to beat Anubis yesterday, the runner-ups of Season 1, which was a very big statement. And like Lion Claw mentioned, it's a decent team. You should not be underestimating them.
Yes.
Exactly. And it's a matchup against TBI that didn't manage to get their first win yet.
Maybe some of us didn't expect the first game 2 and 3 maps and 3 maps, and same goes for the second map.
Yeah.
But the third map, I think we can agree when we say that the third map is going to be a 3-map game. Before we go to the first map, to the second game, third game, sorry,
Third game.
I think we need to speak about something, which is Flex and Leonclo, the guy that we just interviewed.
Yeah.
What I love about Team GG, man, is you have this pyramid triangle of death, which is Spoxy, Leonclo, and Flex. Everyone does his own thing. Everyone just is in his own world, competing and dominating Team Swamp Gaming's, and vice versa. From Swamp, you have guys, you have HZZ, which these players are there, but they aren't, performing as good as famous Snox, for example. So I think once they reach this point where the 5 players are just competing, the 5 players are just performing, I think that would take us to maybe a third game against one of the big dogs like GG.
Yeah, 100%. And like you said, GG are showing a very, very consistent performance. Swamp Gaming, they were very close. I mean, you were 7 rounds in. So it could have went both ways. But they need more work still. They need more time as a team to manage to get a map against like one of the best teams that we have right now, which is GG. So once again, congratulations to GG and best of luck for Swamp Gaming in the next match.
Yeah.
Coming back to PingPongPals versus TBI. Tell me more about this match.
Man, the match that is awaited, honestly, from most of the fans and from me and you. I think thing is with the PingPongPals, we don't know much about them, but we do know that they are scary. So we did look about the individuals, and the guys, the players are just insane and scary. I mean, the logo itself, man, I think that's the best logo.
And the name as well, PingPongPals.
And this is, man, I need to mention, this is the best logo I've ever seen within the 8 teams, the PingPongPals logo.
It's really good. It's really good, and like you said, it's a very decent roster. Yesterday, Pangor Penguin told me that Petro, HTZ, and MKZ, they know how to play against Anubis. They are very experienced players, and it showcased in the series against Anubis. They managed to beat Anubis, which was like not a surprise, but you have to say that it might have been favored to Anubis more than PingPongPals, and they managed to win. True.
Well, speaking about PingPongPals, here's the roster that we've been waiting for. Here's Gainer. We did see Gainer before. MKZ, Petro, LSY, and HDZ. Man, as I said, names speaks for itself, man. Just super scary to see these individuals playing against one of the strongest team. And TPI, man, they didn't have much luck on the first season. It wasn't the best season for them, but hey, there's always time to make up for it, and there's always time to, retreat, make the best of it. And if you didn't make it in the first season, you can always make it with Hunt being there, with King, Boker, FaZe, and of course, the new player, the one and only, Noxon.
100%. And TBI, they like both of their games, they went to 2-1, so they managed to win a map in both games. And against IC and against Anubis, these were the games that TBI played. And both, by the way, of these maps that they won was on Compound, the map. So they are pretty confident on this map now.
They are confident, and what's more confident and what's more exciting and accelerating to see is this matchup between TBI and PingPongPals. Because the first match, I predicted ROC Esports. The second one, it was easy to predict GG, but here, honestly, I got no predictions, man.
And let's talk about the maps more. I mean, we said Compound, like TBI won on this map. So from PingPongPals side, do you want to ban this map if you know that the only 2 maps that TBI won was in this map? Yes or no?
Compound, I'd ban it, man. Honestly, I'd ban it if I was in their shoes, because if they got a good map, I should ban it and start picking what I'm most comfortable on. And if Compound is the default map that goes for both teams, I wouldn't risk it against TBI because Ankara and Compound, just scary maps to play against TBI. I don't know, man. Predictions wise, I can't even go with TBI. I'd go with PingPongPals, honestly.
I mean, you have to from the performance that they showed it to us. But let's look at the map selection and see if they are going to ban Compound. Yes or no? Yes, they banned Compound. Subbase and Compound banned by PingPongPals. On the other side, team TBI, they banned Black Widow, New Mexico, and we have Eagle Eye at the first map.
And Ankara as the second map. See, you can't lose Ankara. You can't win Ankara against TPI. When there is TPI, there's Ankara. And when there is Ankara, there is TPI. They just adore the map, man. Love is an underestimate when you say TPI and Ankara. Thing is, they do lose on it. So
I mean, they lost yesterday. They lost yesterday 10-3 against IC on Ankara. But what's more interesting for me is for PingPongPals, like the game against Anubis and IC, they are the one that chose Ankara. So like the map picked from the enemy team, which is TBI, they choose the map that you usually choose at PingPongPals.
Thing is, even if they did lose on Ankara yesterday, it's still their favorite map, and they're so ready to give it another chance and see. Look, okay, we did lose. Let's mental reset. And if we did win on this map thousands and thousands of times, we lost one time, that doesn't mean that we neglect it and just start to, focus on other maps. No, I think that gives them more room to, practice on it more, go back to the drawing board, and let's re-roll and give the game, give the map another chance.
Yeah, I mean, well, PingPongPals versus TPI, the last match of the day. Let's see if it's gonna be close, if it's gonna be favored to a certain team. Elfish and Bandox, you have the mic, take it over.
Yeah, thank you guys for talking us through. And yeah, this game is going to be very interesting in my eyes because the elephant in the room, for me personally, 3P beat Anubis yesterday, right? So I don't know about you, but I think TBI will have a very, very hard game today. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be easy either way, right? But overall, I would say this is going to be very interesting. So first map, it is going to be Eagle Eye. Obviously, love to see Eagle Eye. It's not a map that you see all day. So definitely looking forward to these teams, how they prepare themselves to go. And not sure how they are going to start into this matchup, but I'm just very looking forward to it. And let's see, one more thing I want to mention. Oh yeah, of course, how can I forget? LSY, right? This guy turned out to be a very, very strong player, right? I mean, honestly, I didn't even had him on my radar all the time, right? But it is just this guy. Let me cut it short for you guys. Just take your eyes on him. He will surprise you.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. 3P and TBI, I think, should be a pretty close game. That's my expectation. So I've said two zeros earlier on today. This one I'm actually thinking probably does go to 3 maps. HDC goes down pretty early here for the PingPongPals, which I would have to say is probably the best name in the league in quite a while that we've had. So I'll give them that benefit of the doubt as well. Into the 5-on-4 early on in the piece. Noxon, though, getting pushed away on the timing. MKZ will grab one, LSY another, and PingPongPals trying to fight their way back into this round, but probably a bit too much to ask here of MKZ. So that'll be that. First round on the board goes the way of TBI.
TBI not wasting any time to get the first round on the board, and pretty convincingly too. King, good for 2 obviously. Who else but King? I always like to talk about him. I mean, even in last season, this guy, he was always outstanding, always cheering his teammates up, always having this kind of aura, it's really, really insane to have someone like him in your team, Other than that, we also have to talk about Noxon and FaZe. Obviously, FaZe, very known, very experienced player, has been around for years and years and years. And yesterday, Penguin, were asking him, okay, who's Noxon? What can you tell me about him? And he told me he brought him into TBI as a sub at first, and when Penguin left the team, Obviously, Noxin got the main spot in the lineup, and honestly, I'm very surprised by him, by his performance as well, because, again, he's not a person I have on my radar, but if he continues to be very consistently like he was when I watched him on Friday, I'm very looking forward to him.
I mean, I think there's quite a few players in this matchup that you'd be looking at and saying, I'm kind of excited to see where they can go with their careers. I mean, for me, Gainer has been someone that I sort of highlighted last season as doing really, really well. And see if he can follow suit this season. Noxon, who you've just been highlighting. Nice two-man spray down, 2 headshots. Pietro and LSY will drop immediately. A 5-on-2 now. And HDZ and Gainer will have to try to negotiate the treacherous waters. But so far, this is looking pretty dominant from TBI.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, Noxin, who else but him, right? Behind the counter, going back, going left and right, looking for HDZ. We'll find him eventually. Gainer will be taken out by Booker as well. And you know what? TBI, hello, you guys are on fire right now. I mean, 3P, they wanted to play Eagle Eye. And so far, they have not really found their way to go. But look at this. This looks like a very fast A push. But Hunt gets the better of MKZ. Pietro finds King. LSY finds Sun. Look at this. The kill feed is all over the place. But this time around, TBI, they are struggling. FaZe now in the clutch. 1 versus 3. Very experienced. But how much can he do? Look at this spot from Pietro. Oh, this is one that might break your wrist. And FaZe actually doesn't even get damaged at all. Pietro, a little bit of a whiff if you ask me, but bomb will get planted. HTZ gets it down. Needs to reposition himself as soon as possible. FaZe with a huge wrap around around the entire map. It's going to be a little bit... it's going to cost a little bit of time. FaZe 20 seconds on the board, needs to kill 2 people, needs to find them first. Oh, FaZe, he's going all around. 15 seconds now. Oh, Gainer with a little bit of a misplay. Okay, Max thinks very winnable. HTZ gets away with his life, needs to stall time as much as he can. FaZe, oh, he's so low. Look at this. He's gonna stick. He's not gonna stick it. Oh. He's gonna fake it. HTZ clears him up.
It was a damn good effort, though. He actually very nearly gets that one done. That's the first kill that made it really doable. Second kill here, and then more importantly, the fact that he got the early info onto HDZ and then the grenade landed, put him down to a one-shot. It really felt like it was doable there for FaZe, but PingPongPals, importantly, picking up their first round of the map. It's been a pretty pacey game so far, 3 rounds in already, and we're kicking on through it pretty quickly. This round, though, will slow down somewhat. 30 seconds in now, and not a whole lot happening. PingPongPals have pushed around in mid a little bit, but they haven't kind of like exited their own territory. You know, you draw the battle lines over the map at the start of the round and you say, well, this area, this territory usually held by the GR side, this usually held by the BL side, and it doesn't seem like anyone's tried to make really any serious encroachments just yet. Everything's standard fare so far, but now as we start to look deeper into the round, PingPongPals are trying to work in through middle, but Hunt just says, no thank you very much. Gainer for 2. It's still not going to be enough to trade it back in favorable position for PingPongPals.
What a kill feed. FaZe cleans up Gainer. MKZ now left alone in the clutch. TBI, what a performance so far. I mean, looking at their history, Friday and Saturday, they had, let's call it, a hard time. They weren't really able to find their first victory. Maybe today, a much needed one. I mean, Anubis and the InnerCircle, of course, 2 tough teams to beat. 3P, obviously, not the easiest team to beat either, but right now, I give him a good chance, but there's still so much work to do. And Hunt, huge shout out to him. I mean, that triple kill, much needed for his team. This guy is really stepping it up, but look at this, MKZ. He has so much time to go around. I mean, there's no one that's gonna, fight him, because TBI, they played safe. They're not gonna, risk anything, but oh, MKZ, this decision might bite you in the back. And 20 seconds on the board. Did FaZe already spot him? I'm not sure though, but no one even spotted him. Noxon now needs to leave. I'm not sure what's going on. MKZ, he finds Booker. Can he find another one? Oh, the timing's a bit weird, but he's still alive somehow. 5 seconds on the board. Okay. Can we finally get something done? Okay, the time is just gonna run out. And FaZe always going for the knife. Look at him smile. That is a dirty smile, my guy.
Yeah, they try to get the knife in there in the back end, but all sorted out. TBI 2, 3, and 1. There's a nice shot in from FaZe. LSY dropping early on in the piece, and it just seems like this will be continued dominance from TBI so far on the GR side of Eagle Eye. Seriously raising some concerns for PingPongPals because this is their map pick. And this is kind of blowing out pretty early on in the piece.
Well, goes back and forth. LSY goes down, the nade kill by King. MKZ sent flying. It's a good start. A very early damage as well. TBI looking so strong. FaZe today on fire too, 6 and 2. Really stepping it up. Had a little bit of an, not underperformance, but let's say it was under his usual performance. Hunt, oh, he's so ready to go. Only Pietro left in the mix. Can he get something done? Hunt, so confident, peeks in, gets it done. And you know what? Maybe this is a little bit like a deja vu when it comes to these map picks, right? I mean, ROC, they wanted to play Mexico very, very much. And maybe 3P wanted to play Eagle Eye. But right now, I don't know if that was the best decision for them.
No, I tend to agree. Starting to raise some concerns about the vetoing and the picks and bans from the teams today. Already we saw, you know, New Mexico from ROC that didn't go very well, and it seems as though maybe Eagle Eye here for PingPongPals might be following in the same trajectory. Hunt just missing that shot. He'll overswing the corner, and Pietro will take him down. LSI would have had that job done, and you'd think he's going to get one there onto Booker, who tried to re-aggress. So this round not quite going to plan for TBI at all. That aggression out from A has been punished. And that's a pretty straightforward round from PingPongPals, but I don't know that does a whole lot to really convince me just yet, considering the fact that that was less around that TBI won, and I think more around that... less around that 3P won and more around that TBI lost.
3P, they fight back. They don't want to go down like that. Much of a need of a recovery, I would say. But TBI, oh, look at this angle from Hunt. Oh, I mean, he's young. He can hit that, right? I give him that. Maybe he does. I mean, on LAN, he for sure does. But I remember, actually, with Hunt, I was sitting with him in the practice room, and he was like, yo, get on the PC, let's practice. I was like, sure. Then, I think it was on Compound, actually, he wanted to practice very sharp angles, and he just wanted me to go back and forth. And Hunt, this guy is very young, very talented. Obviously, the young brother from Penguin. So I really give him everything. But right now, MKZ, good for 2, maybe looking for a 3rd, but King, he takes him out. 3P looking a little bit stronger now. The job's not done yet. Knocks in. Looking for Gainer. Is he able to find it? The timing's a bit off. He doesn't check it. Gainer gets a freebie. Takes him out. Now, King and FaZe left alone for the clutch. Bomb has been planted. FaZe not really able to get anything from the tower position. King. He's been spotted as well. Pietro finds him. Now FaZe once again in the clutch. Surely not. Misses the shot as well. No way in hell. Goes down.
Alright, are we going to get a pause here? Looks like we might be. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think both of these teams are probably still kind of working through things at the start of this season. Some fairly significant changes. Of course, for TBI and PingPongPals is essentially a completely new team. So, being that it is only day 3, still kind of just trying to get a bit of a read on where these two teams sit. I think they're doing the same with one another, and kind of heard from the interview as well that a lot of teams aren't necessarily locked in with you know, where they're at the moment, starting to kind of like practice a little bit more and work their way through the early stages of the season, tends to be the case that, you know, you don't really get the peak powers of any given team until sort of the mid to latter stages of any given season. Into those playoffs, of course, is when you really want to be peaking. So at this stage, it's just for TBI, of course, you know, how do we integrate Noxon? How do we integrate FaZe? You know, go through this change up with the structure of the team, because a few significant members of that team moving away. And, you know, what that leadership structure also looks like. It obviously looks like King is still kind of a big vocal point. Not really having too much of a conversation on the behalf of FaZe in terms of, you know, where does he come in with that vocal input? Is he someone that wants to do that? Maybe not. You don't see him necessarily being someone that's too vocal typically on the player cam. So I think he's happy to just sort of slot into this team and play his role, and it's working out pretty okay for TBI at the moment.
I'm not sure if FaZe was someone that talks a lot during breaks historically, to be honest. But right now, he seems pretty chill. Obviously, King taking over the talking parts, as always. That's what I'm saying. Like, this guy is always so talky. You know, he's always like, yo, guys, let's go. Let's bring it on. Step it up. And let's see. 3P here. Just some smiles from LSY. Just chilling. Just vibing, waiting for us to go back into the game. So far, so good. I like what I'm seeing. Eagle Eye, always a pleasure. More, you know, A-sided than B-sided right now, but at the end of the words, 4-3 in favor of TBI. 1 round ahead. And let's see. This time around, we don't really get to see much of an, you know, aggression from 3P. Maybe they want to, you know, relax a little bit. It's all good. And, oh, look at this. King wants to get a little bit of an info. I like this double setup here. So Hunt is going to spot them, maybe kill them, and obviously his support player is going to swing around and finish the job, if necessary, of course. But eventually he's going to back off again.
Been pretty tight at the moment in this matchup, and that is what was expected. Booker in the key position will be flashed out, but ducks back into the safety of the smoke. Survives for the moment. FaZe in for 1, and might even have to look for some more, but it is again Booker who kept himself alive and has had an impact in the round despite being low HP. It seems we're back to the regularly scheduled programming, and that is TBI winning yet another GR round in comfortable style as well. Pietro trying to flip that script, and he's been able to get himself a duel there against Nox and Solo. We'll be able to get a plant down now as well. PingPongPals will be hoping that Pietro can conjure a bit of magic here.
Yeah, well, Noxon, being a little bit unexperienced, looks for the 1v1, fails it. Not the end of the world, still a 1 versus 3, but if you want to really play it safe, obviously you don't go for that, but can't really blame him. Still young, still hungry, still looking for that highlights, but not gonna happen today. Pietro plants a bomb. 1 versus 3, Booker low on HP, I'm sure he's gonna have to go first. Yep, this is the case. Ooh, Pietro spotted. Actually takes out King, takes out Booker, but Hunt. Oh, makes it interesting for a second, but Hunt is like, nah, not today, buddy.
Yeah, all good in the end. But 5-3, TBI going to be wanting to make this 6-3, given how strong they've looked in this half. If they end up with a 5-4, I think they'll call that a bit of a missed opportunity, frankly. Already some decent early damage in this round. HDZ and LSY tagged up. But passive approach again from PingPongPals. Has given Hunt the opportunity. Looks like he's seen somebody there. Coming as the cross came through, so I imagine he might have at least an inkling.
Yep, there it is. FaZe goes down first. MKZ takes him out. So far, so good. Yet another quiet round. I mean, usually you would expect a little bit of a faster gameplay here, but 3P, they keep it cool. I mean, TBI has already won the half by 1 at least. So let's see if they're able to get another round. But so far, Gainer's already dead on the floor, so not sure if 3P is able to get another round to keep things close. Let's see Noxon. Oh, I'm so ready for this. Surely he's gonna check. Oh no, don't tell me 3P is just passing by. Or are they gonna check him either? Oh, this is so awkward. This is weird. Oh, the timing is good. He finds MKZ. He's not able to find a second, but King, oh no, the key player goes down as well. He had to find at least one, but the damage is done. LSY and HDZ so low on HP, and Booker and Hunt. Someone has to be the hero here. Someone needs to be the fraying part, but so far no one can really find anything. But it's actually going to be Hunt with a nice one-tap onto Pietro's head. Booker now. A little bit of aggression is needed. Something is missing. Come on, guys. You need to push 10 seconds almost on the board. Hunt. He's going to hunt them down. Finds... No, he doesn't actually find HDZ. HDZ with a quick stop onto Hunt in this round. Surely it's done and dusted, right? He gets 2 kills, but there's no time.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Booker's sort of playing so passively there. I think at that point, you know, I guess you're hoping that Hunt's going to be able to close out the hold there. But, you know, there was still time for a swing together. Booker wasn't on the defuse yet. If they would have swung this corner together at the same time, you trade that down, you still have time for the defuse. But because they're a little bit mismatched, it hasn't worked out in their favor. You know, again, these sort of like little tiny moments that can be a really big difference maker. Unfortunately, kind of falling by the wayside when we're looking at these teams like TBI. And again, a close first half. But PingPongPals, I think, actually getting themselves up to 4, they're probably just feeling like they might have done enough with that first half. The half started quite poorly for them, but they grinded their way back into it quite nicely. So let's see how the rest of this now plays out as PingPongPals move on to the favorable GR side.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you said, a very expected close matchup, right? No surprises here. So, angle, he's smoked off though. A little bit of sound cue for FaZe. FaZe knows something is close, but it's not really be... Oh, he actually goes through. FaZe takes out LSY. Maybe a second to Pietro actually saves him. Oh, that was a little bit awkward, FaZe. I like the aggression though, but another kill would have been necessary to be worth it, I guess, but maybe, just maybe, they have another answer. But Hunt, oh, he gets Pietro. Good quick scope onto him. MKZ still lurking around the hotel area here. Noxon, able to find him. Quick headshot onto him. Gainer trades. Hunt goes down as well, and 3P. One-man disadvantage, but TBI, they still need to group together and decide where they want to go.
I mean, 3v2, pretty winnable here for TBI, but PingPongPals, if they can get that kill through from HDZ, then all of a sudden it changes the game. King down. Noxon and Booker both isolated in the engagement at the moment. HDZ nearly taken down, and the TBI players have been able to link back up. They've got the C4, and they're actually going to go for a rotate back over to A by the looks of it here. Booker is going to see if he can catch a timing, maybe hold on the bridge. PingPongPals are preempting this move, though. They have made a pre-rotate, and that could be real problems for Noxon if he decides to just plant this C4 without doing his due diligence. Yeah, this is going to be a problem. Gainer's going to catch him as he pops up off of that plant. The shot's not coming through cleanly enough, though, and Noxon surviving will give TBI a real chance in this round. Booker does catch Gainer. And TBI now holding the advantage. HDC so low. Very unlikely to be able to get this one done, but he's going to try and get up to some trickery. Bouncing up high, changing his elevation, not spotting too much out, and eventually Booker will get it done.
Yeah, good round here. Too close for comfort, but still, a win is a win. You take it. TBI, 2 rounds now. Ahead of 3P, but look at this aggression. I like what I'm seeing. Hunt takes out LSY, but 3P, they decided to take mid, looking for anything, but look at this. Oh, FaZe is already on B. He cleared it out, but Pietro looking for an answer. He goes down. HDZ not able to find a trade right after, and this is falling apart right now. TBI, I mean, they played it by textbook, really. And now MKZ with good angle. Not really able to find anything, but HDZ finds Hunt. That's a good kill. There's so much more to do. Gainer finds Booker. What is TBI doing? They're falling apart right now.
It's a standard fare, isn't it? Teams at this level kind of falling apart a little bit. You've got FaZe on the late flank, though, and this lurk could just prove to be the death sentence for PingPongPals. FaZe, he catches HDZ. He's going to get himself a reload off here as well as MKZ tries to lock that trade in. He's not going to be able to find it. Noxon wins a duel, and FaZe comes through again late on that lurk and cleans it up. TBI are putting together a pretty solid map here. They've shown the ability to get it done in that first half on the GR side, but more importantly now, moving into the second half, they can do it on the BL side. It's 2 rounds in a row, back-to-back, to build that lead up to 7-4.
Yeah, 3P, they tried it with some aggression. That didn't work. They tried to play more defensive. That didn't work really either. Right now, they're looking for an answer. TBI, very aggressive towards Long, not quite able to find Gainer, but a little bit of damage is good. It's better than nothing. And look how collected TBI plays right now. I mean, a good smoke for, you know, some distraction or maybe to cross later on. Oh, TBI looking for a long aggression. Be careful. HDZ very open. There comes all the utility in the world. Booker trying to find HDZ, but it's actually gonna be Gainer goes down first. But Pietro is okay. This is just a slaughterfest right here. LSY, MKZ now in a clutch. They're not even close to each other, and TBI, they play this one by perfection.
Yeah, this is honestly going from bad to worse for PingPongPals. It was looking pretty competitive in that first half, but this second half, it's dominance so far from TBI. And this round, probably their best one yet. FaZe. The spray down does get LSY in the end, though, and MKZ spotted out here. No HP. Should be finished off and will be. One more for TBI, and they're getting ever closer to taking this first map away from PingPongPals, stealing it off of them. So it was PingPongPals' map pick.
Yeah, and they're not even done yet. Look at this FaZe. FaZe is so aggressive. Very uncommon for him, to be honest, with the AK, but if it works, it works. Can't really blame him. Pietro gets the better of him, trades him out. Well, very, very, very aggressive. And it's not even done yet. Look at Booker. How does he done that? The wraparound. HDZ and Gainer not aware at all. Falling apart. Pietro tries to save the day by killing Hunt, but LSY, he was his only teammate at this point, and another good plant, TBI. They pushed this one to their 9th round, really.
Well, not quite there yet, but it should be going in that direction, though Pietro has got Noxon. King, I don't like that swing at all from him. He's isolated himself against a 2-player push. Booker now tasked with the 2v1 as a result of his teammates' transgressions. He's already got the info of LSY, but the headshot comes through. You got to look at that post plan as TBI and think that needed to be done a lot better.
Yeah, to be honest, that was I wouldn't call it throwing, but it could have been, you know, played out better. Not the end of the world, of course. TBI, they have some rounds to play with, but they should have won this one all day, all night, in my opinion. Pietro, of course, 2 quick taps on the head makes this one a very winnable situation, and for his team, he's such a big leader, such a big motivation. Look at this! Oh, TBI not even wasting any time. Pietro through the smoke, good positioning. Yeah, finds one. Not able to find a second one, but there's the trade. HDZ takes out Notson, but there's so much more to do. Oh, a little bit awkward. But King, he gets it done. Hunt is traded out right after. LS1 MKZ trying to save the day. Now Booker again left in the clutch. This guy has been so huge for his team. So far, so good. Can he find two? It's not really working out in his favor, but Booker taps out MKZ. Now, once again, his chance. He gets it done this time.
Yeah, TBI just throwing the kitchen sink at PingPongPals and seeing what sticks. Themselves up to 9-5. If they can get a 10-5, that'll be a really dominant win here on the map. Gainer, though, has got other ideas. He drops Hunt, and HDZ watching for that cross in middle. Can't land a shot. Noxon will dispatch of Gainer. Now it's on to HDZ to try to hold this side solo. Two good shots in onto King and Noxon. Booker can't find the trade. HDZ, the hero, this time around. And that is a brilliant round from him with the Orm in hand. Gets another for PingPongPals.
Yeah, nice highlight reel for him. Definitely a much deserved one. I mean, all of his shots. I mean, the first ones weren't on point, but every single shot after that by perfection. And TBI, 3P is not making it easy for you, but just one more round to go. I mean, overtime is secured, but there's still some work left. A little bit of damage already done to these TBI members, and oh, this aggression is great. The flash is good. No one kills him though. There you go. Noxon takes him out. Oh no, this looks good. King not able to find LSY, but the trade is right after given to TBI. Now Gainer, oh, completely blind by the lights. Bad timing for him though, but it's still a very winnable situation. Noxon, the young talent here, can he find Gainer? Oh, it's just a matter of seconds, and look how sharp he is. He gets it done. Quick headshot onto him, and look how much it means to TBI. Obviously, they have won some maps already, but they haven't won an entire set win, so this is what they're looking forward to.
Yeah, this will be the real opportunity for them. I think, generally speaking, they're the team that ends up losing map 1. They win map 2 in close fashion, and then go on to end up ultimately losing that series. This instance, they've obviously won map 1, and more importantly, they've taken their opponent's map pick as well. So right now, the signs are looking good. I think TBI this season are looking like a pretty significant threat, maybe more so even than what they were last season. The addition of FaZe yesterday looked really, really good. Today, he looked super solid as well. So, you know, it's starting to convince me. Obviously, I have a pretty low expectation of TBI that is now starting to raise, so they don't have to do too much to impress me, I guess, when I come in and think, oh, they're not going to be a very good team, but they are starting to turn that conversation around. So we'll see what we're going to get from them when we do get onto map 2, if they can close this one out 2-0. But first, we have to hear from the analysts and see what they have to say.
TBI upsets PingPongPals on their own map pick. I mean, they took a map from Anubis, they took a map from IC, and now they take a map from PingPongPals.
I mean, they love taking maps, but they can't end it, and they can't finish it, man. They always choke at the end. And that's not only from this season. It's a storyline that started from Season 1. They get the first map, they get the head start, and when you go the second map, or even reach the third map, it's always a choke scenario for TBI. So thing is, they can't always finish off the job. I really, really hope that TBI can manage to finish it. Listen, man, I must say, give them the 2-0, man, but give them a map, because the Season 1 was a struggle for them, man.
Yeah, 100%. And what happened for PingPongPals? Because they chose this map, and it ended up not being in their favor. Like, what was the missing point or the missing key?
I wouldn't say that 3P did miss some key points, rather than TBI played amazingly. Honestly, I thought Noxon from TBI, the new addition, when he comes in the game, I thought that's gonna hold them back. Obviously, he's there instead of Penguin. I said that he's going to hold them back, but no, man. The guy is a genius. Honestly, he's everywhere. I'm not entirely sure who's the IGL of TBI, but whoever he is, man, he's doing a great job leading them to victory. I mean, from 3P, Pietro and the boys, they did play insanely good. I wouldn't say a lot of problems within the macro gameplay from their side were present, but TBI did play better. I mean, look at Noxin. It's the positioning for me. When they play on the defense side, they know their corners, they know where to stand and when to start shooting the enemies. For me, honestly, TBI had a better GR side, and they did impress a lot of rounds when we speak about the PL side.
100%. And look at the timing, like in the highlight. They are always in a very good position, and like whenever there is a member of TBI shooting, there is like a clutch, you know,
Exactly.
like
It's a positioning game at the end of the day. It's when you're playing defense, you know where to position and how to position and when should I go to the ladder on A side, when should I stand on the mid, and that was present from TBI side more than 3P side. Now, thing is with 3P side, we did see a lot of impact, especially from Petro, moving the early game and the mid game. Thing is, you can't even expect or predict a third game because it's highly possible that we see a third game coming from 3P side. I mean, Ankara was picked by TBI still, and that's the map that we are going to. And seeing 3P lose on this map raises a question: does 3P have what it takes to take us to a third map?
Yeah, and interestingly though, because Ankara the next map, right? 3P lost against Anubis and against IC on Ankara, and it was the first map played in the both series. So it might be not the best position that you can find yourself in if you are 3P, right?
Yeah, but you can look at it from a TBI perspective, that they did lose yesterday, Ankara. But now moving on with a new mental, choosing Ankara once again. Maybe they wanted to choose another map, but it got banned, so they ended up picking Ankara. There's a lot of scenarios and a lot of possibilities when you're speaking in behind the scenes. But one thing we can agree on: this game is much closer than the previous game and the first one. I think it's the most close game between both teams. Both teams do play on the same level, especially Petro and Bukara Hunt. I think, if anything, Gainer needs to step it up a bit because I know how Gainer plays. I know how good of an anchor he is, and his full potential, you already know it.
Yeah, and more like an interesting point that we need to mention is 3P in both this series, they lost the first map. So they're used to losing in the first map and bouncing back.
That's true.
So let's see if this is the case. Bandux and Elfish take us to game 2.
Yeah, we are back with map number 2. It is going to be Ankara, TBI's map pick. So you would expect them to be, more dominant on that map, but we are here to see and find out, right?
Yeah, I think, again, Ankara is a map that's pretty much right in the middle of the map pool. Most teams are pretty comfortable going on to this one, so it's not as if we're going to get like a pushover in the sense of PingPongPals. Again, they're a fairly fresh team, so maybe they haven't been able to get too many reps as a roster, but all of those players have certainly got a lot of experience playing this map, and so I don't expect that TBI are going to have an easy time here. They often also find themselves having a really good map in a series and then a really bad map in a series. It's that consistency that's really been a problem for TBI for the better part of the time that we've actually had them in CFWL. And here's an opportunity for them to find a 2-0. I actually wonder, off the top of my head, how many 2-0s have they actually won? They had one last season against 999 in week 1, but I think that was the only win that they got. Yeah, it was the only win that they've got. So, they could kind of mirror the start that they had to Season 1 here in Season 2. If they go down 2-1, they went down 2-1 in their first match of Week 1 last season, and then they won 2-0 in their last match of the week of that season. So, possibility for that to happen again here. They can get themselves a 2-0. They got that against 999 last season. It would be fairly similar circumstances, in that PingPongPals is a fairly new team, but actually I think PingPongPals getting a scalp against them from TBI would be a pretty massive win, because this will, in theory, be one of those teams that you're actually jostling for position with on the ladder. So that has a massive plus-minus in the implications of it later on in the season. See if TBI can get it done as we move into their map of Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, in TBI's defense, they had to play Anubis and, you know, the InnerCircle, so 2 tough nuts to crack, but 3P, definitely a winnable enemy from TBI's perspective, so now on their map pick, surely they have something in store, surely they want to bring this one home. Would be a big change, honestly. I mean, I would love to see, you know, TBI bring a 2-0 home, but on the other side, 3P, obviously, I also want them to fight harder, you know. I want them to, you know, make this more interesting, and we're about to find out as this A push might just happen. A triple stack once again on the first few rounds. It's always what happens. Very, very similar. Different teams, same story. So Noxon in the key position here together with Booker. Just a matter of seconds. You have 1, 2, 3. Eventually it's gonna happen. They're stalling a bit. They make it interesting. Oh, they enter quietly. Oh, Noxon. Noxon didn't even see him. Booker takes out Gainer. Noxon good for 1. Good for... Actually, it's gonna be 1. Booker takes out 2. King finds LSY as well. And MKC know from the back. Oh, this might be interesting too. But I think King has an idea. And it's not able to find him just yet. But Booker will finish the job. And to be honest, this this push, it was okay. It was too slow in my opinion. Just too slow.
Yeah, super solid stuff once again to start off the map. TBI 3-0 for Booker to start this map off, and doesn't seem like we've really skipped much of a beat from map 1 to map 2. That momentum still flowing through nicely for TBI. You can see that they're really shooting hard today, which is really nice to see. PingPongPals elect to bring something a little bit slower into the mix here for round number 2. But still playing grouped together pretty substantially, and they're going to try and test the Orb of FaZe. There's a good shot into HTC. It's not a killing blow, but the leg shot will do at least enough damage to get him down to a 1-shot. So advantage TBI as we head deeper into round 2.
Hunt with the arm in hand. I talked about this on Friday, which I was very surprised that Hunt were sniping over FaZe. I thought I'm like dreaming or something, because usually FaZe is the #1 sniper to have here, but Hunt proved himself to be a very good hybrid sniper as well. And one thing, they have a triple sniper setup. That's amazing. I mean, you don't see that all day, but it's very interesting. It's going to be Hunt, King, and FaZe with the arm in hand. I mean, why not? Give it a try. 1 round won't bite you. And as you can see, 3P making their way through middle here. Little do they know about all these arms looking ahead of them. FaZe good for 1. It's straight out, but look at Hunt. Also good for 1. And Gainer now in need of at least 1. It's not able to find FaZe just yet, but LSY is there to help him out. Booker, Hunt, and Noxon, of course. In the clutch, HTC still low from that blow that you mentioned earlier on, and ooh, it's a little bit awkward. Timing is a bit off, but HTC gets the better of Hunt. Booker, good for 1, trades him out. Very winnable situation. Booker 4-0. Looking for more, he's hungry. 20 seconds on the board. Gainer, not really too cautious behind him, but now he swings around. Good timing. Boy, spots Booker. That's so huge. Can you find the second as well? That would be the huge clutch he needs, and there it is.
Yeah. Bit too slow on the uptake in the end there. TBI looked like they were on for a good hold, but the rotation coming through from the A-side defenders was just a little bit too late to have any kind of assistance for those B players. And so while they started it nicely, they eventually got swarmed and taken down. So 1-1 is the scoreline. Faster play in through mid this time around for PingPongPals. That is now being watched for by King, but the space has been taken nonetheless. Meanwhile, Hunt with the Orm getting some work done. Booker down early in this round. And his streak of good rounds is coming to a close, it would seem. But interesting position held here by Hunt. He's going to try and preempt the fight. That ends up looking a little bit silly as he does get taken down by LSY, and the player advantage has been squandered here by TBI. Same thing, though, could be said about PingPongPals as HTC will go down. We're right back into the 3-on-3 now.
I think Gainer spotted FaZe, I'm not sure. He's very careful, Gainer. I think he spotted him for sure. FaZe, of course, takes him out. Makes things even more likely to go TBI's way. LSY and Pietro in the clutch. Looking for anything but TBI. They are so spread all over the map. I mean, look at this. It's gonna take a while before they group up together. And FaZe, he gets a lot of information, but is it going to be necessary or not? I mean, it's sure. I mean, they surely have to be on B by now, so the rotation should start to come in eventually. And there you go. Now all these blue dots need to, come together and go for the, for the retake. On the other hand, of course, LSY and Pietro, they play very close together. I mean, look at this, literally on top of each other, and it's just a matter of time before TBI runs into them. And Pietro, good positioning there, but it's actually going to be LSY. Good for one. King's going to be taken out as well. Now FaZe left alone in the clutch. Not able to find it. LSY, good for 3.
Yeah, PingPongPals starting to wake up. The shots that they're hitting here on map 2 a lot cleaner than what we saw on map 1, and it's winning them these last couple of rounds. TBI, I mean, 3v2 there. That should have been theirs. They had 2 players coming in from connector, and they both got taken down pretty easily. So some little mishaps here for TBI popping up. This looks like a good read, though, from TBI. But losing Hunt in middle, not going to pull anyone away. It doesn't look like it. Noxon, clean shots. He spotted out the C4. He's going to get some backup here from Booker as well. And it's a solid hold to start things off outside of A here for TBI. They've got the numbers advantage. Courtesy of that grenade, they're going to push for more. MKZ needs to be taken down here and will be, but Booker oversteps his welcome, and again we're into the 1v1. Again, TBI had the advantage in this round, but a chance it will go begging as Gainer at 5 and 2. Oh, could win the duel against Nox, and it won't happen, and TBI get another one. Booker looking a little bit displeased, actually.
Yeah, a little bit weird from 3P to not check the connector there. Very common spot. Just to leave it unchecked is a bit weird, but in the end, I guess it's something that happens once or twice, but surely won't happen again. And HTZ, I think he got leg shot, most likely by Hunt with the arm. Ooh, and once again, we see, is that a fast approach? No, I think they're actually gonna just lurk around. And it seems like Booker is gonna have a little fight with MKZ there, and FaZe as well on the other side of the map. I mean, this is just back and forth. Everyone wants some map control. Everyone wants some information to play around with, but it's not gonna matter too much. A little bit damage here and there. So far, like we expected, even on that map, it's gonna be a very close fight. Ankara obviously being the map pick from TBI. So they should have a little bit of an upper hand. This is what you would expect, but so far, I would say it's break even.
Well, the scoreline would indicate this as such. Flash in, and King gets away with it. Swinging into multiple members, gets the better of Pietro, and then backs off. That's a wise decision. Numbers advantage, and in the meanwhile as well, FaZe on the push. This is a really good round so far from TBI. They're getting all the info that they need, but they're rotating an extra player back over to B. I'm not sure why. Booker solo holding A. How is the read that this is going to be going towards B as opposed towards A when FaZe is not seeing anything on that push out of B? That is a misread from TBI. And now they're going to be tasked with a 3-on-3 retake. Admittedly, MKZ and HDZ are both very low. But in these 3-on-3 retakes, you typically are going to favor the BL side. LSY, nice cheeky off-angle position from him. Does get traded back. It's 1-for-1, but Noxon doubling down. Defuses on, and HDZ is going to be forced for the swing, and he's going to come through way too late. So that will be a round for TBI.
Yeah, cheeky little defuse there. Happens. Look at Noxon down there. You see that? Big smile on his face just a second ago. Yeah, so far so good. I would say I love what I'm seeing. Now we get to see King talk a bit more King. Yeah, it's much needed one. Like I said, King, when it comes to King, he's always so, let's say, he likes to communicate with his team, right? He likes to give his ideas out. He likes to give his, his hype out of him, because he's like, when everyone is kind of down, okay, we are like losing right now. King's like, okay, listen, guys, hey, not the end of the world. Let's start to focus again. Let's start to bring up these numbers, and you can tell he's just, without King, TBI would drop dead on the floor. But let's be honest, 3P right now, they don't look too good either. I mean, 3P, they had a very, very good performance against the InnerCircle, and TBI, in comparison, I would say, should be the easier team to beat.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty hard to say. But inconsistencies is always going to be, I think, the biggest enemy of teams in this kind of a position, where they're, one of the newer teams or one of the weaker teams in CFWL, especially early on in the season when you've got teams that are kind of like still trying to find their feet. I mean, like, even in the case of PingPongPals here, you're like literally trying to build a team from the ground up. So we're not expecting them to look at their best, essentially, here in week 1 of the season. But I don't know. I mean, for mine, I think kind of eye test wise, to me, after having seen both these teams now play like essentially the same amount, we saw both of them play a series yesterday that I was able to cast, and obviously they've played against each other so far today. It does feel to me like TBI might have a slightly higher peak than what PingPongPals do. I think at a base level, they're probably on a similar kind of position. I think they can both bring like the same sort of power level, but just at their peak, I mean, when TBI are firing, get a little bit more of a pizzazz, I think, out of them than I do from PingPongPals at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, TBI had a little bit of a change themselves with, Penguin and Dirty leaving the team, Noxon and FaZe joining it. So right now, I would still say the change is a good thing, especially with FaZe in the mix, and Noxon, of course. He's also a great addition so far, but they have yet to prove that they can close a set in their favor. Otherwise, all these changes, all this, back and forth is just not, worth mentioning, because in the end, numbers, they're just more important, right? So a set close is what they need, and this is great. The flash is so good. FaZe takes out Gainer as well. Good trades. Back and forth all the way. FaZe needs to be careful. He's a little bit too safe there. I mean, there's no one around, but he doesn't know that.
3-on-3 once again. These rounds really coming down to close individual battles. And again, we're going to get that same push out from FaZe. And again, a lot of information going over to TBI. This time they're making the read that they should have made a couple of rounds ago, in that they're going to stack A. But this time, FaZe not seeing anything outside of A. Ultimately, is going to have to call the team over toward B. It might come through a little bit too late to deny the plan. But if TBI can make a pre-rotate here and get in quick, might have had a chance at an essential 2-on-3. Hunt goes in front of the play. I'm sure his teammates are going to be too pleased by that one. It leaves them with a bit more work to do. But FaZe quick kill onto MKZ. Oh my word, onto Pietro as well. FaZe just taking this round and running away with it. It's just HDZ now behind the boxes. Orm in hand, and Booker shuts him down. Great retake from TBI, and some very sharp shooting in that one.
Yeah, I mean, thanks to FaZe. I mean, look at that. Gets that very early kill, then this flick, and this flick as well. I mean, look at that. Matter of milliseconds. I mean, it's crazy that he even got him there. I mean, jump spot? And FaZe is like, yeah, hold on a minute. I clear him up. And of course, Booker finished the job as well. Great save of the round. I mean, TBI 2 rounds ahead right now. Looking very good, but ooh, good grenade onto the 3Ps. But look at this. This is a wrong gamble here. It's only going to be Booker. Booker! What can he do? He doesn't even hit anything really, and this is looking very bad all of a sudden. But FaZe, he's good for one. Can he find a second? A little bit too aggressive there. just too much to ask for, and now everything else will collide. Noxin just looking for anything. HTZ takes him out, and the bomb is not even planted yet.
No, yeah, there's a bit of a hole in that smoke. I thought Noxon was going to try and exploit it, but it's HTZ ultimately that is taking advantage of it. Now King will have to go for the swing himself, and a bit of a lackluster round in the end. Just a couple of individuals not really recognizing the circumstances that they find themselves in, and so TBI not getting what they need to out of that defense. 4-3. Still a very close scoreline, but my take is if you are getting it done on the GR side of Ankara and you can go up 5-4, that is typically a pretty good place to be in. And so TBI are kind of on their way to that, but these last couple of rounds have been more favorable for PingPongPals.
Good timing here. Ping gets a gainer. Hunt has been quite quiet so far. I mean, 0-3 hasn't really done too much impact for anything here, but not the end of the world. Of course, you have FaZe 4-1, hitting pretty much everything. Like the last clutch we just saw. This guy ready to play, but of course, you need the entire squad to step it up to make things go your way. And 3P looking quite solid right now. I mean, obviously, yeah, they're one round behind, but still looking good. It's only Gainer dead on the floor. Look at this. This looks like a B split coming our way. The timing is good. Booker not really able to do anything. Noxin goes down as well. And Booker actually fighting it. Finds MKZ, but is instantly traded as well now. King and FaZe in the clutch. Once again, look how far away they are from each other. I mean, this might be quite good for them, actually, because, well, they could have, wrapped around, but HTZ finds FaZe. Now King, 1 versus 3 situation. Can he get it done? He does not wait at all. HTZ barely gets away with his life. King now, it's just not gonna happen. LSY finished the job.
All right, 4-4. First half here on Ankara is a really tight one. A few rounds in quick succession here for PingPongPals. TBI will definitely want this last one. They've got Hunt on the Orm. FaZe as well. So double Orm set up once again. Looking for peaks, and there's Hunt for a double, a collateral it must have been, as Pietro and LSY go down together. And all of a sudden, this round takes a bit of a darker turn for PingPongPals. Hunt still kicking around for a little bit more. I don't know if he needs to keep going for this. Booker goes down, and then Hunt continues to take that fight. You have the player advantage. There's no need. As he ends up losing his life solo, and then these isolated duels continue to come through here for TBI, and that is a disaster of a round. I really have to question what is going on there. TBI, it's almost like they think that round's a foregone conclusion, and then they just keep peaking one by one by one, and they all want to be the hero, and in the end, they're all the villain, as it's going to give PingPongPals a 5th round in this half.
Yeah, maybe FaZe has some answers. I mean,
Good one.
yeah, not quite good enough, but FaZe, there's no time. I mean, he could go for a ninja, but let's be real. FaZe makes it interesting. I mean, this is just classic, but not gonna be enough. And yeah, I mean, I just mentioned Hunt being quite, quiet, but all of a sudden he gets a nice collateral shot, but then the rookie mistake, he doesn't go back, he goes for the fight, he gets punished for it, the round is gone. Imagine if Hunt would have gone back, safe and secure back, could have helped his teammates out or whatever. He didn't, and I think this was the major mistake in this run for his team and him.
Yep. It's not even that. I mean, that obviously is one aspect of it, but also the hold on the A bomb site was quite isolated as well. That one maybe just coming down to a case of timing. You could see the rotation was coming through for TBI, but again, I think that's something that I saw out of the last season as well, where I had to be very critical about TBI for some of their decision making in general, and it feels like it's such an easy thing to fix. You don't necessarily need to be a rocket scientist. You just need to have a lot of experience with TAC FPSs. It's fairly similar across the board, that when you've got that opening kill, or in this case, a couple of opening kills, you don't need to hold on to that space anymore. You certainly don't need to hold on to it solo. You don't need to be making those hero plays anymore because the advantage has already been gained. So it's better to just take a step back, play the crossfires, play together, trade down at that point, and you increase your win percentage pretty dramatically when you do that. But when you get those 2 kills and you keep trying to fight and then you end up giving up your life and someone else loses a duel on the other side of the map, all of a sudden, like in the blink of an eye, that round just turns on its head. And that is exactly what TBI suffered at the hands of.
Yeah, you know, honestly, I think TBI could have had at least 2 more rounds to their name, but not this time around. It's going to be a 3P with 1 round advantage, winning the first half, and now it's up to TBI to make things go their way. I mean, I said it earlier, you know, TBI, they have won maps all over the place already, right? But they haven't really done an entire set to their name, so they really need to close this match, because if we go to the 3rd and last map, which is Ports, it's going to be quite tough for them, because I feel like 3P, they are so good, they might just take it away, but we're not quite there yet, obviously. We have an entire half to go, and King and Pietro, the first ones to go down. Nice angle here by FaZe, but MKZ is not going to cross him there for sure, and TBI, they keep it very slow this round.
Very slow, in fact. 4-on-4, though. Neither team wanting to be the one to lose the next player. So it will definitely cause some issues. But it looks like it'll end up being a B take. And HDZ waiting patiently for that, though. The flash is going to cause some problems for him. He should be getting run down here by the rifles and will fall. TBI storming towards that B bomb site. Late lurk coming in as well from Hunt is going to be successful. Noxon just has to clear out LSY, and that is a brilliant start to the half, actually, as far as TBI are concerned. Absolutely nothing that PingPongPals could have done about that. Those flashes were on point.
Yeah. Textbook flashes from TBI. 3P not ready to respond at all. I mean, you have to be ready for something, right? I mean, they were completely in the open, and yeah, that didn't really work out for 3P, but a great round for TBI. Break even, 5-5. And yet another, well, not fast, but not really slow attempt either. Oh, look at this. Actually, both of these teams push each other. Look at this. Along is completely covered by 3P, and TBI obviously covering completely the hotel section here. So quite interesting how that pans out. And this positioning here from Pietro is great, but it doesn't really matter this round, as Booker takes out MKZ and they take B side. Uncontested, HDZ trying to, you know, make things go their way, but it's not going to be enough. The bomb will go down. It's going to be a tough retake. I mean, 4 versus 4 so early on in this round. Finally, we see some more tempo from TBI, and let's see how 3P will respond. It's going to be HDZ in the tower position here. Smoke is in his way, so it's going to stall a bit of time. King trying to hold down these hotel pushers, but Gainer takes him out. LSY will go down in the way. Knocks in good positioning here. 50 seconds on the board, but HDZ, he takes him out. And now it's only going to be Hunt, but Hunt is good for 1, but Hunt, he placed the time perfectly, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, you can see how important Noxon's position was there because of the fact that he goes down and that site player also then falls. So really important kill coming through from HDZ up on the sniper's nest, just watching over the top of that smoke, waiting for Noxon to make his move, hits his shot, and as a result it falls apart like a house of cards there. TBI still at a deficit. HDZ though just floating around with a grenade in hand there is going to be picked off by Hunt. And TBI headed in the direction of the A site now, where they know at best it's probably going to be only the 2 defenders. You're never likely to see more than 3 at the start of the round there. So rotation yet to come through for PingPongPals. TBI, they should be winning this round. They should be getting entries, but it seems a tough ask at the moment. They have missed a trick. They have cooked that round. just way too many missed shots from TBI. They had the right idea, the read was good, but shots were all over the place.
Yeah, not only that, but Hunt opened it up with a good entry. Still wasn't enough, and, you know, Hunt, 5-2, he really came back, you know. Now it's actually gonna be FaZe, who's the quiet one, but so far, so good. I mean, 3P, they make it interesting. They are just 2 rounds away from securing overtime. Noxin gets killed from behind by Gainer, no one really checking him. Shouldn't happen like that. Noxin a little bit too impatient. Shouldn't just go in and, you know, hope for the best. Not ideal, but good for Gainer, obviously. Good positioning here by LSY, by the way. Good off angle here. Hunt, no way in hell. If he doesn't land a quick scope, he's dead for sure. This is the case here. LSY takes him out. Hunt with a, you know, risky play here. It could have been worked. You know, it could have worked out, but it didn't. And now TBI is in a very tough position because they have a 2-man disadvantage.
FaZe, nice shot. Gets the better of Pietro. Starting to make amends in this round somewhat. But if PingPongPals pick this round up, you're starting to see the chances of TBI's 2-0 dwindle away. And with that as well, I have to wonder if their chances are slipping away of winning this series. But Booker, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. That was it. That was the round on a silver platter. FaZe does bring one back. MKZ will get the better of King. And just too many of these advantageous situations for TBI really being thrown away. Another instance of it there. And that is PingPongPals more than likely getting up to 8 now, as FaZe would have to pull off a miracle, and he's not going to be able to do that. 8-5. And TBI, it's the same thing every time we watch these guys, isn't it? It's a fantastic map where you think, wow, these guys are actually seriously legit. And then you look at this game of Ankara and you think, where have they gone?
Yep. I mean, it's like Penguin said, right? He said, look, TBI, they start off strong, they win the first map, but now all of a sudden, they just can't close it out. And right now, this seems to be the case. It's not looking good for TBI right now. I mean, what a disastrous round. They had it, like you said, it was there. They just had to grab it, and oh boy, did that round fall apart. I mean, would have been a completely different story, 6-7. Now it's 5-8. King takes out HTZ quite aggressively, but so much more to do. I mean, TBI, they need to find a solution as soon as possible, because if they don't close out the next few rounds, 3P, they will take it away and push us to port.
I mean, this again could be one of those rounds. There's going to be a push out of A. King is watching for that. He needs to be clean on his shots here, and he is not. That has been largely the case here in the second half of Ankara. TBI are just not really hitting at the moment. Noxon trying to re-aggress into middle, didn't find his timing window, and so Pietro will escape out to safety. Not going to connect his shot either, and it feels like TBI have kind of just fallen flat here on Ankara. Pietro, that's the time push onto Hunt, but also not going to be able to find that kill. Now Hunt pushing his way over the top will finish that one off. This B side starting to open up. There's going to be a nade or a flash toss over the top. Nade and a flash, it was actually. It doesn't slow TBI down all that much. That, though, potentially will. MKZ with the headshot in onto Hunt, and MKZ and LSY just trying to bide their time and wait for that rotate from Gainer. They haven't been able to wait long enough. Gainer in a little bit too late. His position now known. Bomb plant can go down, and it's a safe plant for GR Spawn. This is TBI's round to lose. Gainer should be a dead man right here. Booker's behind him, and that's that. So another round for TBI. They keep it in the conversation, but still got some real amends to be made in this second half.
Yeah, I mean, who says 3P can't throw rounds as well, right? I mean, they had it. They should have had it there, but, well, I guess TBI, they took it. They took it away from them. I mean, Hunt, he was pushing in solo, he died. So at this point, it was like, okay. maybe this round isn't meant to be TBI's, but they take it, put one more to their scoreboard, and 2 rounds away from, tying, 3 rounds away from securing overtime. So TBI, they have momentum right now. They have what it takes. It's only a matter of decision making. On the other hand, of course, 3P, they don't want to, lose any more players. As you can see, LSY almost dead to the floor. This is a good timing here. Pietro fighting, but he's not going down either. I mean, TBI, they need to get some frags on the board. It's not going well. LSY finds FaZe first. Hunt, good with the return, and now it's all a matter of fragging. HTZ good for one. Hunt trades him out. King is so well. He finds HTZ as well. And now look at this. Gainer and MKZ in the clutch position. Bomb hasn't been planted yet. And they are yet to group together. And this looks like a very winnable round for TBI right now.
Don't count my chickens before they hatch. Gainer 7 and 3. Can still run a bit amok. Looking for some headshots. Not finding any just yet. And as he pulls off that reload, time ticking away from him. Down under 20 seconds now, which doesn't leave you a lot of opportunities to find these remaining 3 players. There's 1 kill on a Noxon, but with only 10 seconds left here, he kind of has to cut his losses and try and go for the defuse. Okay, all good. Hunt gets it done in the end. And a few of the PingPongPals players disconnecting from the server there, so I assume we're going to be getting ourselves a tactical timeout right here. It's anything but a tactical, though, as you can see. MKZ and Pietro both out of their seats, so any opportunity to have any kind of strategic conversation is gone by the wayside at the moment.
Yeah. The last round was a little bit too close in the end there. I almost gave him a chance for that defuse, but luckily they were able to stop him. And yeah, like you said, conversation, I don't know. There's 2 people missing, so not sure what's going on here. But yeah, while we take a little pause, I hope everyone's, calming down. Obviously, it takes away the momentum from TBI, which isn't in their favor, but it could also give them a chance to, talk things through, to, consider their opportunities, possibilities, whatever you want to call it. But so far, so good. I mean, TBI, they keep it interesting. They really want to, win this the second set, obviously, right? But 3P, looking for an answer. This little timeout here seems to be, not sure what's going on, but Pietro's back. Welcome back. MKZ is also back. And only 10 seconds to go. So I don't get your opinion here. What do you think is going to happen next?
Well, obviously, we've just had a timeout here from PingPongPals where they haven't had any chance to talk strategically, so I can't imagine they're going to be changing too much up. The real question is going to be, what does TBI think of that? Do they read into it a little bit too much? Because obviously, they don't have the information that we do. They don't know that MKZ and Pietro probably just gone to the bathroom, if anything. So TBI could be thinking here like, oh, okay, what's 3P going to do here? Are they going to try and go faster, slower, change something up? So what the adaptation that TBI ends up making is probably more of a conversation point as opposed to what we're going to get out here from PingPongPals. But 1 round deficit right now for TBI. And if anything, maybe them just kind of getting the opportunity to, again, have a little bit of a chat, go over some things as they try to make this recovery. It might be a little more favorable, actually, for TBI having had this tac timeout as opposed to PingPongPals. Because TBI have, presumably been there the whole time. Going over some serious business. Get back into the game in just a second. Well, it says technical pause, so
Yeah.
We're not getting back into the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, but this time it's from TBI, it seems. So we keep you posted, but get to see some more screen time from the players. Everyone seems chill. Everyone just relaxed. Obviously, it's a very intense situation right now. It's a little bit, I as a player, I don't really like to have like big breaks in these intense moments, right? Whenever you whenever you are, close to the end, you're just about to win or lose. You don't really want big breaks. Okay, yeah, maybe talk some things through, but this break is a little bit too long, so you might get, might start to get nervous at some point. You don't really want that.
Yeah, this is not the time where you want to be having a technical issue. On the precipice of a potential 2-0 victory, Pietro's gone AFK again. Oh, he's actually there. You can't see him floating around in the room, getting a drink of water, who knows what. But looks like everyone's okay here for TBI. So not too sure what the problem is. That is getting worked through at the moment.
Yeah, good question. I think it's Hunt, actually. As you could see, for a second, his face went red. I think he's restarting the game. Very red, yeah. So he's probably just restarting the game, coming into the room and match up again. But yeah, now we see TBI. You can see Booker. You mentioned it earlier, right? Booker he's a little bit almost devastated, right? I'm not sure what's going on with him.
Oh, maybe not having a great night. A bit tired. Who knows? Could be sick. Could be just not feeling it. These delays dragging on do make it a little bit more painful to be sitting there trying to lock in. But yeah, I mean, the demeanor's not ideal. Looks like we're starting to get a little bit more locked in. King's sitting up at least.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Booker, even though he doesn't look too good, I would say he still performed pretty well. Like, he had his moments for sure. So it's a little bit weird, but seems like everyone is leaning forward a bit. That's a good sign. Everyone's, getting their gamer grip, gamer position, lock it in. King is ready to go. And yeah, this is probably just a matter of seconds, guys. Stay calm. But yeah, I guess we are just about to jump in. I can hear a lot of switches. That's a good sign. We are just about to jump in.
All right, 7-8 scoreline here. TBI moving on to the blacklist side again. And an important round. HDZ is going to try to get aggressive. All that util landing in his face is going to turn him away. He'll still be playing in that mid-con though. And setting up a crossfire with Gainer, which TBI look like they may be heading in the direction of. Nade lands onto Gainer's position.
Yeah, Gainer a little bit aggressive towards A main. Didn't see anyone. Didn't get spotted either, I think. HTZ in a key position. If he finds King, this would be huge, but he misses a shot. King finds him. TBI now in the leads. In this round, MKZ with a good grenade. Needs to back off as soon as possible. Gets away. No problem.
The call here is to go A. It should be go A, and that is a very undefended bomb site. Now, Gainer has been pretty good on this map, but as a solo to try to hold on to the A bomb site, that feels wishful thinking. FaZe activating in the mid round as well, as able to win himself a duel against MKZ. Somehow he gets blinded and Gainer goes down on A. This is a clean round. Clean as a whistle for TBI. They're going to be able to get themselves up to 8. Barring some kind of horrific throw in this round, which to be fair, TBI haven't been 100% clean on this map, but this one would be pretty tough to lose.
Yeah, I mean, no way, right? Pietro can't really find anything through the smoke. Even if he does, there's so much work to do. FaZe cleans him up. LSY left alone. 1 vs 4, surely not. 20 seconds on the boards. Yeah, just go down. Good round from TBI, 8-8. So we are back to break even. And you know what? This means whoever wins the next round has a huge confidence boost because you secured overtime. It doesn't matter. So this is definitely a big relief. And look at this. Ooh. Interesting choice here from 3P to, stack. I think it's towards bridge. Can't really tell. Maybe it's the lower tunnel. Either way, it's a nice idea. But TBI not gonna, jump in and die like that. So not a huge issue.
4v5 now for TBI in such a critical round is not what you want to be seeing. Pietro, the first line of defense here for PingPongPals. If he gets even one, this could be round over. And he does. He gets himself one. Traded down pretty quickly. TBI going to have to pick the pace up. Jumping over the line that HDZ is holding. They're going to try and take their fight back into GR spawn there with Noxon. Important frags here for him. He misses a bit of a whiff. Gainer coming through for the swing as well. That's not good at all. Booker and FaZe won themselves a duel. If Noxon would have got at least one there in GR spawn, this round might have been just about wrapped up, but he'd be kicking himself for not at least getting that opening kill onto MKZ.
Whoa.
Gainer down. Booker, though, trying to make that cross. Gets a clean headshot in, and MKZ low on HP will be finished off as well. TBI will breathe a sigh of relief. It's a 4v5 that they win. Hunt, you can see, again, disconnected.
Oh,
Are they just going to play it out?
seems so, I guess. Okay, well, it's
No.
very surprising, right? I mean,
Oh, he's back in. He's back in.
okay. I was worried for a second, but yeah, clean round by TBI. I mean, it was a little bit weird. Hunt disconnected midway. The GR fight wasn't really optimal either, but TBI, they got it done. And hands down, one more round to go for TBI. A clean 2-0 sweep would be the dream against 3P. The first time in a long while. This is so important. This round, it's take or give. They surely don't want to give away anything. 3P, they just need something. They need a frag. They need anything to work with. And LSY with a good angle here. Misses a crucial shot. Noxon takes him out. And this could be a game changer right now.
Yeah, most certainly. Back to again another 4-on-5. Hunt had a chance there as well to make it 3. He will actually miss his shot, and Gainer's going to try and take a risk here. I don't mind this at all. King spots him out, though. King and Booker need to work in tandem, and they do. The trade comes through. Messy fight still in middle, but TBI picking the pace up over towards the A site. Hunt already out there. Spots out Pietro. Ducks back on down. He needs his assistance. No, he doesn't. He takes the fight himself. It's so risky, but this time it works out. In another world, it could be a 2-on-3 favoring PingPongPals. But this might just be the round for TBI. They are going to be given a plan, it looks like. PingPongPals not looking for the retake through the smoke just yet. Hunt gets himself another one. HDZ down, and this might be it. TBI for their first win in CFWL since Season 1 of 2025. It's been a bit of a dry streak, but it's about to be broken, and they get themselves the 2-0, and Hunt is fired up. He didn't even have to partake in the penultimate round, but definitely had a big impact in the final round, and TBI have locked in that 2-0.
Wow. Man, am I happy for my boy Hunt. Hey, this guy, you could really tell how much it meant to him and for the entire team, obviously, right? So, huge win for TBI, and this changes the outcome of the league completely. I mean, TBI 2-0 sweep for 3P. I mean, oh, this is insane. So what does it mean for 3P? I'm out of words, but all that matters right now, TBI, they got it, they brought it home. This is insane.
Yeah, super solid stuff. Well, I don't know about super solid stuff. First map was very solid from TBI, but second map definitely a lot that they can go back and look at, I think, and figure out, you know, how can we play that better? Because against a better team, against a stronger team, that definitely goes to map 3. Either way, today is TBI's day. They get themselves the 2-0, and that'll be us for today. Done and dusted. Thanks, Pando, and we'll see you again later on in the season, I'm sure. But we'll hand it back over to the analyst desk as they're ready to close the show.
Today is TBI day indeed, right? They get the win and they do it in a very, very good style.
Man, call it a reverse sweep. Call it a masterpiece, man.
Yeah.
Honestly, what a show coming from TBI side. Everyone thought, okay, we're going map 3. 3P just showed us a good show and the second map, and they told us, hey, we just won't give you the win that easy. We're going map 3. TBI was like, no, we're going to take the win. I'm going to unleash Hunt. I'm going to unleash Noxon. I'm going to put 100% of our efforts and get this map. Did you see Hunt's reaction?
Yes, it meant a lot to him, and it meant a lot to the whole team, you know, like getting your win after a very, very long time of losses. It surely will mean a lot, and it might be the start of, you know, the TBI comeback back, and
True.
the whole standings right now, it's gonna be everywhere. You know, like we cannot predict anything at this moment. And as you can see from this set, like from the round 13 onward, after the timeout, TBI were at a totally different team.
I mean, look, man, it's a game of momentum.
Yeah.
So once TBI put their hands on 1 or 2 rounds, they can climb up to 7 or 8 rounds, and that's what they did. So they got, first of all, they started as GR. And it was a bit of a struggle for them since 3B had the advantage. Once 3B reached 8 rounds, as the switch sides happened, TBI managed to climb slowly but surely. And once the tie happened between both 8 to 8, TBI did control the rhythm of the game. The tempo, everything was going TBI side. And honestly, once you reach 9 and 8, it's a deserved win. Some of the highlights that showcase what we have been speaking about over and over. And if anything, man, that's a good statement that comeback is a real story for TBI.
100%. And going from 5-8 to close out the whole map, but like the mental fortitude that you must have, it's actually impressive. And like we said, like these are the values of the timeouts, right? Like like it's the best use that you can ever describe. And for TBI, they were very, very impressive on these blacklist like rounds. I mean, except for the rounds that maybe they were missing some shots, maybe that what give 3P the lead a bit, but the use of utility specifically from TBI on the entries, it's actually like it's very impressive.
I said it in the first map, I'll say it again. This is the most might be it's actually the most close series tonight between the 3 series that we did have, especially the last game. It's going back and forth. And this is a story that you love to see, but it's the same dilemma happening over and over again, which is when you're good at one side and you're bad at the other. I wouldn't say bad in 3P scenario, it's just a matter of consistency, and they were missing to be consistent, man. While TPI were there in the BL and embraced a lot of rounds in the GR side. Yeah, they did lose some of the rounds in the GR, but surely Booker and the boys did manage to get them the first win.
Yeah, and Booker is the MVP of this series. Such a performance from the whole team, to be honest, and totally deserved MVP as well from Booker. Like a lot of clutches, a lot of big plays that we saw inside the game.
Surely did.
And it's a really good win, to be fair, for TBI, and it must feel really good for them. I mean, we saw Hunt on the camera, you know, like jumping like from his seat. And like, what does this mean for the league overall, Hazem? Because like we were talking that PingPongPals are really good, like they're a decent team. Even the players in the interviews mentioned that. And right now we have TBI, one of the teams that we may have underestimated, are back into the standings, and it's getting even more close now.
Hey man, forget the fact that they did win against 3P. The most important fact is that they got their hands on their first win against one of the strongest team and strongest contenders on the league. So it's a big statement for GG. It's a big symbol for ROC, the big dogs out there in the league. And it's super important for the boys from TBI because they had a rough season 1. And it shows that with good practice, good read, everything can happen after a long, boring off-season for TPI. Surely did pay off in this best of 3.
100%. And we have an interview with Hunt after an incredible win. Yeah, King Hunt. Congratulations on the win. And from the camera, it meant a lot to you. Tell me, how do you feel after this one?
I feel very good, and I'm so
As
happy
you
that
should.
we started winning. It was tough the first 2 games, to be honest. We have to win this so we can keep to go for the top 4, you know?
Yeah. What shifted the Hunt, like from season 1? Like TBI was not in the best shape, and now like you're coming to season 2. I know like the first 2 games were rough, but you are looking very solid.
Stronger than ever, man.
Yeah, it's the good practice makes everything good, you know? Just practice.
Okay, just practice, and we wish you the best of luck in terms of scaling
you.
as a team. TBI versus GG is the next game. We are seeing a lot, like a very solid performance from GG in the past games. What do you think about this matchup?
It's not gonna be an easy match, and we will do our best to win. And if we win this, we will get a lot of confidence to win everyone.
100%.
Hopefully, man.
100%. Do you have any last words for your fans, Hunt, and for the TBI fans?
Thanks. First, I want to thank my teammates, Booker, King, FaZe, Noxen. There were very good performance the last 3 matches. We were very hard working last 3 days. I want to thank my fans who were supporting us.
Yeah.
That's all.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Hunt, and best of
Thank
luck
you.
in your next match. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Hunt.
Bye.
I
Incredible.
mean, he deserves the reaction, man, and
Yeah.
deserves the win overall. What a day that we had tonight, full of surprises and full of upsets. And tonight with TBI and 3P, we did expect it to be 3 games, but TBI said no. No, Hazim, no, Kholi. We're just going to end it a quick 2-0, can we?
Yeah, and let's have a look at the standings right now because it's very close. Like all the teams are close to each other. You cannot predict who's gonna be on the top of the table, who's gonna be, you know, like in the bottom half. You can never know. What do you think about the standings?
I mean, we can never know, but I'm getting some deja vu from this season 1. Speaking about 999 position and a bit of TPI position and the start position of Anubis, because Anubis did start at the 5th and the 4th and sometimes the 6th, and moving on the weeks they do climb fast within the standings. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Anubis did finish this season 1 with the 4th place, so I think they will push more and more, but hey, most teams did play only 2 games, so we have to wait until the end of the next week to have a better idea.
100%. And like the player said in interviews before, like we had minimal time to practice. So like the longer the time goes, the more clearer picture we will get for the league.
Exactly. You do have a good idea when you're into week 3 or week 4. You start to know who's not doing that good and who's doing amazing. So that's why I'm super excited for the upcoming weeks.
Yeah, 100%. And that was a very interesting week indeed, and very interesting day. I mean, shorter than the day 1 and 2, but that was it for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed the games, and we will see you next week. Bye.
Yeah.